Bruh, move, bitch. Get out the way. Damn, I'm cool. Jay? Yes, but remind me at the end. What up, everybody? Oh, bam. What the fuck was I doing? Oh, yeah. Boom, bitch. All right, let me let my N words know. You guys finish what? Yes, we finished it, and it was fucking horrible. It was absolute pain. No other word to describe it but pain. Is indeed trash. Yes, you know my thing is like I agree with you. And I can point to some reasons why, but I think there's better reasons of why. So the point of these streams, anybody who doesn't know, because I know I keep saying it, but you know, it's a stream, so people be missing shit. What I'm doing now is I'm basically just streaming my research. So like when I research for videos, you know, I watch their shit, I blah blah blah. So that's what I'm streaming. Just so you all are in the know. Bro, Chobo, fuck you. Fuck you and your harem of studs. How about that? How about that, buddy? Doesn't feel too good, does it? Exactly. Words hurt. His worst crime is being made and drawing out videos. See, that's my thing. Like, if that's his worst crime, then there's nothing to really talk about. But I don't know if that is the truth, you know? So that's what we're going to discover here. Justin, welcome back. But yeah, I wasn't even planning on streaming today, but you know, that's life. And also I'm cold, so let me get the blanket out. Call me an old bitch if you want, I don't care. This blanket is gender neutral. Oh, how are you guys feeling this fine evening? Are we doing well? Are we thriving? Are we succeeding in life? How are we feeling? From what I hear, there's good ones. I don't think I've ever seen one, but you guys told me that there are good ones. What's the lady's name? ContraPoints. I liked her thumbnails. I thought they were really good, but you guys were saying they were really creative and good, so maybe one day we'll watch them. Chubble said my friend's girlfriend was uncomfortable with me hanging around him because of my attraction to studs. She thinks I'm gay. Only you would write something like that. You know? You are truly one of a kind. Yes, very relatable. I'm sure we can all relate to that. That exact thing. Very, very relatable, yes. 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 Come on, I'm making a chubby girl puppet. Congrats. Maddie, this is my patented Harriet Tubman hoodie. My brain is so fucked. I was at my shit job today, right? What's up, Bearman? And I literally forgot the name of the place I worked at, like the whole shift. I was supposed to like take a phone call, and I was like, wait, what's the name of the place again? I couldn't think of it. I literally couldn't think of it. It's not horrible, but you know I'm gonna complain. But it sucks kinda. Today somebody asked me, they're like, do you enjoy working here? And then she saw my face and we both just started laughing. But yeah. I'm really at a point. Wow, Electric. Is this the same one? Are you the same one, you little fucking weirdo? But you're probably older now, huh? What the fuck was I saying? I'm getting to the point where it makes more sense to do this instead of work the job I'm working. Wow, how are you, man? So the more that I get toward that point, or I'm at that point, the more resentment I have for the job, I think. I think that's just where I'm at. And get on the roids, make the job better, and microdose shrooms. Nice. What are you drinking? Just some stuff. Just some pineapple soda and other stuff. I'm thriving, Electric. I'm thriving. I'm manifesting. He was throwing shade at Attack on Titan. From what I understand, he shits on like Eren Yeager a lot because there's a lot of fanboys of him because he's like some, he's on some weird shit. I think we can all agree he's on some weird shit. But yeah, I don't know. All right, you guys ready? I don't. It's not the fucking shit's not full, but let's just get fucking started so we can get through this shit. Exactly, Electric. I have not watched one basketball game all year. Literally, not one. So, Eric, here's the thing. Okay. We premiered it on Twitch a couple of DLs ago. The members, they have the video. They got it. I secured a deal for an ad and shit, but it's the weekend, so they're supposed to send me things to put in there. I'm always going to be transparent with my cult, okay? I forgot. People don't do shit over the fucking weekends except for me because I work so hard. So I'm waiting for them to send me the shit. I might just make the whole thing tomorrow, but they still have to approve it. So I'm thinking like Monday at the earliest. Monday, Tuesday at the latest. Justin, I did what I could. F.D Signifier made me gay. Cool. I didn't know he was this powerful. All right, let's get this fucking video started. I've watched the first 52 seconds, but that's it. What's our cult name? Maddie, we still need one. That's the thing. We still need one. You guys gave me some good ones, and I wrote them down, but I have... How many fucking notebooks I have? So I don't know which note, and there's another one behind this. So I don't know which notebook I wrote it down in. Oh, and there's another one right here. So I don't know. I gotta look through them, but yeah. Lorraine, welcome back. Electric, fuck off. Do I like men? Like in a normal way? Sure, I like everybody. In theory. Am I sexually attracted to men? No. Alright, let's get started. Wait, let me make myself a little bit bigger because I'm the main character. Alright, let's go. You guys ready? Alright, Electric. I will fucking ban your little weird ass, alright? I know you're on some shit earlier. I will tolerate none of that. Thank you for the fucking 1.5. We absolutely have to speed this shit up. Alright, let's go. Another content warning. Hopefully you guys can handle a little racism.
People don't like comparing athletes to slaves, and I get the obvious reasons why that comparison isn't a one-to-one example.
All right, starting off strong.
But what they often miss in fighting against that comparison is that the psychological framework of what makes sports appealing, especially for a lot of white fans of these types of sports, is definitely rooted in a racist, anti-black, and plantation mentality.
Oh, we just got a text back from the other stream. For Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday after 5:30. All right, we gotta set that up. All right, the God stream coming soon. Cooking, okay, this is good. I need somebody who's a fan of him to keep me somewhat grounded, okay? Because we kind of lost it yesterday. So I'm trying to stay calm. I'm trying to be good faith, as they say. I'm trying to listen to his points and not just fucking go off. I'm going to try my absolute best, okay? I promise.
Players, whether they're highly skilled or lowly skilled, whether they are Boy Scouts or Predators, as long as they reproduce a particular framework of white supremacist hierarchy, they're fine. And as soon as they're not, then there's a problem.
Oh boy. Honestly, I'm going to play it at normal just because the way he talks makes me so angry. It's so hard for me to focus. I already need to go back.
It's hierarchy, as long as they reproduce a particular framework.
Okay, wait, give me a little bit.
Scouts or Predators, as long as they reproduce a particular framework of white supremacist hierarchy, they're fine. And as soon as they're not, then there's a problem.
It's like, I know, I'm trying to ignore all the times he says, like, white supremacy and patriarchy and blah, blah, blah. I'm not letting that get to me. I'm just, fucking dodging those, and I'm just really trying to stay in the pocket and listen, all right?
This is Sekou. He's my oldest son. He likes Minecraft and soccer and basketball, and I'm almost positive he's a future shonen protagonist, at least in his own mind. He's super competitive, he loves family time, he's passionate and sensitive, and he's almost always in a good mood. Personality-wise, he's actually a lot like his mom in that regard. But physically, he's a lot like his dad. Sekou, like me, is...
Weedy, I think the stream got cut because it was, I don't know. I didn't get anything. I just got a notice for a copyright claim. I didn't even look who the fuck it was from. I was just making sure I didn't get a strike. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that the fucking 106 or whatever the fuck we were listening to, they cut this stream because they pussy as fuck. So fuck them.
Even at 8, you can see power and thickness in his legs and his torso. He's strong and quick, though unfortunately, much like his dad, he's pretty uncoordinated, at least right now. It's quite possible that Sekou could grow up to be a great athlete. He already loves sports, and he's kind of a natural for being on a team with his level of competitiveness and his passion and positivity. But from
Brian,
the day I knew the sex of my child, I was immediately wary about sports for him, to the point where I purposefully avoided engaging him with any sports for most of his life. Sekou barely touched a basketball or football or soccer or anything till he was almost 6 years old. In retrospect, that's probably why he's so uncoordinated now. This is the opposite of how I was raised.
I mean, I feel like that's kind of normal, right? Like, what are you supposed to be dribbling when you're fucking 2? Like 6? Still young. I wouldn't let him touch a basketball when he was 2 years old. Like, okay, I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about raising children, obviously, but I feel like that's probably normal, right? He looks like he orders milk at the bar. Fair.
I came from an extended family of athletes in a city where Michael Jordan was the GOAT, but Mike Ditka was God. My brother was a really good high school athlete that played football at the college level. My sister broke state records in track and almost made it to the Olympics.
Damn.
Many of my cousins were accomplished in sports, but me, I was really good at Tekken. I've never been too competitive, which is good because I've also never been all that athletic. But you wouldn't be able to tell from how I look. In fact...
Yes, I can. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to say that. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, we all thought you were in the fucking NFL, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? There's okay. I probably cut him off. My bad. I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's more. I'm sorry. Those were some residuals from yesterday. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was fucked up.
Especially when I was younger and less flabby, you'd have sworn I was a good athlete, to the point where I remember vividly.
Let me see some pics, bro. Pause.
Age of my son, only 8, that I would have adult men approach me and ask me if I played football or wanted to play for their little league team. They would say things like, "You got the body of a football player."
That's weird. I mean, you could see that, yeah.
Which I didn't understand much then. I understand better now, but
you're just like a big dude. You're like a big guy. I don't really consider that to be like athletic, but I guess like in football, I don't know all the positions. But you know, the one where you don't move around a lot, that could be helpful. The one where you're just big and you run, you like fuck people up. I could see that.
Now, it was a little weird. Little weird. I think it akin to how a lot of girls feel when they start getting older and people start looking at their bodies in a sexualized fashion. It's that first moment where, as a child, you recognize that your body is something else to other people and you have no control or say in that. It's that first feeling of being objectified, and it's something that we don't talk about a lot.
Oh God, this is so. I'm already annoyed. Cooking, are you here? Am I being an asshole? I'm already annoyed. Like, you're already talking about being objectified because people see you as a fucking athlete. Like, can't you just take it as a compliment and fuck off? I agree. If somebody's talking to you when you're like 8 years old and they're like, you should join my team, it's a little weird. A little odd. But if people are looking at you and being like, you look like you play sports, I don't really see objectification. I get it, but it's like, bro, why do you have to look at every single fucking thing in your life through this lens? It's exhausting. Isn't it tiresome to look at everything? This guy watches the same fucking Miles Morales movie, the last Spider-Man movie. We all loved it. Great movie. This guy wants to talk about propaganda because his dad's a fucking police officer. I'm like, brother, are you fucking kidding me? You put yourself in this mental prison, and it's fucking exhausting to listen to you drone on and on and on everything you fucking say through this victim mentality. I'm sorry, I know I sound like a fucking Republican or whatever the fuck, but it's true. Okay, let's continue. Sorry.
A lot for boys, especially black boys, and we should. See, the reason why I'm worried about Sekou and my younger son Rohan getting involved in sports is because I recognize that
I was studying in the library. I'll be honest, I was studying in the library in summer break after 7th grade, and it was a black football coach came up to me and asked, yes, you were objectified.
There's a lot beneath the surface there. I spent 10 years teaching high school, and I had a lot of football players.
10 years?
Through my classroom.
Oh no.
And although plenty were affable, well-adjusted young men, even some of them that were from tougher backgrounds, there were clearly a lot of them who were underdeveloped mentally, emotionally, some of them under a ton of pressure that was affecting their mental health, and almost all of them were comfortable in this unique space of objectification that black boys and men sometimes enter, maybe even willingly, because that's the script that society often tends to tell us to read from. Sports can serve as a beacon to bring men and boys together where they can safely explore a fuller range of humanity and emotions. Through sports, men can appreciate platonic, non-sexual intimacy between other boys and connect with other men and make meaningful bonds, coming together for positive reasons.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of benefits from playing sports, right? You learn about teamwork, sportsmanship, integrity, hard work, blah, 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 blah. Competition, discipline. There's a lot of great things about playing in sports. But what about the patriarchy and white supremacy? Oh, wait, okay.
Because there are those other parts. There's the exploitative industry surrounding it that feeds on the life force of these boys and men. There's the macho culture underneath a lot of sports communities that's intertwined with it. That
women be sporting
that destructive behavior that harms some of these men and boys in the long run, let alone the communities they belong to and come from. And there are parts of sports that destroy these boys and men's bodies, both physically and mentally. But despite all of this,
it
again,
destroys their body mentally.
About the Bears on Sundays, proclaiming my aberration for LeBron James, and losing my shit at my son's soccer games. Everybody, this is Kirkwood. He seems to like to sit with me when I try to record. This is maybe the 5th time I've tried to record this, and the last 3 times this has happened.
Why don't you just put your cat in another fucking room then? Okay. Sorry.
You can't be purring on camera. We take for granted how deep and complex the world of athletics and that space of being an athlete is to black men, and don't engage with all the themes and lessons to be found within. So today, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to explore the precarious nature of the black male athlete. We're going to look into the concept
God, we're 6 minutes in, Jesus
of plantation
Christ.
sports and the culture that surrounds this unique space where black men are at once rewarded and deified by this athletic masculine persona, but at the same time,
he didn't get a white cat. You guys are mad.
Based into essentially animalistic embodiments of non-humanity. And once again, I brought in some folks with much greater knowledge of this experience and the challenges connected to it. First up is Arian Foster. Arian played 8 years in the NFL, was a 4-time Pro Bowler, and was one of the best running backs in the league for the bulk of his career.
I'm gonna call you Nam. I know. Why do you have this ugly ass green screen wall if you don't use it as a green screen? I'll never understand it. Do you think you will make a shorter video on this guy? Well, I'm not making a video about F.D Signifier. He might be a part of the next video. Not the one that's coming out in a couple days, but the one I'm going to start writing soon. So that's why I'm looking into him.
The other great thing about Arian is that during and after his career, he's been very outspoken about social justice issues. He's dabbled in streaming, podcasting, and general social commentary. And what's really useful with Arian is that he can provide this firsthand experience of the level of sacrifice that you have to put in for being an athlete of his caliber, starting at a very young age.
I came from nothing. Like, I'm talking about food stamps, EBT cards. Like, I don't even know if they do EBT cards anymore, but I came from that.
Yeah.
I think initially, right, because I grew up in the circumstances I grew up in, my entire goal was to get out of it, right?
Makes
it was
sense.
just to leave. It was to, I don't care what I got to do and who I got to kill. I'm going to get up out of here. That's your mindset. All of the emotional toll that you accrue throughout that time, it takes a back seat to the goal. And that's dangerous. The detriment I did to my emotional health and mental health throughout that entire journey, college and pros, man, there's a lot of things like I wish I could do differently, man.
What Arian's getting at here.
Well, can you please give us some examples? I think it's hard for us laymen to feel bad for the fucking NFL player when they're like, oh, the things I did to my mental health to get to the NFL. Like, what? Like, I'm trying to empathize, but my initial thought process is, bro, fuck off. You're in the fucking NFL. You're a college athlete. It's so hard being a D1 football player. So, like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear that stupid shit. But if you give me examples, then maybe I will understand where you're coming from. This is the second time I've been wanting that from an FD Sig video. I'm trying to empathize with your position, but it's so difficult. One, because the way you speak English makes me want to fucking... I'm on the internet, I can't say that. Makes me want to fucking do bad things, but... Oh, fuck it, let's just keep going. I give up.
Want to start this headspace that young.
Wait, what the fuck did that say?
What Arian's getting at here,
plantation
is where I want to start. This headspace that young black boys have to enter into to prepare themselves for the level of exploitation and sacrifice that they have to put themselves through in order to seek out a career as a professional athlete. As Arian mentioned, and as I alluded to with myself and my son, early on, black boys begin to internalize the limitations the world has in seeing them as fully human, or at least even just as themselves. Black boys and black children in general suffer with what social scientists call adultification, which is basically when children are assigned psychological and physical features of adults when they're children based on social, racial, and ethnic biases. For black girls, this tends to happen around sexuality. Black girls are seen as older, less innocent, less worthy of protection. This same phenomenon was relevant with Tamir Rice, the 12-year-old black boy who was shot by police back in 2016. Tamir Rice was only 12 years old and was playing with a toy gun out in the field when the police were called, and the police pulled up on him and shot him immediately, assuming that this was a black man with a gun.
Shots fired, male down, black male, maybe 20.
But in this case, when we talk about adultification, what I really think about is how we've normalized black children in general, but especially black boys, taking on adult masculine embodiments in terms of their maturity or their character or their work ethic, things that are championed in sports. But what can happen is that this identity of being a young athlete and being a leader and possibly a future provider or commodity in a household overpowers their identity of just being a child.
Okay, fuck, I was reading comments. I have to go backwards. I have to go backwards. Fucking kill me. But yeah, like, yeah, I mean, most people would kill to be in that position, in theory, at least. Like, it sounds fucking cool. Even being a college athlete sounds cool. Fucking everybody wants to fuck you and shit. You probably go to parties. You're the cool guy. For us normies, right? So if you want to fucking play the card, like, oh, I'm a victim, it was so hard for my mental health, blah, 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 all that pussy shit, then give us some examples, and they'll be like, oh shit, yeah, that sounds horrible. Because right now, all I'm imagining is you being fucking dope. I know you work hard, you work out and shit, but I don't know. Every kid wanted to be in the cast with that, with the feet shit. What? Cooking what? No, I personally don't like him because he's just another bread tuber. Cooking what are you talking about? I'm confused.
Ethic, things that are championed in sports, but what can happen is that this
I'm saying we can. You just got to give me a reason to.
Identity of being a young athlete and being a leader and possibly a future provider or commodity in a household overpowers their identity of just being a child. In those first few years where a black boy plays a sport,
all right. I mean, I guess. I feel like when a kid, I don't know, I'm assuming even a poor black child, because I'm guessing that's what he's talking about. I don't think he's talking about like black kids in the suburbs. I feel like when they're like, I want to be in the NFL, I don't think they're like, well, I need to be the man of the household and take care of my future wife and children. And how am I going to do that in this patriarchal society? Well, I'm athletic, so I need to take advantage of my, I don't think they're thinking about it that deep. I think they're thinking, holy shit, I just saw fucking Kyrie Irving drop 70 on TV. His handles are crazy. Everybody fucking loves this guy. He's fucking dope as shit. He's on private jets. He's fucking partying and shit. Well, Kyrie Irving maybe was a bad example, but you get what I'm saying. He's winning championships. That shit looks dope. Fuck yeah, I want to be that guy. I feel like that's... Oh, and I play basketball. He plays basketball. I can do that too. I feel like that's as far as it goes with them. I don't know if they're thinking about it that deeply, but maybe I'm wrong.
He's probably just a kid having fun, at most idolizing and imitating the sports stars that he sees on TV. But at some point, when somebody notices that a boy has this natural talent, he goes from being a kid playing a game to a prospective commodity. Thus, we might see boys as young as 12 or 13 years old begin to carry the pressure and weight of professional athletics, but without the compensation. Take, for instance, the story of Eddie Curry, a story icon of witnessed firsthand.
Who are
Eddie
these
Curry
people?
played in the NBA for 11 years, from 2011 to 2012. But before then, he was a really big kid from my hometown right outside of Chicago, Illinois.
Okay.
And he and I actually went to the same schools from elementary until I graduated from high school a year before he did. I vividly remember the first time seeing Eddie when I was a fourth grader. And when you're like a little kid, psychologically you correlate size with authority because the adults are the people in charge and the adults are all bigger than you. But I remember when I saw Eddie,
Hunter,
he was as big
I'm not going to argue with you
as any adult in the school, and my brain just could not compute how this kid who was as big as other adults was also younger than me. That said, I want to make sure it's clear.
Oh, God, who cares?
I was not friends with Eddie Curry in high school or middle school, but it was impossible not to know who he was. Like, I may have shared one or two words with him over the course of those years going to school with him, but you knew that at some point in time, this guy that was walking through the school at 6'11", 300 pounds was going to be a millionaire NBA athlete. That's just what you understood from the outside looking in. However, the actual story for Eddie is unfortunately much darker and uglier. Eddie never really panned out in the NBA. He struggled with his health and suffered significant personal tragedy during his playing time, something that he wrote about in a blog post for the Players Tribune. In this post, he talks about all the difficult things that his career in basketball brought to him.
He is
but
the
for
yapper.
me, the most heartbreaking part was when he had to stop being a kid and start being a prospect. When I was a kid, I just wanted to play video games and ride bikes and hang out with my friends. I actually tried to avoid hoops. What did me in, though, was that I was tall. When middle school rolled around, my friends started talking constantly about how I should play basketball. Every day they pressured me to try out for the 7th grade team, and for a while I actually managed to resist. But before you know it, word gets out about the huge kid playing at Dirksen, and I have AAU dudes showing up at my house to recruit me and meet my parents. And me, I'm just totally not into it. The first one of those visits, I'll never forget it. While the coaches are there making a pitch to my mom, I'm sitting on the floor.
Okay, this might be preemptive. I don't know if I use that word correctly, right? This is the thing about this fucking great country, USA, we live in. You have options. Yes, if you're fucking 6'9" in 8th grade, holy shit, bro. You have this crazy opportunity to be in the NBA and make millions of dollars playing a children's game. Hey, maybe you kind of have to dedicate your life to it, but hey, you got a great shot of making it. How many people are 6'9" at your age? Like 0.01%? I don't know if that's accurate. It's probably not, but you get what I'm saying. Try it. And yes, people are going to be pushy, especially when you live in a fucking basketball town. People are going to get on your fucking nerves. But you can, and your parents can tell them to fuck off. It's probably going to get annoying. How tall are you? Do you play basketball? Do you play basketball? Do you play basketball? Every single fucking person in your life is going to ask you if you play basketball. But I went to high school and he wasn't my teacher, but he taught at the school, was 6'9". He didn't play basketball. He just lived his life as a tall freak. Now I look at him as a loser. I'm kidding. No, I'm not. I look at him as a failure. Okay? I'm like, why wouldn't you be in the NBA? You're a clown. You threw away this opportunity. But I also don't see him bitching about how he was pressured into joining the NBA. Again, something people would fucking kill for. If you don't want to do it, then don't fucking do it. I'm sorry, people are going to ask you why you don't play basketball. That's probably never going to end. But it's okay. There's also huge benefits of being that tall. Like being able to play basketball. Or really, that's probably it. Being physically intimidating. No one's going to fucking try to fight that dude who's 7 feet tall. So you got that on your side. But you're going to die early. I'm sorry. You can blame white supremacy for that if you want to. You're going to die early, probably. And most things are probably going to be really uncomfortable for you. Picking clothes is going to be difficult. You know what I mean? Finding shoes, all that. So, I mean, you might as well just play basketball. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, the white supremacy, they win. Just play basketball. It's stupid not to. I don't even remember my point.
Train set. The whole time I'm fiddling with those
Zen,
trains,
what up?
just kind of thinking to myself, that sounds like a terrible idea. I'm not signing up for no AAU team. That seems like a damn job.
And this is the thing what they say about the NBA, right? Like, there's a lot of people who are just there because they're tall and they fucking suck. I'm guessing this dude was one of those people because he doesn't like basketball. He just plays it because he fucking has to. So when this guy's going against the motherfucker who's the same height, just as athletic, but loves it, he's going to get fucking destroyed. I'm assuming that's probably why his career didn't pan out. Now, that's a huge assumption because I know nothing about this person, but I'm just taking a swing at it.
It was like, how about you just...
There's no link between height and early death? Are you sure about that? Because I will get to Googling.
Let me play with my trains and leave me be. In the end, it was Eddie's mother who decided that she would essentially become a professional basketball player
Then blame her.
at 13. A hard but understandable decision that robbed Eddie of his childhood, but positioned him to make immense, life-changing generational wealth. There is a complex dynamic in play for parents who have to decide what's best for their hyper-talented child athletes. Elvion Brule is a sports agent and author who has managed numerous
Also, how is this specifically linked to black people? If he was white, would he not be in the exact same position? I don't understand.
Football players and written 2 books hoping to guide mothers of athletes through the complex pathway of prep and college sports.
70% of student athletes that attend Division I football or play Division I football, I should say, in the NCAA come from a single parent household. And majority in that are women, and majority are women of color. And so it's real. I wrote that in my book.
They target people who don't have options.
Mental health.
I don't know about that. I think if I'm a fucking coach and I see somebody who's 7 feet tall, I don't think, oh, what's their economic background? I think I want that kid on my fucking team because he's going to make my team better. I don't think it's that deep. I mean, there's a difference between Fall Guys and boxing and a motherfucker who's 7 feet tall at 13 years old. I know I'm being hyperbolic, but you get what I'm saying. With the fucking AAU, like, you are a freak of nature, and your freak of natureness is a huge asset to my team. Come, join me. I don't think it's, oh, well, this kid, yeah, this 7 foot tall 13-year-old, he's great and everything, but his dad makes $300K a year, so I'm not going to ask him to join the team. Like, I don't know about all that. It just doesn't make sense.
All the time, like, at the end of the day, they're humans first. And we're in an industry that objectify them in a way that sometimes we act like they're not humans. And
you'd hate on them, Chobo, because you know that's not your child.
Sometimes I've been at Pee Wee Park ball games and watch a parent say, yeah, he's 4 running, talking about, yeah, he's going to buy me a house when he go to the NFL. That's the thing.
And that's a dog shit parent. That is a dog shit parent, and they should lose their fucking kid right then and there.
One of this sentiment is also seen in sociologist Scott M. Brooks' book, Black Men Can't Shoot, where he follows several young boys as an AAU coach and mentor, documenting the nature of these boys' journey to pursue collegiate and hopefully professional athletic careers. Within this time, he explains the complex set of relationships and dynamics in play for these boys coming from impoverished environments and their need to effectively engage in professional work, all for the goal of accessing opportunity. And not just an opportunity in terms of money, but an opportunity to reframe their identity away from the common stereotypes of black men and boys into something that is revered, not just in the black community, but presumably in the world as a whole. Black men have a unique socioeconomic position. They are not considered real men, at least by the standards of masculinity set by the wider society.
Let's really dive in. Black men have a unique socioeconomic position. They are not considered real men. By whom? At least by the standards of masculinity set by the wider society. I feel like these 3 sentences don't even make fucking sense. Like, what is they are not considered real men, at least by the standards of masculinity set by a wider... What does that even mean? Maybe.
Young black males do not wholly accept this presumption of criminality.
I think this is a quote from the book, right?
Nor do they see themselves as failures. Instead, they see society as skewed and opportunities largely determined by factors beyond their control. Thus, they imagine how they might succeed via mainstream paths and institutions. Young men in South Philly become basketball players because it is a positive identity, an alternative to being in the street, and a possible means of escaping poverty.
Okay, let's break this down. Young black males do not wholly accept their presumption of criminality. Nor do they see themselves as failures. Instead, they see society as skewed and opportunities largely determined by factors beyond their control. Again, we're really getting lost in the sauce here. Imagine how they might succeed via mainstream paths and institutions. Young men in South Philly because it is a positive identity, an alternative being in the street, and a positive means of escaping. I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know if this is the correct argument or whatever, but isn't it just like everybody wants to be successful, right? And you kind of do what you see. So when you see people playing basketball, everybody around you wants to be a fucking basketball player, like you kind of look toward that, or because it's always on fucking TV, or your uncle's talking about it, your dad's talking about blah, 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 blah. You want to do that. And isn't that the problem? Again, the repubs were always saying, like, the white kid wants to be the engineer and everybody in the fucking black wants to be a rapper or a basketball player. So I'm not quite sure what he's saying here. Scott and Brooks, I'm a little bit confused, especially when you're saying young black males do not wholly accept their presumption of criminality. I don't even know what that means. Nor do they see themselves as failures. Like, what does that sentence mean? What does it actually mean? I genuinely don't know.
So overall, this idea of just putting
I think
child...
he wrote that book that he was referring to earlier. Sure, they want to be rappers too, but I would say at a smaller scale, right? That's kind of the stereotype, is it not?
Who has great talent into this athletic identity and persona, though costing possibly that child's...
And I'm saying again, that's just like the stereotype. Is it reality? I'm sure to some extent. I don't have the fucking data in front of me to really stand on that, but you know, isn't that like what the people say?
Still seems like not such a problematic idea, because the opportunities that may come from that, especially if that child is coming from poverty, will be life-changing. However, this does not happen in a vacuum, and there are social and financial economies that are built on and around these boys, even at the lowest level. Even the ones who are only marginally talented prospects to make it to those higher levels are still highly valued commodities in these youth sports economies. Basketball players as young as 13 will travel the country and practice dozens of hours a week for AAU basketball. Football players are scooped up to attend private academies and constantly going to football camps to try to associate themselves with high-level football programs. The stakes are much higher than people think, even at this low level. For a boy, though, it's still pretty simple. Do whatever you want so you can get out of poverty or attain this identity using your body. But for the parents, it's still super complex. First, you have to navigate this winding web of maximizing opportunities for your child, protecting your child, and at the same time, figuring out what you're doing as a parent. And we see this in the media manifested in movies like Blue Chips. Blue Chips is a 1994 movie starring Nick Nolte and an ensemble cast. Nolte plays Pete Bell, a winning basketball coach who hasn't won a lot lately because he just doesn't have good enough players to compete with his competition. What he realizes is that the competition is getting the best players because they're cheating. They're providing illegal benefits to these players to get them to sign with their team. And Bell doesn't want to do this. We'll get to that a little later when we get to the NCAA.
I know the amount of money that it's going to take to buy out your contract is the same that it's going to take to get Butch and Ricky to sign letters of intent.
We don't buy athletes.
However, it becomes clear to Bell that he's going to have to play the game in order to win the game. And he eventually meets up with Alfre Woodard's character, who plays the mother of a generational basketball prospect. She puts up a stern and incisive front to the numerous old men looking to come recruit her son, and also illegally charges $1,000 just to talk to him. And when Nick Nolte tries to guilt her into rejecting these illegal actions that benefit her, she comes with, I think, the best possible statement you can come when somebody tries to sell you on some bullshit.
Miss McRae, do you really want your son to start out life by learning how to bend and break the rules? I mean, what's he gonna be when he grows up and then he's out in the world? Now he's
I'm not even gonna comment on this. I'm just gonna leave that alone.
Responsible and leader of other young men. What's he gonna become?
I mean it.
Mothers are a huge deal in this world because, unfortunately,
you kind of hyped that up. I get it. It was kind of a good line, but all right, I guess. All right, whatever. All right, whatever. All right, I guess.
A lot of these young black athletes, they are coming from fatherless.
I wish I'd seen this movie to see if he was like, if that woman sucks ass in the movie or not, but I really don't know, and I really don't care.
Possibly being a fatherless household, it does not mean that other black men are not stepping up to play a father's role in these boys' lives. In the documentary More Than a Game, which looks at the high school career of LeBron James, Drew Joyce, the mentor and high school coach of LeBron James, talks about how difficult it was for him to be a father figure to all these boys, but also coach them, including his own son, Drew Joyce Jr.
I was very hard on him, and it hurt our relationship. For a long time, it wasn't father or son. It was coach player.
Sometimes he'd break me down in the game and I couldn't get through it.
Maybe I went overboard. I had enough sense one time to ask Drew if I was being too hard on him. And he told me yes.
This creates a complex dynamic for a lot of these black men who are coaching and training and supporting these young black athletes. The outcomes can vary greatly. A lot of men lead into tough love, which might definitely result in success for young black athletes, but can also make it easier for them to buy into their own dehumanization.
And the culture is abusive in nature. Like,
Thank you.
I can hear it now. Whenever I criticize the culture of football, like there's always critics that say, "Oh, it's soft. The boys need it," and I'm like, "Listen, bro. I used to get in trouble with my coaches all the time because they would be motherfucking me. Motherfucker, you gotta fucking run and you gotta do that." And I used to be like, "Dog, listen. All you gotta do is tell me what I gotta do. You don't gotta yell at me. Like that shit. I don't know why you feel like that's cool."
These older black men are often in tough positions because a lot of us are coming from the perspective that we were given to have to break down young black boys and discipline them and give them tough love in order for them to be strong enough to deal with the reality that is growing up as a black man in America. At the same time, the results of that aren't always the greatest. And you can see that there's better ways of doing that. You have guys like Jason Wilson, who's a karate teacher in Detroit, who can teach all of these conservative ideologies of discipline and responsibility, but you don't see him yelling and being extra towards his youth. It's a complex situation, but even when it's not done perfectly, you can at least appreciate when you know it's being done in the benefit of the child. Because the reality is there are countless entities seeking to exploit these boys even before they get to college, and you don't ever know who you're dealing with as a parent or a teacher or a coach. One example being the Bishop Sycamore scandal from this past year that was covered by Flimlo Raps, a football and lifestyle creator who makes long-form examinations of college and NFL athletes, but humanizes them in a way that most people don't.
More practically, how to operate within that. Right. You feel me? So now you understand what's going on. You know Nick Saban don't love you. He'll love you, man. He doing his job. You do your job. So you respect him. You show him respect. You do what you're supposed to do. But the whole time, you get your NIL money. You stack that up. You take that class that they told you really didn't need because you want that for yourself. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? You journal. You have to basically invest in yourself and put the knowledge in yourself. Mm-hmm. And all the information on the internet at this point, the only thing is, I don't think most athletes understand that it's necessary and that the colleges ain't gonna do it, bro. And it ain't even really their job. Boy. You know what I'm saying? They can't do it.
Money that college athletes can earn by using their name. Oh, okay. So when you use your name and likeness, okay, got it. In college,
like they can't teach you about black consciousness, like because they're not that. You know what I'm saying? They're not even there for that. They're there for a whole nother thing.
There are so many families and mothers of these talented boys flailing at anything that they think can provide opportunities for their sons. Thus, so much power is put into the hands of these types of coaches. And it can be difficult to know if you're giving your kid over to a Coach Carter being the legendary basketball coach over in California that was well known for putting discipline and character and education over basketball, versus David Bliss. David Bliss was the head coach of the Baylor University basketball team in Waco, Texas from 1999 to 2003. In 2003, one of the Baylor players, Patrick Dennehy, was killed by his friend and teammate, Carlton Dotson. This story, I still don't really know all the details on it. It's a complex and tragic situation. Dotson was said.
Name is Conservative Value. Hilarious. I don't think you're going to like my next video. We're watching F.D Signifier. How black athletes are exploited. He still hasn't said anything that really has to do explicitly, as he would say, with black people, which is frustrating. But, you know, from yesterday, I've learned not to expect much. Is actually saying something now. Is he? I haven't heard him say shit yet, but you know, I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Had to be going through a psychotic break at the time. Him and Dennehy were fearing for their lives for some reason, which caused them to buy firearms, and they were at a fire range when they got into an argument and Dotson shot Dennehy. Overall, it's a tragic situation, but the ugly part is what David Bliss did after the fact, because he realized he needed to save his ass. See, David Bliss was illegally paying the tuition of both of these players out of pocket to get them on the team. And I'll talk later about how I really don't care about breaking NCAA rules, but when it was time for him to cover his tracks after this incident, Bliss decided to fabricate a story that the altercation was a dispute over a drug issue.
This is off camera, but he was selling drugs. He sold to all the white guys on campus.
Patrick Dennehy was selling drugs?
Oh yeah. I mean, you don't think I'm he was the worst.
No, I haven't found that.
I know, but I'm telling you.
He tried to get the rest of his team to go along with the story, including one of his coaches, who eventually blew the whistle on the whole thing. Also, at the same time, he was trying to coerce the families of these two young men to lie and say,
what does this have to do with race? That's if you want to just make this about exploitation, I feel like you could. But he has to have like his, like lefty angle. Was that true? I mean, I'm probably not. I don't know. This would be pretty stupid for him to put that in the video if it was true. So I would assume it's not true. Maybe he'll prove that later. I don't know. But obviously I don't know anything about who the fuck these people are, so I don't know. But probably not.
They were paying the tuition. The saddest thing, the thing that kind of shows you how perilous this reality of being coached and being in sports is that this dude, David Bliss, never went to jail for anything and kept coaching at various levels until 2018. That coach-young athlete relationship is incredibly critical because it can dictate a lot of the future outcomes for these boys heading into these complex and in many ways perilous situations. But going back to my first point, even when everything is great, when you have a strong support system and good coaching and positivity surrounding this child, we are still talking about a child. Going back to the LeBron documentary, you can see that somewhere along the line, LeBron had received immense coaching on responding to the media, being a leader and keeping his emotions in check, and just generally trying to avoid making the normal mistakes that a teenage boy should be able to make. LeBron spoke of turning to marijuana as a way of managing this type of pressure and anxiety.
Oh no.
Because LeBron,
a high school kid, was getting stressed out and wanted to smoke weed. What a fucking tragedy. Wow, how did he handle it? Like, shut up. Doesn't he realize how much of a bitch he sounds like when he says this stupid bullshit? Like, yeah, bro, this is fucking America. This is how it works. When you have value, people want it from you. The more value you have, the more leverage you have. If you're a fucking idiot and you don't know how to do anything with the leverage that you have, then you're a fucking idiot and you're going to fuck it up. Race isn't really involved in that. You can say, well, because black people were fucked over, a lot more of them are poor and they don't know how to use the value, blah, blah, blah. If you want to make that argument, fine, you can. But holy shit, bitch, we're 25 minutes into your dog shit video and you haven't said anything that makes any fucking sense when it comes to black people. I don't get it. You've said a bunch of bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm trying again, but I'm getting so fucking annoyed. It's like, bro, just make one solid point. I'm trying my best. I'm trying, but fuck, this is infuriating. He just drones on and on and on and doesn't say anything of substance ever, like not once. Once. Jay, you can call when we're done with this video. I have to finish it. Well, I don't have to, but I want to. God. Like, LeBron is a billionaire, right? Like, that's the trade-off. Like, yes, you're gonna have pressure on you. You're gonna have people that are all up in your shit. But you know what you get? Fame, admiration, and an insane amount of fucking money. If you want that, here, it's yours. And you want me to fucking be like, oh my God, how did he do it? I don't know. Shut up. Shut up. Does he not realize that most people are like poor and have a shitty job? And you want me to empathize with these fucking multimillionaires who play children's games They don't even do it every day. They don't even do it every day. Like, bruh, are you kidding me? Give me something. Give me something. If you want to talk about Michael Jackson with his fucking dad beating his ass because he can't fucking get the song right, that makes sense to me. Yeah, incredibly famous, rich, blah, 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 but holy shit, his childhood was fucked up. That's something I can empathize with. That's something I can understand. But LeBron James, well, he talked about turning to marijuana because he was stressed out in high school. Do you hear yourself when you say stupid ass shit like that? Like, do you fucking hear how stupid you sound? Do you, am I crazy? Am I crazy? A high school kid smokes weed. Holy fuck. You're a fucking idiot. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me calm down. I said I was going to be calm.
James was an international superstar at 16. And we forget that for every LeBron James or Kevin Garnett, there's a Lenny Cook or a Ronnie Fields, young black boys who didn't have that support system or just weren't as lucky as LeBron and Kevin to make it that far without falling into these traps. And the scary thing...
Yes, I agree. That's how it works. If you're not on your shit, you'll fuck up the opportunity. Sometimes people are given opportunities and they fuck them up. Happens all the time.
For a guy like Ronnie Fields or Lenny Cook is that all that potential, all that sacrifice from childhood, if you don't make it, you don't make it. And you don't.
That's the thing with jobs like that. It's high risk, high reward. Same thing with damn near anything in the entertainment field. I could spend my whole fucking life playing guitar, but if nobody wants to buy my album, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? That's how it works. That's why you make so much fucking money, because it's high risk, high reward. Again, that's why most people shouldn't fucking do it. And again, what does this have to do with black people? I don't get it. How are black athletes specifically exploited? All you've said is a bunch of general, obvious bullshit. I'm tired of this.
Don't get that time back.
Sorry.
At the same time, LeBron was lucky enough to skip probably the most perilous and exploited the time frame for these boys, which is their time in collegiate sports. For those lucky few that are good enough to make it to college and be college athletes,
there's a lot of
the
things.
grinder really.
A lot of things in play. Luck, huge. Work ethic, timing, which I guess could go back into luck. Like he said, your family structure, your friends, all that shit is gonna factor into you succeeding when you're trying to do something where you have less than a 1% chance of succeeding in that thing. How consistent you are, all those things matter.
While in youth sports, they're still.
But blaming the white supremacist system is fucking stupid. And I was actually thinking about this today. This is why I wanted to stream, right? Because this motherfucker is always talking about white supremacy this, white supremacy that, right? And I think we would all agree that this country was made by whites. There were some other people here, some brown people. Well, I don't know why I did me. They didn't really look like me, but they weren't white. White people came, fucked it up, took it over, right? Fucked up. We all know that was not chill. But obviously this country has changed over time, right? I don't think the racism is totally gone. I'm not going to be like, we had a black president, so everything is perfect. But like, is there anything in his mind, I wonder, that could make America not a white supremacist country, right? Because eventually they said whites aren't going to be the majority. So would that have an effect? Are there any other laws that would have an effect to not make this a white supremacist country? Because obviously white people are the major right now in everything, right? Or most things that matter. But like, if we have more black people in parliament or whatever the fuck, would that help? Like, is there anything that could change his mind is my question. Or is it just white supremacist? It was built off of racism, so it's racist forever. Like, I wonder how that works for him.
Under the care of adults, but in college, they're expected to act independently and as adults, all while having more freedom and more temptation with less oversight and higher stakes. All the while making
Chobo, what is wrong with you?
billions of dollars that they never get a real fraction of. So let's finally talk about...
Oh, Lord, what the fuck did this guy just say? What did you just say? Let's go back. Let's go back.
Those lucky few that are good enough to make it to college and be college athletes, the grinder really begins. While in youth sports, they're still under the care of adults, but in college, they're expected to act independently and as adults, all while having more freedom and more temptation with less oversight and higher stakes. All the while making billions of dollars that they never get a real fraction of.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I always thought the NCAA rules were fucking insane. Like, you can use my likeness to sell fucking jerseys and shit, but I don't get a cut and I'm not allowed to make money. Get the fuck out of here. I always thought that was total bullshit. And that's like slavery-esque. Oh, well, you get a free education. Oh, wow. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Fuck off. But I mean, like he said in this video, they were getting paid under the table the whole fucking time. So I was like, you know what I mean? But yeah, NCAA, that shit is evil. I'm glad that those kids are allowed to make money. I mean, it's insane that they weren't. The fact that not only did you not get a cut of your jersey sales, which should be like, definitely you should. That's obvious. But you weren't allowed to make money. They're like, no, you have to be poor. Like, who the fuck okayed that? What is the possible justification you could have for something that insane? That's bold. Yeah, I would have told fucking NCAA to suck my dick if they asked me to do some stupid bullshit like that. But, you know, whatever. I'm joining the G League.
So let's finally talk about the most unabashedly awful corporate entity in the United States, the NCAA. And it's hard to even know where to start here. While originally the NCAA was meant to govern fairness in college athletics, and that makes sense. Now,
okay, FD, come on, man. We have to agree here. I just gave my spiel about how much I hate the fucking NCAA, how it's bullshit. I think they changed some things recently so they can make money and shit. They don't have to be poor. But, like, come on, man. Come on. This is our chance to agree on something. Please don't fuck this up.
There's awesome stories you could find.
I'm trying.
Like Secret Base about the crazy things people did to cheat in college sports in like the 20s or whatever. But since the 70s and the 80s, the NCAA has really one job, which is to make as much money as it can for itself and these colleges. And all of that is possible because the college players who make up this billion-dollar industry never seen any direct profit off of even their own names and likenesses until recently. And
very true.
Understand the new name and likenesses laws, which I'll get into later. Like for the longest time, you could, as a college football player, have your name on the back of your jersey, have your school sell your jersey with your name on it, and then not have to pay you a dime for it.
22nd ranked Georgia will have to get by without star receiver A.J. Green for a while. The wideout was suspended by the NCAA for 4 games Wednesday for selling his jersey from last season's Independence Bowl for $1,000 to someone who qualifies as an agent.
And make no mistake.
Insane.
We are talking about college football and basketball. There are 20 some odd NCAA sports, and no disrespect to baseball players and water polo or whatever, but all the money is coming from black bodies that put on cleats and shoot free throws. It is what it is. And also that means we have to start talking about the men.
Probably most of it. I feel like all is a little disrespectful, but probably most of it.
Behind the curtain. In the program, probably one of the most underrated football movies of all time. The movie starts with a rich white coach losing the last game of a season and then immediately has to answer to his older, richer, whiter overseer in the form of an athletic director who complains about the fact
everything he fucking views is through race. Everything he talks about is through this racial lens. Like, bro, how exhausting is that? I must be really tiresome to live your fucking life like that.
That their old rich white overseers, aka donors, benefactors, and corporate sponsors don't like the team losing. And so the solution that all these white men have is to go find young black boys to play on the team.
2 so-so seasons is having a damaging effect on our fundraising. The alumni and the legislature are unhappy, and they vote with their checkbooks.
And in the program, he does this. He finds Darnell Jeffrey, your typical...
Like, I don't know shit about football, right? But I know Johnny Manziel was a thing. I know that motherfucker was making a lot of money. Am I crazy? He was a thing. Or when it comes to, like, Duke basketball, what's that fucking JJ Redick? Or who was the other one that everybody hated? Like, let's not act like there's not like white athletes who just make a fuck ton of money.
Elite athletes.
Now Asians, you guys got to step it up. I'm not gonna lie to you.
From an impoverished and rough background, looking to use his athleticism to pull himself out of poverty, and like I said, makes perfect sense. The movie doesn't spend a lot of time talking about Darnell alone. It's an omnibus of stories all connecting to the concept of the program, these big college football programs with all these moving features and intertwining and concerning stories. And it's no coincidence that this team from the movie is clearly based off the Florida State Seminoles of the 90s, which...
You know what? I do have to give credit to FD. Maybe it's just because I lowered the speed, but I can understand him much better in this video than the last. So I want to congratulate him and honestly, personally thank him for that, because I actually understand what he's saying a lot of the time. So the last video, my brain was fucking destroyed, but this time I get it. So thank you.
Coached by
or balling in the what? Fuck,
Bobby
the little
Bowden,
heart thing is
who recently died. In fact, Bobby Bowden's death was the reason why
you guys are not putting asses in seats. I'm sorry, NCAA. Who's going to see Asian people play sports? I'm sorry. It's just not happening. You guys need to do better. That's all I'm saying.
I thought to make this video because after Bobby Bowden died, there was,
video
the usual outcry.
If you can consider it that. If you can consider not using a bunch of pretentious fucking words to make yourself feel better, increase in video quality, then yes.
Of man, what a great winner and what a great coach and yada yada yada. And
I think this video
Bobby Bowden
older,
was one of the most unabashedly corrupt coaches of his time frame, and especially in Florida, which in the 90s and 80s, that was just like Florida college football was insane. There aren't a lot of clear stories on the crazy stuff that happened and what's true and what's not true, but I imagine the type of stuff they depicted in the program is tame compared to what was happening in real life.
You've been seeing players get exploited, used, abused too long now for you not at this point to say, hold up, I've watched kids, literally, I swear to you, this just
exactly. That should tell you right there how tight you guys have held on to Lynn's sanity. This motherfucker had a good month. He's not even in the league. There you go. Sorry.
Somebody warned him, listen, that agent did.
And again, that's not even college.
YZ, you might have want a second guess.
Talking about college.
They still go mess with the agent. Then it happens to them. And then it's like, what do y'all think, y'all above it? I mean, it's a business. And at the end of the day, I love these universities, but they're going to always do what's best for the university. It's common sense.
The only other black player of note is Alvin Mack, who I think is still a very interesting and probably one of my favorite characters in the history of football.
But that's everything. That's just how life works. Or am I crazy? Like, you expect a college to give a fuck about you? No business is gonna. Every business, person, organization, whatever the fuck, they're going to do what is in their own best interest. And you need to make sure that you have the leverage in whatever dealings you are doing to make sure that you can do the same. So you don't have to fucking, please, beg for the scraps. Like this was begging us to fucking finish that dog shit video, which we fucking did because I'm a sucker. But I feel like that's just a much more, I feel like that's just a better message to preach. But they say that's like coon shit when you say, hey man, you have, what's it called? You have control. That's not the word I was thinking of, but you have control of the situation. You can figure it out. The keys are in your hand to do what you want to do. So fucking do it, or figure out how to do it. I just think talking about white supremacy every fucking second of every day is just what is that going to accomplish for any agency? Thank you. That is the word. You have agency. What does this do for people? I don't get it. The only one it benefits is fucking FD here. It's filling his pockets. People watching this dog shit.
Mac looks and acts like most of the other meatheads on the team, but it's clear he's highly intelligent. He seems like he has damn near a photographic memory, but he's definitely not using that to worry about school. And it's really some anti-black plantation mentality shit that we look at him not caring about school as like a character flaw when he's clearly there to play football. And this is something that he himself also understands.
Which two city-states fought in the Punic Wars?
I don't know. Detroit and Buffalo?
Oh, come on, Alvin. You're gonna be tested on this.
Rookies, you pay attention. This is what I expect out of you. Alvin, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is Mississippi State's offensive set. 2nd and 2 on our own 24. What defensive set might we call?
Eagle zipper hero, unless the setback shifts into the eye.
Good. 3rd and 7.
Okie Thunder Lion.
What's your assignment?
Kill the quarterback.
And what I appreciate is that the film doesn't explicitly depict this as a bad thing. There is a moralistic lesson of sorts that tries to come across when Mac is injured and thus loses his prospective career. But we kind of also get the idea that something with Mac is going to give and he'll figure it out.
Alvin Mack, that linebacker again from the program, the dude was, when they asked him his assignments, like as middle linebacker, he, boom, 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 I got this, I got this, I got this. He was clearly intelligent.
Right.
He was flunking all his classes though. You feel me? Why? It's because he didn't care about, he was never interested in that.
Man, his priorities are fucked up.
And no professor, no teacher, no curriculum ever found like a common ground for him, found a way to connect what he cares about to this curriculum so that he could better understand it, get into it, and then develop.
I mean, that's one way to look at it, that the curriculum didn't bend to what this kid wants. You could also look at it and be like, hey man, you're clearly intelligent, and the likelihood of you making it as a football player, even as good as you are, is like a 5% chance. So maybe you should use your fucking brain for something other than memorizing plays for this coach who doesn't give a fuck about you. That's what I would tell my kids, and I'm dumb as shit. So what, like, again, why are you putting no agency on him? Why does the school have to fucking bend to hopefully figure out something that interests him? Because we all know they don't give a fuck about him. So you're not going to be able to change their minds and make them care about people. You saw they just started not completely fucking over these players when it comes to finances. You think they give a fuck about them when they're done using them? They don't even care about them while they're using them. So what kind of stupid fucking logic does that make? Makes no sense. Well, the school's school's never gonna give a fuck. So you figure it out, bitch, because it's your fucking life. And nobody gives a fuck about your life. That's how it works. You can say the same thing. Oh, well, your other teammates are failing. Whatever the fuck, photographic memory, man. How come you're not helping Terry out? Is it because Terry's a fucking adult and he needs to figure it the fuck out for himself? Oh, wow, that's crazy, because that's how literally everybody thinks. So I just don't understand why it's coonery to promote that, because that's the only thing, at least for now, that's going to make a change in any of these people's lives. I don't get it. But if you want to talk about that, you're racist. You hate black people. You're a coon. You're kissing the white man's ass. Blah, 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 blah. It makes no fucking sense to me. Because this shit is never going to happen.
These are the skills. With Omar Epps. When Omar Epps was like, bro, I got the $50. And he was like, my brother, he was like, we ain't supposed to get this 50. He was like, bro, you better take that damn 50. You know what I'm saying? You better understand, like, you know, you can't live off the little stipend that they're giving you. Take that 50 and you're going to get way more when you play better. You know what I'm saying? He understood that the game was messed up, but he still will operate within it. You know what I'm saying?
It's not perfect, but when you compare it, going back to Blue Chips, right? In Blue Chips, Pete Bell is clearly unhinged as a coach. And the movie depicts him as the moral center, as the good guy surrounded by a bad system. But the bad system in this case is people gaming the NCAA. At the end of the movie, after cheating against his will to try to compete, Pete Bell breaks down in a press conference and tells the truth about all the different things happening at his basketball program in order for them to win. And it's treated as this tragedy.
And it's like, I can't even trust this guy, because again, in my head, he watched that dope ass fucking Spider-Man movie, and this guy's talking about propaganda. So it's like, I can't trust your judgment on anything when it comes to movies. Really anything, but definitely not when it comes to movies.
Really, motherfucker was just snitching. Because what Pete Bell really was insinuating is that the status quo in which these young men and boys play for free for this billion-dollar industry, that's the right way to do things. Corruption in the form of paying players under...
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess that's fair. There we go. We found some common ground. I kind of agree with you. I mean, look, I think his thing was more like we shouldn't break the rules, but if you want to argue that the rules are already bullshit, then that's an argument to be had. I don't know if this movie talked about that. Maybe it did and he's just not talking about it. That would be cool if it did, but I mean, it seems like it didn't. But yeah, I mean, I think it's fair for that to be a theme of the movie. I guess, well, no, I kind of don't. Actually, I think I do agree with FD here. Because I'm like, I would never make a movie about that because I would think the system is fucked from the beginning. So it is kind of a stupid premise. All right, I think I found something I agree with him on. It only took 33 minutes and 2 videos, but you know, I think we got something. Maybe I think
the table is incredibly widespread in the NCAA.
I'm fine with the NCAA making money, but I just feel like if you're gonna make money off of people and tell them to go fuck themselves and give them nothing, I think that's super fucked up.
A list as long as my arm of the various stories you can find out here on YouTube alone about how these players are coming to these schools because they're getting money, and the schools know it, the other schools know it, and the NCAA doesn't know it, but the motherfuckers know it.
I was like, yeah, I took money under the table. I was like, there isn't a big time or even mid-tier college athlete I know that didn't take money under the table. And when I did that, I was trending on Twitter. Like, it was like a big deal. This is a labor issue, right? This is a labor issue. And what bothers the shit out of me is they have hoodwinked our brothers and our sisters into believing that you should not have fair compensation for your labor.
And the truth is, they don't care because at the end of the day...
Are they? Well, if you're saying that everybody's getting paid, then they're kind of not, right? Because if you literally said you don't know anyone who's not getting paid, then are they hoodwinking people into believing they shouldn't get paid if everybody's getting paid? I don't know.
They still get what they want, which is free labor from these boys. Because how can you call it corruption in such an exploitative system? Is it corrupt for these players who don't get long-term benefits, don't get long-term insurance for the injuries that they get while playing this game, and don't get paid while they're doing it?
Oh yeah, he's definitely
on campus they get barely anything just to
leftist.
live. Why shouldn't they find a way to benefit from their labor? Is it not corrupt to organize ways to cheat for these students when they can't fake it legally? According to the NCAA, give a fuck. In 2017, the NCAA completed an investigation of a well-documented academic fraud tradition at the University of North Carolina. While there was a mountain of evidence that the school was cooking the books in order to keep their athletes eligible, the NCAA did nothing because at the end of the day, the players weren't getting paid, so everything was okay. I'm not...
Okay, again, you're being a little bit dramatic. But yeah, again, this kind of goes back to the shit I was saying earlier. These people have a rare skill. They are able to give value to the market. Sorry to be Captain Capitalism here. But when you can do that, people will bend the rules for you because you are able to benefit them. They don't give a fuck about your education. They don't care about you graduating. Are you going to put asses in those seats? Are you going to win us games? Yes? Okay. Fuck your geometry test. I don't give a fuck about that. You clearly don't give a fuck about that. We both care about you playing on Saturday because it benefits me a lot more, and it benefits you because you get to play football and whoop-de-fucking-do. You get to go here and be a fucking... I was trying to think of a college mascot. You get to be a Blue Devil, whoop-de-fucking-do, brotherhood, bubble. I think it's all fucking bullshit, cult bullshit, but you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, that's how it works. That's how everything works. That's what a job interview is. That's what a college essay is when it doesn't come to fucking school. That's what happens when you sell a business. It's all about leverage and negotiations.
Poo-poo getting a college education. There are many players in the NCAA, basketball, football that get a college education that is very valuable to them. That
well, yeah, if you can go pro, that's what the fuck I would do. Why the hell? And a lot of basketball players, at least, I don't follow football. I don't know. I don't think you can do that in football. But yeah, a lot of them will just go to like the G League once they're 18, skip the college thing, and then they go to the NBA. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to me.
That they use outside in the real world to go on to do great things. That's a real thing that I wish was more understood by more parents and young athletes, that being a pro football player or pro basketball player doesn't have to be the end result of exploiting your own athletic ability. For those boys who are there.
Yes, and I think a lot of people understand that. They're like, okay, I can use my athleticism to pay for college. Or a lot of people think, fuck this college shit, I want to go pro. That's clearly fucking stupid, because you're probably not going to. But again, I don't give a fuck about these college athletes to be, well, okay, let me not say that. It's hard to empathize with professional athletes, like I said a million times throughout this video, right? Or this stream. But again, if he was giving me the perspective or talking about the perspective of like, look, I want to go to college and graduate with a degree in whatever the fuck, but because they're making me practice 4 fucking times a day, I am unable to do my studies. That, again, is something I understand, I can empathize with, and I'll be like, yeah, that's fucked up. But everything FD and his goofy little fucking friends is saying is just taking all the responsibility away from the athlete, as though they have no agency because they're in this white supremacist system and blah, 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 blah. It's like, bro, come on. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? If you don't give a fuck about your studies and you fail, like, I mean, there's not really anybody to blame but yourself there.
Just for the sport, who are there trying to escape from poverty and looking for a greater opportunity structure.
And also, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm off of this, and you guys know what happens when I listen to FD. So I don't even know if what I said just made sense, but I said it, and we're here now.
No excuse for them not getting paid in the process. Meanwhile, Lincoln Riley, the new coach of the USC Trojans, just signed a contract to pay him over $10 million a year.
My coach, my head coach, had a Lexus deal. My dog pulled up to.
Yeah, coaches have all the fucking they got all the clout in college. That's how it works.
Practice egg day, parking spot.
Which, I mean, makes sense in a way, because they're the ones that stay. It's their program. It's their system, blah, blah, blah. You know, like the college athlete's going to be there for 4 years max, and then he's fucking gone. So it's kind of hard to have, like, a new guy every single year that you give a fuck about. So, like, from a marketing standpoint, it makes sense. I can't sell a new Kobe Bryant every 2 years. I can't sell a new Michael Jordan every 2 years. These kids are in and out. The coach stays. The coach is a system. The coach is what we're selling. Makes sense. But, yeah, obviously the kids are the one busting their ass, so it's not really fair. But again, from a marketing standpoint, from a business standpoint, I understand it. But FD's not going to talk about that. He's just going to talk about white supremacy and all this stupid-ass bullshit. But, you know, whatever.
In a Lexus every single day.
God, I'm so fucking smart.
You know what I mean? Other coaches pulling up in spaceships, and I'm like, yo, fuck this.
Spaceships?
It made me very apathetic, right? It made me very apathetic to everything. Right? Yeah. So, like,
again, Marcavelli, he has not said anything that is specific to black athletes, not one time in this whole fucking video.
The core values that I was brought up with kind of took a back seat, because I was born in poverty, and here I am in college, still in poverty, right?
Yeah.
And
everyone's poor in college, to be fair. But yeah, you when you're busting your ass, you should be getting a cut, which they do now. I don't know how much it is. From what I understand, I think it's a nice amount. Because I remember those girls at LSU, they're like, fuck that. Why would I join the NBA? He's like, or the WNBA. He's like, I'm making more money here than I would be there. So it's not pennies. So, but yeah, like, good for her. She fucking should be making money. So it seems like they're doing better, especially if you're going to a big school. I don't know. But, yeah, again, I forgot my point.
And I just became infuriated. And so navigating that space mentally, it wasn't an option.
Kirk Herbstreit accused players that skip bowl games, meaningless, unpaid bowl games that make money for the schools, but not the players, that these guys just don't love football. And that's true. A lot of these players don't love football. What they love is the opportunity that football provides. And
okay, then what he's saying is true.
Playing in a whole extra game, unpaid, as all the previous games, makes no fucking sense. And I completely agree with any player that decides that they're going to skip the playoffs if they're not playing for a championship, or if they simply just don't want to do it. What Herb...
Okay, well, that's an argument to be made, but I also understand other people's fucking perspective. It's like, yeah, people want to see people who are passionate about the things that they do, and if you're clearly half-assing things just for the money, then yeah, people aren't going to fuck with you. That's how it works. That's how it works with a minimum wage job too. Yeah, we know that pay is shit, but if you don't want to come in early for the fucking meeting, then yeah, you're not going to get the promotion. That's just how it works. If you're half-assing, you're doing just enough to get by just because you're looking for a check, people aren't going to resonate with that. And I think that's fair. So, yep.
Street is getting at is a plantation mentality that...
Oh, God, it's not always about fucking slavery, man. Jesus Christ.
Really starts to occur at the college level. It develops a little bit in prep sports because that's where a lot of these players and kids start to have to prepare their heads for being in this space. But once they get to college, the plantation shit really starts. And there's a lot of people that don't like that comparison. They don't like comparing these athletes to slaves because they're well taken care of and they get opportunities. And of course, it's not the vicious reality of what chattel slavery was. When we talk about the plantation, we're not talking about the actual physical and material conditions. What we're talking about is the systemic and psychological reality that those players have to exist in, the way they're treated, the way they're neglected, and the way they're cast aside when it's more convenient for the school or the system. One way in
Metal. Thank you for the 5, brother. You're not pestering me. But who's he debating again? Let's watch it. Fuck. It's kind of late now. Okay, I promise you, we'll watch that one next stream.
Particular that all this craziness manifests is in the precarious sexual activity that some of these players participate in. In a study of sexual behavior of college football players, the following passage was a direct quote from a black football player. The way they call it here, it's a panty dropper. I don't know why, but this one time I was at the club, just a random night, and some girl came up to me and asked who I was. The minute I told her, and I kid you not, she literally dragged me into the girl's bathroom, and she just kind of had her way with me. She was like, I always wanted to be with a football player like you. That was what we call cleat chasers. That's the term we have among football players, and we know all you have to do is talk to that girl and it's game over. In the context of this passage, it's...
Wait, is he... Okay. I just need to make sure that he's not saying that the guy's being exploited here, right? Like, that's really his point. Who is his fans that are like, yeah, oh my God, I can't believe that happened to that man. I can't believe that happened to him. I just need to make sure
that those players,
because I'm going to go off. So I just need to make sure,
have to exist in the way they're treated, the way they're neglected, and the way they're cast aside when it's more convenient for the school or the system.
Hilarious that he's talking about neglect and being cast aside, and then he tells the story like 10 seconds later. But okay, continue.
One way in particular that all this craziness manifests is in the precarious sexual activity that some of these players participate in. In a study of sexual behavior of college football players, the following passage was a direct quote from a black football player.
So again, he is saying that, right? Am I crazy? He's saying that the guy's the victim in this. That's really what he's trying to say. I do care about labor equality, and this is a big Hollywood version of that most popular version of that. There's no way that's his point.
Call it here, it's a panty dropper. I don't know why, but
I don't want to pester you, but have you watched that F.D Signifier debate? I understand if you're getting sick of this guy.
Well, look, I'm getting sick of this fucking guy, trust me, but yeah, this is what we're doing. We're doing research for a reason. It's painful. It's always painful. You guys are just watching it.
Had her way with me. She was like,
Jesus Christ.
Exchange game over. In the context of this passage, it's pretty clear that the player in question saw this sexual exchange as consensual. but it underscores a concerning reality that is often left unengaged with when we hear about some of the more concerning and problematic behaviors of these athletes, especially these black athletes and black men's sexual behavior in general, which is that this population as a whole is exposed to unhealthy sexual activity at a very high rate. The women in question in this quote did not see this player as a person, but as an object or tool through which to have a sexual experience. And this is not unique to athletes. This is something that a lot of regular ass black men deal with that has barely made a blip on the radar. At the same time,
I understand what he's trying to say, right? Yes, there are people that are going to fetishize you, that are going to be with you because of the thing you are, not the person that you are. I understand that. But when you say this shit, and again, you give the black man who's fucking the whore zero agency, he said it was consensual. I mean, he did say that that white woman didn't rape him in the bathroom. Like, Jesus Christ, do you fucking hear yourself? Like, really? Yes, that is true. But one, everybody goes through that. That's not just a black guy thing. Okay?
Time the mentality.
Exactly. Well, oh my God, there was just nothing I can do. How did I get through this experience? Oh my God, like, what a fucking pussy. Do you hear your, like, bro, nobody gives a fuck about the shit you're saying.
Developed by players like this, where you have women who only see you as a sexual object, can easily lead you to certain behaviors, activities, and situations that
every race of people goes through this. Everybody, probably even white guys. Asian people, oh, my little anime fucking Sugoi samurai, oh, the K-pop. Yeah, they go through that shit too. Black dudes go through that. Latinx, I don't know what your version is, but you probably go through it as well, I would imagine.
It can be anywhere between problematic to outright criminal. A lot of media, literature, and even academic study is overly
Metal, I appreciate it, but when I'm on YouTube, not only will it not let me click on the fucking link, but I can't even copy it. It's so fucking lame. I tried last time. I don't know
reproducing
why.
myths.
Oh, it only does that if I'm only on Twitch and not YouTube.
The sexual behavior of black men and labeling us as hypersexual, when really there's an untold element of fetishization about black men's bodies that accounts for, I think, so much of.
Dogwick said America must be special because the whole snow bunny thing. Yeah, I mean, the way that black people in America look at race and black people in other countries is completely different from what I understand.
Data around black men's sexual behavior, but a lot of this research never really accounts for the way black men.
I know, Metal, but when I'm streaming on both, even if you post it on Twitch, I can't click on it. I don't know why. I have to only be streaming on Twitch through Streamlabs to be able to click on the link. It makes no fucking sense. I don't get it, but that's how it is.
Men's bodies are fetishized.
Nick, he's yapping about how black men are exploited in how black athletes are exploited, even though literally not one thing he said is exclusive to black men. It's not exclusive to men either. It's not exclusive to black men. It's not exclusive to men. It's not exclusive to athletes. It's not really exclusive to anything. He's just talking about a bunch of generic points about people being exploited, kind of, while he refuses to talk about their agency or their responsibility in the situation at all. And it's fucking lame. This video sucks and it's too long and it's boring, but we're powering through it because this is a research day. All right.
And how that continuous fetishization, which starts again in childhood, alters the way in which black men see sex as a whole. When I read this passage, what it sounded like to me was that this man was assaulted.
It's because you're a pussy. You know why that sounds like that to you? Because you're a fucking dork. That's why. Sorry to be fucking anti whatever the fuck, but you're a fucking nerd and you're a dork. I could tell by everything about you. Everything about you tells me, of course you would view it that way. I'm so sick of this fucking guy. Oh my God, this man was assaulted. Oh my God. Are you fucking out of your mind? Is this girl a piece of shit? Absolutely. Is this a wild thing for you to kind of go through as a guy? Fair. You to just say, hey, I do this job and some girl takes you in the bathroom and fucks you? That's pretty crazy. But to say that you were assaulted, this is why people make fun of the left. This is why. All the fucking bread tubers, leftists, if you ever see this, it's probably not going to happen, but if you ever see this, this is why, like, normal people don't respect you, and this is why they don't like you. Because of shit like this. Because it's like, again, probably shouldn't be every guy's fantasy, but every guy's fantasy, right? Let's just be real. You tell how, do no effort, some attractive woman comes, fucks you in the bathroom, win. You didn't have to do shit. Awesome. At least the first time. Maybe after a while, you're like, but Sarah, I just want to get to know you. Sure. After the 15th time, it might get old. But one and done, that is a win for almost all of us. And this guy's talking about this man was assaulted because of shit like this. This is why nobody likes you. But well, let's continue.
And I've experienced stuff like this. A lot of
doubt it.
But because we're rarely allowed to engage with that reality of sexual victimization, many of us learn to just play into these behavioral scripts. And
or you could have fucking dignity like an adult and say, hey, bitch, I'm not going to go to the bathroom and fuck you because I don't fucking know you. And you don't know me. That's also an option. And you put her in her fucking place. But many of us, we're so pussy and stupid. We just have to do what Miss Sally Mae says. Like, no, bitch, you have agency. You can say no. You can say no to sex. It's okay. It's probably 99.9% of the time the right thing to do in situations like that. But I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just talking about, we're not allowed to complain about how we're molested by these white women that want to fuck us because they think our dicks are big or we can shoot a 3-pointer. Ooh, shut the fuck up. My God, you sound like such a bitch. You hear yourself? First off, your name is Tired Monkey. I'm just going to call you Tired. Rewind the video and it'll make sense. You can do that on YouTube. Dude got laid for being a football player. Evidence of systemic racism. Exactly. That's like, bro, nobody's going to feel bad for you when you say stupid shit like this. Get your point across. This is why you live in an echo chamber. This is why the videos do well, because the only person that's going to watch this shit, besides our psychotic asses, is people who are this mind fucked and have the time to watch these long ass videos instead of watching literally anything else. You can watch a movie. You can watch like 4 episodes of an anime, 5, 6 episodes of an anime that's good. You could have watched The Bear. Do you know how good that show is? I just finished it. Excellent show. The protagonist is a white guy, and his business partner is a black woman, so it's probably systemic white supremacy. But, you know, other than that, great show. You could have watched that. You could have turned the sink on, and just watched you lose money. That would have been a better use of your time than watching this fucking dog shit. Why do you keep saying I love Jews? This is getting weird. Don't. Right now it's positive, okay? Don't make me ban you because you're fucking scaring me, all right?
We often learn very early to reject sexual agency within ourselves of fear of being seen as less than or deviant or possibly even criminal. At this
Wait, what the fuck did this moron just say? Did he? Okay, there's no way he just said that. There's no way that he just said that saying no to sex would make you seem deviant. There's no way he just said that.
In our real scripts.
There's no. What do you? Does he mean like gay? Okay, if he means that, then okay, then that's fair.
And in turn, we often learn very early to reject sexual agency within ourselves of fear of being seen as less than or deviant or possibly even criminal. At the same
criminal. Okay, maybe that's what. Okay, if he means like your friends are gonna think you're gay, then maybe if your friends are stupid, which if you're young they are, because how could they not be? Because you're stupid because you're young. But how the fuck could saying no to some girl who wants to suck my dick in a fucking bathroom stall make me seem like a criminal? I don't understand. Where's the logic there? Am I missing something? I need you guys to help me see it, because I don't get it. I don't get it.
Same time, despite the complexity.
Okay, if I see any more fucking talk about Jews, you're getting banned. All right, it's making me uncomfortable. I love Jewish people. Well, some of them. I don't really look at anybody as a monolith. But it's getting weird. It's getting real Sneeko vibes, and I will fucking shut that shit down.
Of this situation, we have to recognize that sexual assault is a serious issue in collegiate sports. And USA Today studies showed that college athletes were 3 times as likely to commit sexual assault than regular students, with football players being responsible for the vast majority of that increase.
Further, they'll have fucking CTE.
The nature of college sports consistently protects many of these athletes from consequences of such behavior. And then we have to again think about this plantation psychology. Under a white supremacist capitalist patriarchy where black men are debased into a subhuman status, as long as their role as athletes or whatever is intact and is in support of these patriarchal systems, any harm done towards women, especially black women, will go unaddressed and even be seen as broken eggs in an omelet, a means to an end. And this is clear from the historical way these colleges have handled sexual misconduct for athletes. However, this is a well-known and well-trodden reality. In what we also have to contend with is that this same dehumanized status also lends itself to a culture where these black men are themselves exposed to sexual violence. And I'm not just talking about the types of iffy situations that I referred to earlier. For example, most people know about the Jerry Sandusky case because it involved children. But there are currently class action lawsuits against both Michigan University and Ohio State University, 2 legendary college sports and football programs, because for decades they had team doctors that sexually abused and assaulted hundreds of young men over the course of decades.
Richard Strauss, who died in 2005, worked for 20 years at OSU. The school says more than 100 people, including former athletes and patients at Student Health Services, have now come forward accusing him of abuse.
Bro, just make it full screen so we don't have to look at your stupid fucking face.
Fellow athletes that Dr. Strauss touched
He was
him
figuring it out. He was figuring it out. I'm sorry. I'm being overtly mean.
While treating a cold in 1982.
And they started laughing and they were like,
Thank
you got hit.
Finally, somebody said it. And I'm just kidding. Thank you.
You didn't know? And I was like, what? No, what? And they were like, you could go to him for a hangnail and he has to check your testicles.
And they just laughed about it.
Yeah, they laughed about it. As in, it's absurd, and it's like, you got hit, you're a rookie, okay, welcome to the club. Like, we all went through it.
We kind of validate each other.
Because a lot of these boys embody this stoic or imposing or exciting image of masculinity, we don't recognize how precarious of a situation many of them are actually in. It's that hidden vulnerability of boys that paradoxically makes them both more prone for predatory behavior, but also more prone to be victimized by the same power structure that protects them. They fully buy into their celebrity status. And unfortunately, the data shows.
Wait, again, I fucking zoned out for obvious reasons. Let me go back. Oh, God, this is painful.
Posing or exciting image of masculinity, we don't recognize how precarious of a situation many of them are actually in. It's that hidden vulnerability of boys that paradoxically makes them both more prone for predatory behavior, but also more prone to be victimized by the same power structure that protects them. They fully buy into their celebrity status. And unfortunately, the data shows that this is clearly more of a thing for football players who most perfectly embody this hyper-masculine persona compared to other sports. Like college track and basketball are just as dominated by black men and boys as football, but they have a fraction of the issue with sexual assault. Wrestling is just as violent and also has its fair share of black athletes, but it's even lower than track in terms of sexual misconduct.
So I guess that kind of proves your point that this whole fucking video has nothing to do with race. But all right, let's keep it going.
It's those intersecting elements of masculinity, racism, objectification, and that element of celebrity and gladiator status that makes this unique problem. And the mindfuck of it all is that because these young boys are celebrated in such a classically patriarchal way, that a lot of them don't recognize.
God, like, why did you have to say patriarchal there? Like, was it necessary? Because they're celebrated in a patriarchal way. What does that even mean?
What's happening.
Exactly. It's all class. Which, yeah, I if your fucking point of this video is poor people get fucked over in America. What? Like, yeah, no shit. Everybody fucking knows that. But golly, bruh, you ain't said shit that has to do with black people. I mean, you have, but it wasn't real.
Until it's too late. I vividly remember watching the game where Marcus Lattimore, who at the time was shaping up to be probably a first-round pick and one of the better running backs in the NCAA.
What time is the Volk fight? You guys let me know when that is.
Took a hit to his leg that left it dangling and flopping on the ground.
I know it's on.
I'll never forget the look of shock on his face. Despite the fact that his kneecap was sideways and that he had just torn 3 ligaments in his knee, LaMarcus was in silent shock. Less than a year away from the NFL draft, his dream was over and this was the last game he ever played in. But the other thing I remember from that is the look of shock on the other players' faces. The fact that these student athletes who didn't have real insurance, who didn't have benefits that would follow them after their playing careers were over if they didn't make it to the NFL, recognized that they were one play away of the exact same fate of being retired at the age of 20 and possibly for some of them heading back home to poverty.
They're going to give you enough to keep you healthy.
Is anybody here watching the fight?
Enough to get the job done that need to be done. And they do treat you like cattle. I said that when I quit football like years ago. I said that then.
Dishonest
and I felt like that I ain't really know.
I mean, yeah, I feel you.
How true it was. I thought I was just like bitter or angry or something like that. But when you
just call you, yeah, I'm definitely just gonna call you tired. I'm not gonna refer to you as monkey. If I'm gonna pick between the two, it's pretty obvious which one I'm gonna pick. But Volkanovski, man, UFC 298. It's tonight. It's right now.
Trying to like think, bro. Like it literally just come down to that. And you're trying to be like a individual on a football team. It is very difficult to do. And to be completely honest, I don't know the answer to this because when you are like when you don't think and when you kind of get into that whole brainwash thing, do my job, answer the question politically correct, X, Y, Z, it's successful on the football field.
For the NCAA. So it's like you already setting a standard and bar low to allow them to play, because to me that's the thing that incentivizes them. It's like, okay, you want to play, well, you have to bring these grades up, right? Because that's important. If you have the base, most of these kids don't have the base to go to college to get a degree that would allow them to have a decent career. So they go and take these bald, like these washed up degrees, or most of them do kinesiology, and when you ask them what that is or what you could do or what kind of job you can get with that, they can't even answer you. They don't know. They're just taking what they was told, or they're doing what they saw these other athletes do, or they're taking the easier route, right? And that's the problem. We're not equipping them enough to say, listen, you could be an engineer.
Sociologist Anthony LaMelle Jr. has this.
Wait, did she just say something that I agree with?
Do a job, like these get a degree, right? Because that's important. If you have the base, most of these kids don't have the base to go to college to get a degree that would allow them to have a decent career. So they go and take these bald, like these washed up degrees, or most of them do kinesiology, and when you ask them what that is or what you could do or what kind of job you can get with that, they can't even answer you. They don't know. They're just taking what they was told, or they're doing what they saw these other athletes do, or they're taking the easier route, right? And that's the problem. We're not equipping them enough to say, listen, you could be an engineer.
Sociologist Anthony LaMelle Jr. has
wow. Yes. I agree with her.
Similar to women, black male bodies became too.
She's speaking. You guys didn't understand what she was saying? She was saying the shit that I've been saying throughout this whole fucking video.
To be possessed.
Yeah, these fucking kids, these college athletes, they go and they get bullshit degrees. They take bullshit classes because they don't go in with the mindset of like actually getting something out of the college education. I mean, I'm sure some of them do, but most of them don't. They're just thinking about the sports. But unless you go pro, the sports don't do shit for you. So, I mean, if you're going to get a fucking free college education, you might as well get it in something that is useful to you so you can use it to make money when you are done.
That's objects. Initially, the possession was literal since European Americans bought and sold black male bodies in the slave market.
God.
By the time of the civil rights,
like, you're so fucking dramatic. Similar women, black bodies become to be possessed objects. Really, initially the possession was literal. So, okay,
this movement, a total system organized to ensure the status of black males, the system of buying and selling black athletes, was well organized, and this reintroduced the slave market exchange of buck embodiments. That word "buck" is.
Okay, let's go through this. Black bodies became the to be possessed objects. Initially, the possession, killing this reading, by the way. Initially, the possession rule was literal since European Americans, slavery, we got that. By the time of the civil rights movement, a total system organized to ensure the possession status of black males, a system of buying and selling black. Did he mean athletes? Athletes was well organized, and did he mean it's, or is this really tis? And tis, or maybe he meant tis, meant to reintroduce the slave market exchange of buck embodiments. Interesting. I know. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not how you spell buying. Anthony, golly, bruh. Are you good?
Ugly.
Who are you? You got how many damn errors you got in this one fucking paragraph? And I gotta be listening to your ass? The fuck?
An ugly word.
And again, not a black thing. Really, that's not even an athlete thing. You could say that about anything. When I'm listening to the fucking, the crypto bros on YouTube, a lot of them are cringe, but they do have a point. Like, that's kind of the point of this system. It's they want to use you for your energy. They will use your body, your mind, or whatever. They want your workforce. They want your energy. Whatever, that's what a job is. That's what being an athlete is. It's a way cooler fucking way to do it, but working in a fucking cubicle is the same thing. That company, they want your energy. And I think it's up to you to control how you use that energy to benefit yourself. And I found that the more, how can I say this? The more you can do for people, the more money you'll make. I know that's like obvious as fuck, but again, I just feel like that's such a better message to spread than this shit. Which, I mean, this lady pretty much said, but we haven't heard F.D say anything like that because he's on his whole communist shit, but whatever.
Hate hearing for numerous reasons, but it's an accurate depiction of the systemic nature of how these sports treat young black males. Buck is the classical term used to describe young, able-bodied black male slaves. People don't like comparing athletes to slaves, and I get the obvious reasons why that.
Oh my God, this part was in the beginning, guys. You remember?
Comparison isn't a one-to-one example. But what they often miss in fighting against that comparison
is that not only is it not a one-to-one example, it's not even a 1 to a fucking million example.
Psychological framework of what makes sports appealing, especially for a lot of white fans of these types of sports, is definitely rooted in a racist, anti-black, and plantation mentality. That these players, whether they're highly skilled or lowly skilled, whether they are Boy Scouts or Predators, as long as they reproduce a particular framework of white supremacist hierarchy, they're fine. And as soon as they're not, then there's a problem. So take the lack of age.
Okay, bitch. So what about me, right? I just talked about a sporting event I want to watch. This is a white dude fighting a fucking, I don't know what this dude is. He's like, I have no idea. I don't know if he speaks Spanish, if he speaks Arabic, whatever. He's not black though. So what about me? A black dude in America who wants to watch some white dudes beat the shit out of each other. What the fuck does that have to do with the white supremacist system? Isn't that just like a human thing? We like to see people do crazy shit. It's entertaining. Why do you have to talk about the fucking white supremacist system? And everything you say goes back to this stupid bullshit that none of us have any control over. How is this? Why the fuck do people watch this? It's so lame. People have been watching sports before America, bitch. Like, bruh, what are you talking about? Fuck. And now you get paid millions of dollars. You used to just be in a fucking coliseum and die. That's what it was back in the day. Get eaten by a fucking lion for people's entertainment. I think Steph Curry shooting some fucking threes and buying crypto bullshit, I'm pretty sure he's winning. Sorry, I don't feel bad for him. Especially when nobody's putting a fucking gun to your head. If you want to blame these dog shit parents because they're fucking poor and stupid and they pimp their fucking kids out so they can buy an Escalade. God, that sounded racist, but whatever. I don't give a fuck. Then, yeah, blame them. But he's not doing that. Of course not. Why? Because it has to be about white supremacy. Every single thing is about white supremacy. It's like, fuck, this is draining. I'm drained. Every time you disagree with FD, you become one shade lighter. Oh boy. I was trying to think of a car. Well, I was trying to think of she said a car, and Escalade is what came to mind, because black people drive Escalades. When we're talking about black people, Cadillacs. Isn't that the stereotype that black people like Cadillacs? So sorry, I picked the stereotypical black car, and it did sound racist, but I'm black, so fuck it, I can say it.
Agency and the horrors of slavery out of it for a second, because that is completely reasonable. What people want here is the reproduction and reification of a hegemony that puts black bodies below white bodies, especially below the...
Oh my God, no, bitch, no. People just want to watch people do cool shit. And a lot of black people can do a lot of cool shit. I don't think it's that deep.
Bodies of white men. And for the most part,
I don't think it's that deep. You know how I know? Because when people have a fucking white athlete, white people suck their fucking dick until the skin comes off. You want to know how somebody's racist? They say their favorite basketball player is Larry Bird. They're not like, well, we got to see these Negroes fighting each other and destroying their bodies. That's why we pay them tens of millions of dollars. People want to see themselves in the fucking athlete. It's not about white supremacy, bitch. People want to be like, oh, fuck, I could do that too. Oh, that's why when you sell shoes, I buy the shoes that Steph Curry can make so I could fucking shoot like him. That's the fucking monkey brain bullshit that we all do. That's why Nike pays people $1 billion fucking dollars to put their name on some shit that they really have nothing to do with. Because again, it's always going to go back to sales and marketing. It's not always going back to white supremacy. That's how you think because you're a fucking retard. But that's not how everybody else thinks. You brain rot fuck. Holy shit. This is exhausting. I'm getting upset. I'm sorry. But fuck this guy. Twice. You know what? 3 times.
Not done through physical means, but through the ability for white hegemonic masculinity to control
oh my God.
Black masculinity, to tell it where to go, to tell it how much is going to be paid or if it's going to be paid at all.
Some of these guys, you see what their bodies look like? It's so ridiculous. Like they live on fish and rice. I mean, Frank went there. It's so poor. And he said, you just see dudes where you're like, well, if I had a body like that, I would never wear clothes.
Sociologist Abby Ferber wrote in a 2007 paper.
Look, I get it. You're like looking for clips to prove your point. I do the same thing. Okay, I get it. But really, let's go back. Let's watch this.
It's so
because Jesus, this looks bad, doesn't it? 2 white guys watching. I don't even know what this is.
Ridiculous. Like they live on fish and rice. I mean, Frank went there. It's so poor. And he said, you just see dudes where you're like, well, if I had a body like that, I would never wear clothes.
And just saying the dude's fucking shredded.
On fish and rice.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to defend this. Why am I going to try to defend this?
I mean, Frank went there. It's so poor. And he said, you just
I'm not dying on this hill.
See dudes where you're like, well, if I had a body like that, I would never wear clothes.
This clip is weird. And Brian Callen is weird.
Sociologist Abby Ferber wrote in a 2007 paper examining white supremacy in black athletes that many whites in the United States have grown up fearing the power of black male bodies, being anxious about their sexual capacities.
I think that's definitely fair when you hear all the fucking BBC shit. Oh my God, did you fuck a black guy? There's definitely truth to that.
Being fascinated by their
But hell, a lot of fucking black people will be doing that weird shit too. You look at the fucking look at the Fresh and Fit chat.
Ironically, this aspect of racial ideology has created circumstances in which black male bodies have come to be valuable entertainment commodities. And that's the thing that people don't like talking about with this slave comparison. For the boys who were commodified on playgrounds and middle school basketball courts, their dream is to one day make it to the league, to play at that high level, and to make millions in the process. And I want to be clear, that's a desirable reality to hold. I will trade.
No, again, I disagree. I honestly think being black hurts you in terms of white people liking you. I don't think it hurts you by a lot. But if LeBron was white, do you think he would be more popular or less popular? What do you guys think? Honestly, do you think LeBron being black makes him more popular with white people? You really believe that? You really believe that? If you think Steph Curry was a couple shades darker and white people couldn't pretend that he was half white, do you think he would be less popular or more popular? What do you guys think? With white people. I'll wait. Bad example, why? LeBron is more famous than that Patriots guy. Tom Brady? Holy shit, that's another way. Have you ever turned on fucking ESPN? First Take, these motherfuckers will talk about Tom Brady all fucking day. MJ was a superstar. Yeah, it's because he was good as fuck. But do you think he would be more popular if he was white? I think it's just because a lot of white people just don't have it like black people do. I mean, how many, first off, how many people are built like LeBron? He's fucking like 6'9", jacked, and moves like he's 5'4". It's incredible. Like, nobody's like that. A lot of black people are just really fucking athletic. I don't know why, but it seems like we are. I don't know if all my white friends have had six-packs since they were 6 years old. I have. I don't know if that's normal for white people. Is it? They tell me it's not. They say that I have good genetics and shit, which is kind of his point. But hey, it's kind of a compliment. But also it is a little bit weird. I kind of get where he was coming from there. Like, yeah. I don't know if a lot of white dudes are fucking windmill between the legs dunking in 9th grade. I just don't think that's happening. I just don't. Maybe it is, but I don't think it is most of the time. I don't know if it's genetics. I don't know if it's just because a lot of black people see black people playing sports, so they want to play more sports, so we're just better at it because there's more of us doing it. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but it seems like that black people seem to be a bit more athletic.
In YouTube real quick to be Patrick Mahomes. But what we don't see is the connective tissue that still keeps this system together and the numerous holes in the facade and the continuing exploitation of these athletes even when they're millionaires. In another underrated sports movie, Any Given Sunday, we again follow an ensemble cast of stories that embody the numerous realities and pitfalls facing these millionaire professional athletes. In it, we see Jamie Foxx's Willie Beeman, a journeyman backup quarterback who is still young but has minimal expectations at a big payday because he didn't embody what a pro football quarterback looked like. And he fully understands that he is playing on borrowed time at this point.
Looked like or acted like, because again, because I see this dude fucking doing all this shit, and yeah, I know football, they don't like that shit. It doesn't matter about this if you're not do the yes sir, yes man, blah 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 blah. I'm kind, I don't fucking talk shit. You know that southern mild mannered shit. They don't like that shit. So again, I don't think it's fair to be like, well, he just didn't look like them. It's like, again, didn't watch the movie, so, but just based off of what I've seen, I know that these old school football people, they don't fuck with that shit. And again, I disagree. I think that shit is hilarious and fun, but I'm not 95 years old. So it's like, I get it. I can't say that's inherently racist. I can't say that it's inherently white supremacy just because you don't want somebody fucking showboating and acting like an ass all the time. I get it. I disagree with you. I think that shit is boring the way you want your sport to be, but I'm not going to call you a racist because you want that. You know, it's not always about color. Sometimes it's about your vibe, and I don't think that is inherently racist. Because you could be as black as this fucking desk that you can't see, but if you're all fucking calm and whatever the fuck, then they'll fuck with you, and that means you're not racist in my eyes. If your cultures don't align, then I think that's fair. I don't think that's inherently wrong. I think people should be able to have standards when it comes to that shit. People should be able to disagree. You should still be able to, you know, communicate and learn from each other and blah, blah, blah. But again, I don't think that makes you racist. Kind of gives off a racist vibe a little bit, but I just think we got to be careful with that word. You just use it so freely.
And he has to get out of this
liberally
equation one last big payday to maximize the sacrifice he's made. The quarterback of the team gets hurt, and Willie Beeman steps in and becomes an instant star. In doing this, he clashes with the established power structures within his team, including other black teammates like Luther LeVay, a wild and unhinged player at the end of his career playing with an injury that could lead to his death. However, his conversation with Jamie Foxx underscores the level of agency that some of these players manage to maintain once they get to this level and the complex reality that they have to face.
Suddenly there's no more money, no more women.
Why is the audio always horrible? I really think he like plays it on the TV and then like gets the audio from his camera because it sounds like dick every time he plays a fucking movie.
Lost. No more dream. When a man.
Why is my name Kamal? Because my mom gave me that name because she's extra.
This background is like you should be proud of all of it. Not just years to spend in pads and cleats. You gotta learn that willing here. Or if you don't, you're a man.
I literally can't even understand.
When LeVay says you're not a man, you're just another punk, the point he's trying to make is that for Beeman, it's not just enough to get the best you can out of the system to get your money. Because in doing that, you might end up just like him, playing with a life-threatening injury because you need that last bit of money. What he wants Beeman to do is to recognize that the game is a game and that you don't have to be a pawn. And this is a message you see from real life players as well.
It's a vulnerable time for a lot of these young dudes, you feel me? If it was me, or if I had an opportunity to let these little young sahibs know something, I say take care of y'all money, African, because it don't last forever now. So while y'all at it right now, take care of y'all bodies, you know what I mean? Don't take care of y'all chicken, you feel me? Don't take care of y'all mentals, because look, we ain't lasting that long.
Yeah, for sure.
Play with that, you know what I mean? They no longer here no more, they no longer.
And I think this reflects the growing space.
But again, white athletes go broke too. That's not a black thing.
Of like self-help podcasts and media for men that are being made by former athletes. You have Mike Tyson's podcast, and I think may have recently ended, plus I Am Athlete with Brandon Marshall and a bunch of other players. These are men who have been abused and used by these systems that after their playing days have made it a goal to seek wellness in the aftermath, wellness that they felt like they were forced to avoid while they were playing. And the question is, why is that? Why do so many players know that they're doing something exploitative, but avoid addressing that exploitation while they're playing? And part of it.
Duh. I mean, obviously you don't want to fucking bite the hand that feeds you, right? If you have this amazing opportunity you worked your whole life for, I mean, I would say playing in the NFL seems like a good one. I've never done it, but again, playing a game for millions a year, yeah, I'm pretty sure most people would fucking shoot their first cousin in the head for that opportunity. Not most, but a lot of people. Hopefully less than I would hope, but probably millions. It got a little dark there for a second. Yeah, and once you're in that opportunity, you're not going to be like, but I can't do this and I can't do... Yeah, or else you're going to get fucking fired because you are replaceable. Now, if you're the fucking star of the team, you can wave your dick around and do a lot more. But if you're fucking barely hanging on, you're the fucking kicker or whatever, and they could have another you in a weekend, you're going to shut the fuck up and take that money, just like everybody does in every single situation where you are not the top dog. Which first cousin? You get to choose. Yeah, and also, it does come off spoiled. They realize, unlike your silly ass, that nobody wants to see the tears of the millionaire who's living their dreams. Yeah, they have enough awareness to be like, you know what? I know that I live in a $10 million mansion because I play 8 games of football a year, but I mean, the way that my knees are just being exploited by these white supremacists is just not fair to me. Guy who works at the post office, don't you feel bad for me? Guy who works 6 days a week at the post office and makes $45,000 a year. Isn't my life fucked up? Don't you feel bad for me? Don't you want to donate to my cause? Like, no. Nobody gives a fuck. You sound like a dumbass, but whatever.
That is because that breaks that hegemonic hold of them as athletes, as these buck embodiments. Because as soon as these players step out to do something they're not supposed to do, they're immediately told to shut up and play, and if they don't, many of them are taken off of the board. The obvious case for this to bring up is Colin Kaepernick, who was blackballed after protesting the national anthem in 2016, and to date has not played another down of football in the NFL, despite obviously being talented enough to do so. Kaepernick,
from what I've heard, he sucked dick before. I don't know. That's what I hear. I hear Kaepernick wasn't good. I thought the kneeling thing was stupid, like on the Republican end. I remember my fucking Republican-ass grandparents were like, how do you feel about the kneeling thing? They were very anti-kneeling, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You think I'm going to be mad at people kneeling over a fucking football game? Jesus Christ. What the fuck do I look like? Like, if that's about as peaceful as a protest can be. I'm still going to play in the game. I'm just going to take a knee off camera. Like, you don't have to put the fucking camera on me. Off camera, I'm gonna kneel down for 2 minutes because I feel as though this thing is unjust. And people are like, bro, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I thought that was fucked up. I thought that was a very bad look for the Repubs, if I'm being honest.
However, it was not alone.
Y'all looked hella racist.
Black athletes have a legacy of using their star power to fight for racial injustice. Before Kaepernick, you had Sharif Makmur, Craig Hodges, Tommy Smith, and John Carlos.
Do I enjoy people kneeling to me? Yes, I do. I do. Thank you for asking.
Every time when these black athletes step out of line, there are immediate consequences. Muhammad Ali, for example, lost several years of his career because he refused to register for the draft to fight in Vietnam, stating that there's no reason for a black man to fight for this country that doesn't treat them as an equal.
Again, yeah, I think when you talk about like the black struggle, when you want to talk about like the 70s and 60s, yeah, I think you have a lot of argument there. But when you talk about 2023, I think there's a big difference between Muhammad Ali and LeBron James. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of losing me.
Only woke when it's safe. You know what I mean? Like that's what bothers me. Like you like nobody, and that's what I did respect about Cat when he did what he did was it wasn't safe when he did it. You know what I mean? And anybody that joined him at the time, it wasn't safe. And so there was like 6 of us that joined him. And it wasn't until the next year that everybody joined and locking hands and shit. And it's like, I don't want to discourage or disparage people for, you know, because a lot of people's jobs on the line. I understand, I get it, but like, it's bothersome to me that I think the only, I mean, if you look, it's just the
Do you guys know? Did anybody get fired for kneeling? Damn, I can't fucking spell. I did not vote to decide to ban players from kneeling. Okay, so nobody lost their job or anything, right? Okay, I'm just checking.
History of our country, just the history of the world. If you're not willing to stand on something or really go to bat for something, like there's gonna be no change.
In that way, Kaepernick and these other guys required that they were not just seen as professional athletes, but as men who played professional sports. As not the
Candyman, get off my ass. But I agree with you. I need to work on that. Actually, no, fuck you. I can be a bad typer. I don't need to work on that skill. But I agree with you. It's bad.
Buck embodiments, but as human beings with emotions, opinions, and needs. And it's a growing trend in the NFL and the NBA.
Honestly, if we're talking about like misspellings, it's probably worse than that. Like it's really bad. I'm a horrible typer, and I've gotten worse. I'm gonna pull an FD here and say that this keyboard that was made with through the eyes of white supremacy, it wasn't made for the black male body. So that's probably the reason why I can't type at a reasonable rate. It has nothing to do with me. It's because of white supremacy. So I don't fully know how yet, but just give me 20 minutes. And by the time I finish talking, you'll forget what we were even talking about, and we'll both move on.
A trend that I don't know if the league is really happy about, but that's easy to get behind. The real challenge when it comes to thinking about the way we perceive these black men in this very unique, very complex situation is what happens when their behavior is not easy to digest. The real challenge is talking about a guy like Antonio Brown. Brown has had one of the more dominant NFL careers for the last decade plus, breaking several records and being a superstar in the process. However, in the last couple of years, Antonio Brown has become a bizarre sideshow. I won't get too deep into all of his behavior. It's all pretty ugly and problematic. He's done some things that just make him look silly. He's done some things that are pretty ugly. He's done some things that border on abuse.
Give some fucking examples. Oh my God. That would make his video so much better if he just actually gave examples so we would know what he's referring to.
And violence towards women. He's done some things that are maybe pornographic. I don't know all the details for all the stories, but the key thing.
Can you tell us two? Can you tell us one? He did some things that were maybe bad. He did some things that were bad. He did some things that were like maybe not cool. He did some things that were bad. I don't know what any of them are, and I'm not going to refer to any of them, but yeah, let's just keep on. I'm going to give you 3 definitions of the same word and talk about 16 different movies with the same fucking point. But yeah, I'm not going to tell you exactly what this guy did because that would take 3 seconds of Googling, and I don't have the time to do all that, so sorry, communism.
Want to bring out is that it seems like all of this is the result of the game he's being paid to play. Flimlow did a deep...
All of this? If that was the only factor, then wouldn't everybody be doing it? I don't know. I didn't go to college, but that was the first thing that came to my mind when you said that.
Dive on Antonio Brown, and I'll link that in the description. But one of the things he postulates is the fact that Antonio Brown, for most of his career, was seen as one of the NFL good guys. He wasn't really known as this diva, sideshow, crazy wide receiver. And then he took this hit.
What just happened?
Brown is still down.
And pretty much from the moment...
Did he get hit in the head? Wait, let me see. I didn't really see much. Oh, okay. Yeah, he got hit.
Brown is still down.
And pretty much from the moment that this hit was over, he's been AB, this completely different figure in the NFL.
Yeah, I can see that.
And
now, if you want to talk about CT and football making you fucked up, sure. But guess what? That has nothing to do with being black. I agree with you. I think football is a fucked up ass sport, and it can make your brain fucked up. That's why a lot of them be doing wild shit. But that has nothing to do with white supremacy or race or slavery. No. I mean, I guess he could tie it in with white supremacy and capitalism and the systems that were created by white people and blah, blah, blah. If he wants to fucking do that whole fucking bullshit, he probably would, but...
I don't want this to come off as an excuse because we don't know the full science of head trauma and CTE. We do have at least historical, circumstantial, and anecdotal evidence that CTE definitely does affect the behavior of these men. We've seen numerous suicides and bouts of depression of these players, and we know that head trauma can lead to behavioral changes. Real quick, I just want to jump on here. I am here at the new editing bay in my dining room. And
yeah, I could see it. Banning football, I mean, it just doesn't seem like it's a good, safe sport. Now, I know that would definitely cause the race riots to come about, but
just make sure I'm being very clear because I'm talking about a man with a very complex and complicated history.
God, you said the words complex and complicated for a bunch of things that are not complex or complicated, but whatever.
A lot of ugly moments involved in it. As I talk about Antonio Brown's trauma, both his head trauma and his previous trauma as a child or trauma existing in this plantation athlete system, I don't want it to be misconstrued that I'm trying to make excuses for his behavior. His behavior should be explained in part by the system he exists in and the
Jesus
trauma that he's been through, but it is still not okay and not to be condoned under any circumstances.
God, I wish I knew what the fuck you were referring to.
Further, I want to be clear, although I think it is very plausible to look at the injury that he suffered in 2017 as a key component to his deterioration as an individual. That's just a theory that is plausible but speculative at this point. And when we're talking about a man with his, complicated a reality as Antonio Brown, and this story continues to develop, and by the time this comes out, God knows what'll have come out. And so I don't want to be on the record like defending Antonio Brown. That's
exactly. You're being a Weasley little coward fuck. Now you're protecting your own ass.
What I'm doing. What I'm trying to do is explain, and I think this comes through in the rest of the section, that regardless of how you feel about Antonio Brown, recognize that his existence is explicitly tied to the racist, anti-black, patriarchal framework that he is working within. And that if we...
What? Oh my God, I'm so sick of this fucking bitch. I'm so sick of him, man. I hate this guy. I hate the way he thinks. I hate the way he talks. I hate his fucking videos. I hate his name. I hate his green wall. I hate his stupid fucking face. I hate everything. I hate it. By the time I'm done with an F.D Signifier video, I'm so irritated. His shit actually makes me like a worse person. 100%. I'm just an irritable bitch when I watch his fucking dog shit. Ugh, God.
Hyper focus on Antonio Brown's bad behavior, we're going to essentially miss the forest for the trees.
Carlos, I'm with him.
And we can do both. We can seek appropriate punishment or justice for Antonio Brown and recognize that his behavior
pussy is
directly tied to and a byproduct of what he's been through up until this point, including his time in the NFL.
You mean the injury, or you mean the fucking white supremacist system? If you want to say he's acting crazy because he got hit in the fucking head, yeah, I would probably agree with you. I'm not a doctor, but that makes sense. But if you want to blame everything on the patriarchy and white supremacy, you sound like a stupid asshole.
And we need to be able to do that.
To most people.
Be able to fight.
To everybody who's not in your stupid ass little lame commie clique. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Like, nobody wants to take away agency from adults. Sorry. Like, no, that's not what we're in the business of doing as other adults. People hate that shit. How does he not know this? Everybody's a fucking victim in your world. Well, I guess except for like white dudes, but like everybody is a fucking victim of the system. Even these people who have millions and millions and millions of dollars. Oh my God, how did you do it? Oh my God, that girl sucked the fucking skin off your dick in the fucking bathroom. Oh my God, you were assaulted because of the white supremacist systems of a black man. It's like, bro, do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? The brain rot is insane.
Or guys like Colin Kaepernick who are perfect victims. The reality is the dysfunction that black men are experiencing in this country is not going to let a lot of us look like Colin Kaepernick. Most of that is...
Yeah, Carlos, people are not going to respect you if you're a victim. But the thing is, the reality is that you always have to take accountability. That's one thing I've learned from these white supremacists, these rich ass people. They're like, always take accountability for everything. This motherfucker, I remember I would listen to Charlie Munger, who R.I.P. I guess I'd be a coon in his eyes for listening to a rich white man, a rich white billionaire at that. Oh my God, how could I listen to his advice? But he's like, the moment you complain, you're fucking up because you're taking the agency away from yourself and you're saying, I can't control this situation. And if you can't control the situation, then you're not going to improve. You're just going to stay in the same fucking spot or it's going to get worse. But fat bitches, I'm sorry. But people like F.D Signifier will never talk about that. They only want to blame everything else for why your life is fucked up. And the reason I get so mad about this is because I'm an empath. One, because it's annoying and it's condescending and it's stupid. But two, because I know that people who are stupid enough to believe this and refuse to take any agency are just going to stay in the same exact position, if not a worse position, forever. And it's fucking pissing me off to listen to these losers go on and on and on about bullshit, about communism, let's get rid of all the jails and all the prisons. What? What? Are you out of your fucking mind? Oh my God. This 23-year-old millionaire, oh my God, how does he do it? How does he wake up every day and go to basketball practice? Oh, these white supremacists and their evil, evil ways, how could they do that to that black man? They only do that so they can demoralize him by laughing at his black slave body. It's like, what are you talking about? Then why do white people love Luka Doncic so much? Why do white people love these white college athletes the way that they do? I really just think it's about people being able to do extraordinary things, people having rare skills that they can, again, leverage these NBA owners to give them a fuck ton of money because nobody else can shoot 10 threes from half court with a dude who's 6'8" in their fucking face. I can. I'm Steph Curry. Bitch, pay me my $200 million. And then when I'm this little fucking white kid who wants to, I'm like, oh, fuck, what he just did, that was cool as shit. I want to be able to do that. I want to be like that guy. I don't think, or even if they're an adult, they do the same thing. Because what these people are doing is cool as fuck. And they're like, damn, I want to do that cool shit too. I want to hit buzzer beaters like Steph does. I don't think they're thinking about, wow, let me look at that dumb black body. My white body is so much better than that black body. It's like, what? What a weird way you think. What a weird, sad way your fucking brain works. These are the conclusions that you come to. You're the only one thinking about shit like this. And as I'm talking about how racist we're not, you guys are literally typing freaking slurs in the chat or trying to. You're 2 letters in. I will fucking ban you.
More like Antonio Brown. And if you can't fight for both, then you really not.
Frank and tired, fucking try me.
But I want to critically engage with what's happening here. Before Antonio Brown started going crazy, in the last decade or so, the NFL had been inundated with bad press for what felt like years with guys like Pac-Man Jones and Michael Vick. And there has been a public outcry for that entire time for these black brutes to be brought under heel. And NFL Commissioner...
These black brutes to be brought under heel. Wow, a little dramatic there. I mean, yeah, I think people are going to be against... I don't know who the fucking other dude was, but I think most people are going to be against dog fighting. Sorry, I'm going to take the white supremacist side on this one. I'm sorry. Maybe they went a little hard on him. I don't remember because I was a fucking kid. But, like, yeah. When people are like, hey, man, that guy fights dogs to the death. Yeah, people are going to be like, hey, man, that's fucked up. That guy's an asshole. Fuck that guy. I get it. That's something I can agree with.
Roger Goodell for the last 15, 20 years has had this Reagan Clinton-esque tough on crime policy of reform. And this has resulted in unilateral power for him to punish players who behave poorly. Again, I don't...
Yeah, because you're a fucking brand. Yes, that's how it works. You fucking loser. Oh my God. If I have a fucking company and you work for me and everything is public and you act like a dickhead, that goes back on me. So no, fucking don't do that. Don't do that bullshit. Do it in private because I don't give a fuck. I'm not your daddy. But when it comes back on me and you lose me money, bitch, no. You're getting fined. You're getting cut. You're getting whatever. That's how it works with everything. You fucking loser. Oh my God. It's not always about white supremacy, dude. It's just about money. If you want to talk about that, I'll be with you all fucking day. But goddamn, it's not that deep. Again, I'm going to say it for the 50th time. Since you love to repeat yourself so fucking much, I'll join the club. Clearly it works if you do it enough. The only people that think about race this much is losers like you. I grew up around a lot of fucking white people. I listened to their family when they would make jokes, racist jokes. I would talk to them about race. they don't really give a fuck that much. White people aren't waking up thinking about black people. They're just not. Nobody does that. Except for people like F.D Signifier. It's fucking weird. And another problem I have with fucking clowns like him is comparing today in 2023, 2024, 2022, really any time in the past fucking damn near 20 years to people really like 30, 40 years, but definitely the past 10, 20 years, comparing that to people in the 60s, 50s, 40s. This motherfucker even has the audacity to talk about actual slavery and comparing them as if they're one-to-one, which is insane. Insane.
Want to defend the action.
I don't know if FD's done that. I feel like he has, but I can't put that on him. But when I see people do that, it makes me fucking turn into Candace Owens so quickly. I don't care.
Of these players, because for most of them, these are really awful things for anybody to do. But I do want to ask what is actually occurring when we have players like Vic, like Pac-Man Jones, like Antonio Brown get suspended. Cases like Antonio Brown's are extreme, but there's been plenty of cases over the years of really bad behavior by NFL players, and each time the NFL responds in the same way. They vilify the individual and then they put them out the league. But what they don't do is engage in the work of providing a different level of support for these players within and without the league. Players that have, again, been weaned on this dehumanizing, hypermasculine performance of gender since they were preteens.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That sentence made me want to fucking kill myself. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hate this. I'm going to start crying. I don't know how many more of these I can do. We're going to have to watch the debate next time. Metal, remind me, please, because holy shit. I can't take like an hour and a half of just this. I feel like I'm in a fucking nut house.
Providing a different level of support for these players within and without the league. Players that have, again, been weaned on this dehumanizing, hypermasculine performance of gender since they were preteens. And this is because that's what the NFL wants. The sport of football is violent and brutal. The damage these men do to their bodies or their girlfriends and spouses or to dogs is, again, just collateral damage in the billion-dollar machine that is the NFL. And the thing I want people to take away when talking about ugly and complex situations like Antonio Brown or Ray Rice is that it's not about saying that what they did is okay and reasonable within the context of what their challenges are. It's about recognizing that these issues of sexual violence and violence against women and physical trauma and depression and substance misuse and suicide are all connected to the same patriarchal framework that these men.
Oh my God. Every time he says patriarchal, I'm gonna lose it.
And are expected and taught to embody again from the time that they are children. So as good as it is for the NFL to punish Antonio Brown, understand that this.
Let's go back. I can't believe this is America.
And depression and substance misuse and suicide are all connected.
Oh, we need to play this at regular speed. Cause like, what the fuck did he just say? Does he really just say that?
Is that it's not about saying that what they did is okay and reasonable within the context of what their challenges are.
Okay, I got that. It's not okay to say what they did was okay, right?
It's about recognizing that these issues of sexual violence and violence against women and physical trauma and depression and substance misuse and suicide are all connected to the same patriarchal framework that these men are expected and taught to embody again from the time that they are children. So as good as
Come on, calm down. Just breathe. Okay. All right.
As it is for the NFL to punish Antonio Brown, understand that this is plantation sports. Antonio Brown is a wild buck that does not have the ability to function in this structure anymore. And instead of giving him the help that he needs, the NFL is going to cut him loose. And I'm praying that somewhere within his support system, somebody is able to get him together.
All right. Okay, cool. So I pay you a fuck ton of money to do a job and represent the brand, right? And you publicly act like a complete and utter shit fuck dickhead. You're acting wild. You can't even be a basic human being. I'm not asking you to save kittens out of trees, but just shut the fuck up. Be decent. Or even a little bit shitty. But don't be a complete sociopath. And because you failed to do that, I fire you. Or I suspend you, or whatever. I say, hey, this guy's an asshole. He's not what we represent. Right? So I do that. And because I can't save you, I mean, I would imagine. I mean, I know that at least in the NBA, they have psychologists. I don't think they're just like, well, this guy's acting like an asshole. We didn't try anything. There's nothing we tried to do. We're just going to punish him. There goes those fucking millions of dollars that we fucking have to pay this loser. Oh, well, we're not going to hire a psychologist for $60. We're not even going to do that. Like, bitch, you don't think they tried to do anything? Just even looking at them as the sociopaths that they are, don't you think they would try to fix him just for their own benefit? Doesn't that just make sense? Bruh, if you're a fucking adult and you're a fuck up, why is it my responsibility to save you? Now, again, if you want to take the CTE argument, I think that's fair. If I go to fucking work and somebody hits me in the head with a bat and I start acting like an asshole, it's kind of on the job. I was just doing my job. I showed up to work. I got hit in the head. Now I'm fucking batshit crazy. Yeah, that's kind of on you guys. But he didn't want to fully take that argument, so what are we talking about here? Again, nobody's coming to save you. Again, nobody gives a fuck about you. The beautiful thing about this country is that you can win and so can the person you're working with, but they're never going to, and you can both prosper, but nobody except for your fucking mommy and maybe your daddy is going to cut off their own foot to save you. If you're winning, nobody's going to have you win to their own detriment. Because why the fuck would they do that? They don't give a fuck. Now, hopefully, the people care about you and they want you to win. Sometimes that happens with companies, sometimes it doesn't. But to act like, this is again my issue with the fucking commies, is acting like every time you're working for somebody, you're being exploited is nonsense. Sometimes there's just a fucking synergy there, and you're both winning. And sometimes people are given great opportunities, but they fuck it up because they're obnoxious dickheads. Or because they were born and they had trauma or whatever the fuck. But at the end of the day, here and everywhere else in the world, once you're an adult, people don't really want to hear about your childhood trauma. That's kind of up to you to fix. Nobody wants to be like, well, I know Rachel didn't show up to work for the past 3 days and I've lost a fuck ton of money and, my business is fucked. But, we have to think about that time when she was in second grade and her uncle, nobody wants to hear that shit. Rachel, bitch, you're 32 years old. You need to figure it the fuck out. Go see a therapist. Go take some fucking mushrooms in Venezuela and cry about it. I don't give a fuck what you have to do, but you all have to learn to function in this fucking society because we got shit to do. That's how it works. And I'm sorry, I don't think that's that bad. Nobody cares. The message I will always tell to my cult is nobody gives a fuck about you. His message is, these people should care. Bitch, they don't. They don't. They don't give a fuck. And they never, ever, ever fucking will. So, sorry. So figure out how to make them care. If you can find a way for them to win, you will win. But don't kiss their ass. Don't be a fucking slave for them. But yeah, that's how you win in this fucking world. Find a way to make people win. If you can do that, people will give you money. People will fuck with you. That's why I say, get a skill. If you get a skill and you're really good, people will pay you a shit ton of money. That's how it works. That's what I'm trying to do. I told you guys, I'm talking with a sponsor, talking to you guys about signing the contracts and shit. These people are reaching out to me because I can do things for them. They don't give a fuck that I'm a black male and I have a single mom and blah, blah, blah. They don't give a fuck. If I can't produce results for them, they will drop my ass. And you know what? I think that's fair because I'm not some fucking little pansy ass bitch that just wants handouts just because I'm black and it's so hot. No, that's not how I view my life because I'm not a fucking pussy. Yeah, I had struggles. So did my fucking Asian neighbor. My neighbor's not Asian, but you get what I'm saying. I don't see myself as some fucking poor victim, especially when I have to hear what my actual family went through. When my great grandma actually had the Klan burning fucking crosses on her lawn. You think I'm going to be sitting here complaining about YouTube shit? Are you out of your fucking mind? You know how lucky I am to be born in this time alone? Oh my God, it pisses me off so much when fucking millennial black people start complaining. Like, really, motherfucker? If you were just born a blink earlier, you know how fucking ass my life would be? Holy shit, it would be horrible. It would be horrible. You know how I know? Because everybody else in my family kind of fucked. Just one generation before me, my aunt had to deal with people calling her the hard R and throwing shit at her, adults and teenagers, as a child, just for going to school. That's all she was doing. She was just going to school as a kid. People call her the hard R to her face all day, every day. She went to school. And this bitch ass motherfucker, F.D Signifier, couldn't handle the microaggressions at his middle school in 2020. Get the fuck out of here, you pussy. Are you kidding me? Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? I hope that your fucking ancestors haunt you as ghosts for the rest of your life. That's what I want for you. You cowardly, weaselly, pussy-ass bitch. That's what you are. You're a weak, spineless fuck. And I can't stand you. Your content is lazy. You're insecure as fuck. That's why I try to use these big-ass words to impress your goofy-ass white audience. You're a fucking loser. And everything you say is loser bullshit that's gonna do nothing for anybody except create a little circle jerk for you and your fake intellectual fucking audience so you can all collectively accomplish nothing. So fuck you and fuck your fucking fan base. I hate you. I hate BreadTube, at least the ones that I've seen. Maybe other ones are cool. I don't fucking know. But this shit sucks. It sucks. And I'm calm now. Fuck. Okay, sorry. Oh, I get so angry. With my fucking... What's her name? I don't remember her name. Just kidding.
All of the apathy I built up over the years, I had to slowly start chipping away at, because what it started doing was
I need to calm down. I've done this twice in a row now. I really didn't want to do that. I'm too emotional. I'm too emotional. I really did tap into that LTD. Grab some water, you're right. I got a little bit left. I got triggered, I'm sorry. bitch.
It already had ruined a lot of relationships in my life.
I just had to leave the school because I couldn't handle the microaggressions. This white kid asked to touch my dreads and I just couldn't handle it. I'll never give you an example because I know it's laughable. But my life is just so hard. It's just so hard to be me. Ugh, bitch. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're a clown. You're a fucking clown. Ugh. Fuck you.
But I didn't care because I was about to get his money, right? I couldn't deal with it, right? But I had to slowly start chipping away because I saw my relationship with my mother start deteriorating. I felt funny hugging my mother. I'm kind to myself in that aspect where it's like that was what I developed over the years in pure as a self-defense mechanism. Yeah. But in retirement, that's what I've done. I've really just sat back and been able to peel back layer by layer what I have become and what I have done in my life. And
you know why you were able to retire so young? I'm on your ass too now. I don't give a fuck. Fuck this guy too. I'm just kidding. I don't know you. I have nothing against you. Do you know why you were able to retire when you're what? In your fucking 30s? Because you were a professional athlete. I'm sorry, the 12 NFL games you played a year, you couldn't have a relationship with your mother? What are you talking about? What? There's no pushback on that? I just couldn't say my mom. I couldn't handle my mom. What the fuck are you talking about? Why? Explain it to me. I'm not saying you're wrong, but right now, I'm a little amped up. And also, bruh, when we're poor, we don't want to hear about the plight of a millionaire. So you have to try. Meet me halfway, bitch. I want to understand. But when you say goofy shit like this, sometimes it falls on deaf ears. You need to learn how to fucking communicate your point. Holy shit. Golly, motherfucker.
And football is just a small part of it, right?
Which brings me to my final and really the core
fuck you
element in all of this. Us, which kind of also still includes me, the fans. Whenever we are critical of some form of media, it's too easy to just be critical of the creation of that media. We also have to remember that the media in question is meant to appeal to a specific fan base. And the fan base is reflective of the greater societal problems. Now, of course, the NFL, the NBA, etc., make the most money out of this situation. So it's easy to point the finger at them.
Hey, don't forget about the athletes who signed $200 million contracts, bitch. $200 million for 5 years. Hey man, I'd say that's a fucking win. Sorry, I don't give a fuck if the person above me made $1 trillion. When I make that much to play a game, thank you. I take the money, I do my job, and I shut the fuck up. I think that's a fair trade. And if my knees are kind of fucked, hey, guess what? I have $200 million to play a child's game, and I get like 3 months off. I'm taking that deal every fucking time. Because if I work at a Cold Stone Creamery and I bang my fucking knee in the thing and I get to have surgery, how do you think things are gonna go for me? How do you think things are gonna go for me? Huh? FD?
Money from us. We are the biggest issue here. The NFL doesn't really care about violence against women or the national anthem in 2016 or police.
I agree. They only give a fuck about themselves, just like everybody else. They care about money. Yes, you are right. Wow, how profound. A company cares about money and itself? Holy fuck. Philosophical genius. How did you come upon this conclusion?
Brutality in 2020. What they care about was their advertising dollars and ticket sales.
Ding, 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 ding. Yes.
NBA doesn't care about what's happening to the people in China, clearly. What they care about is the money to be extracted from that situation.
No shit.
And we as the people are the fulcrum that...
And you don't give a fuck about your fucking fans or anybody who watches your dog dick content. You care about filling your pockets with these long, drawn out boring, pathetic ass fucking videos. So fuck you too, and fuck your sponsor.
It leans on. And to me, the reality is that we, the fans, are too comfortable with the status quo of the system. I want to reiterate that I'm not against sports or the elements of sports culture that surrounds it. But capitalism has done and is doing to sports what it does to pretty much everything. It's mutilating.
What was capitalism? What did sports look like in other countries?
It to make it more easy to extract said capital. And the solution to me isn't to stop watching sports, but to, as fans of the sports, to demand that the status quo not be so closely adhered to. And I say this partially because, I'm not going to stop watching. Football is deep in my veins, from watching on Sundays to Madden to fantasy football.
I know. What does communist football look like? I'm curious. I genuinely don't know.
To watching guys like Flimlo Raps along with, Brett Coleman, Pro Football Focus, etc. I and many others consume sports like Gen Z kids consume K-pop. And just like the complex,
so funny,
brutal and exploitative nature of K-pop, there are levels to how you engage as a fan and what you can be doing to address the problem. And for me, the reality is that we have to start engaging with the nature of white supremacy and how sports and black athletes reproduce those frameworks.
Still never said one fucking thing that was inherent to black people, but you know what? Maybe in the last fucking 8 minutes he'll get to it in his an hour-long video.
The NFL, NBA, NCAA, they don't hinge on my dollars. All the people that are still not watching the NFL because of what they did to Colin Kaepernick, that's dope. I'm not telling you to stop, but the white people and the fans make your dollars not all that significant to the bottom line. Yeah, and those fans are coming into this sports with the same biases and anti-black attitudes that they carry in real life. And you can see that historically when you look at the NBA strikes of the 90s and the near strike from the NFL a couple of years ago, or even that case with Ed O'Bannon and NCAA football, the video game. As soon as the access to these sports is challenged.
I know, right? What about the black fans? He didn't mention that part. He said the white people and the fans. So
because the players are seeking greater compensation and more power over their labor, the fans always side with the billionaires. They always call the players greedy and say shit like,
No. See, this is what I think he gets wrong. The billionaires side with the fans because they know that's where the money is. That's why they're rich. It's not a bunch. You think a bunch of fans give a fuck about the owner? You know how many fucking fans hate the owner? What are you talking about? Owners are going to do what they think their fan base wants to do if they're smart, or what's most profitable for them if they're dog shit. And they can just kind of like, okay, they'll play like a balance between the two. Like, obviously, we got to keep some people in the stands. But, I'm not trying to spend fucking, all that money on KD. We'll settle for Paul George. You know what I mean? Do shit like that. That was a terrible example, but you get what I'm saying. Bro. Fucking the average person is not trying to side with a billionaire. Maybe he's probably not going to say that. There's no way he's that fucking stupid.
Like, they should be grateful to ever get to the spot they're in the first place. They never complain about the exploitative institutions that have been making billions off of these players for decades without paying them a dime. And it happens because sports and the black man who play in them create this perfect environment for dehumanization, commodification, and fetishization for the enjoyment of the...
Okay, just remember, you did just talk about them getting paid under the table, all of them. So I'm just want to throw that out there. But again, we agree, NCAA definitely fucked up. And the fans don't give a fuck because it has nothing to do with them. They'll be like, oh my God, did you see that fucking game? That shit was awesome. Oh yeah, the kid, he has to, he gets to go to college for free and he just has to play. Yeah, it seems fair. But if you think about it for 20 seconds, yeah, people get pissed off. And that's why the government stepped in, I think, and changed it. And good for fucking them. And I don't think there's any fans that are like, oh my God, I can't believe these kids can get paid for their likeness now. Yeah, we're all like, yeah, that's good. As soon as people start hearing about it, they're like, yeah, that's fucked up. They definitely should be making money. And again, I don't think anybody is mad that college athletes can make money now.
These fans, we marvel at the performances of these amazing athletes. We love the physiological intensity and the emotional responses to the game.
Sure.
But we want this, especially some of these fans.
If he brings race, if he brings up black people, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
Responses to the game. But we want this, especially some of these fans, to be controlled and contained within the sport, aimed only at the opposing team, with no room for error, fully under the control of white men and white institutions.
Oh my God. He did it. He did it. He brought race into it when there was no need. Not even an inkling of a need to do that. He had to. I knew he was going to. He just had to. They only want to see white owners. Really? Who? Does he believe that? Oh yeah, he's smug as fuck, but we're past the smugness. The shit he's saying is just fucking insane.
Institutions. And furthermore, they don't want any responsibility to take care of these players once the game is over.
Yes,
it's a really complicated and
well, actually, the NBA has set in a lot of rules where you still have like health insurance and shit like way after you retire. So I think that's good. Yeah, they do a lot of things that are good. Like I said, they have psychologists, you have team athletes, fucking healthcare, you know. Like, wasn't it just like Zebo and all those people were like fucking, they were scamming that system? And then I think it was a couple of Memphis players, of course, it was fucking Memphis. Shit city. They were like scamming the healthcare system that the NBA was giving them, and they were fucking them over. Didn't that just happen like a couple years ago? So I feel like the NBA does a pretty good job of like taking care of people, to be fair.
Possible to parse through.
I'm sure it's not perfect, but I feel like they go above and beyond. NFL, I don't know about them. NCAA, fuck no. But the NBA, from what I've seen, they seem like they do a lot of good.
Situation. But in the middle of all of this are the players in the margins, the pros with short injury-riddled careers who don't make millions, the college players who never get a shot but have some of the same damage that the pro players do, those kids that cap out at high school and have to process their dreams being deferred, and the children, the literal children who just like playing a sport. In the middle is Sekou, my 8-year-old son who likes Minecraft, soccer, and basketball, who will or already is dealing with the dehumanizing,
Come on, leave the children alone,
reality of existing in a racialized black male body, with the extra addition of happening to look athletic. Me, Arian, and Flimlo all love our sports, but we all also have sons. And when we were interviewing, there were these moments where...
Wait, who's Arian? He has a brother named Arian? That's kind of hilarious. His brother, his friend, I don't know who these people are.
We were just kind of overtaken by the gravity of the conversation we were having, where we were thinking about how to negotiate this world that will treat our sons as commodities and how we might protect them from this hard to describe danger of them just loving a game. And as usual, there's no easy answer to the question of how to do that. There's no easy answer to how to make this situation better. It's just something I want you all to keep in mind as you watch the next.
Of course, this fucking idiot has no solutions to anything. Of course not. Why would he?
National championship game.
It's not his job.
Or March Madness or the NFL playoffs.
He's gonna bring up a problem that doesn't fucking exist.
That these aren't just automatons or animals moving about on your screens. These are men and boys who just happen to be born to embody this racialized conceptualization of black masculinity. That these are humans who play a game and deal with the same range of challenges that we all do. and they need and deserve better than what they are getting.
Now, what the fuck does that have to do with me? I'm just gonna watch that conclusion one more time, so it's just in case I missed something.
To make this situation better. It's just something I want you all to keep in mind as you watch the national championship game. Thinking about how to negotiate this world that will treat our sons as commodities.
How to negotiate this world. Does that even make sense?
How we might protect them from this hard to describe danger of them just loving a game. And as usual,
where is the inherent danger? I guess that was the whole point of his whole fucking video, but it's like, bro, I just don't understand. Like, if you have fucking self-respect, standards, and you work hard, you should be fine. If you don't want to fucking play on the fucking AAU team, tell them to fuck off. There you go, problem solved. If people tell you should play basketball and you don't want to, hey, guess what? Don't fucking play basketball. And if you're gonna do it, realize, hey man, you have a very slim chance of making it. And you have a window. It's not like YouTube. If I could try YouTube forever. It's free. As long as I have a computer, blah, 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 I know how to edit, it's all good. Basketball, any sport, this is your window. This is your fucking chance. So, hey man, if you get that D1 ride, bitch, don't get a fucking degree in underwater basket weaving. Go get a degree in something that makes sense. So when you inevitably fail at joining the NFL, you have a really solid backup plan. Wow, that advice, you can't just say that. Why can't you just say that? You have to say, well, I don't know. You should do white supremacy, the black male body, buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. Do you think I'm smart? Do you think I'm smart yet? Do you think I'm smart yet? Jesus Christ, you're such a fucking little bitch. This shit sucks ass.
There's no easy answer to the question of how to do that. There's no easy...
Nigga, yes, there is. I just said it. It's such an easy answer. It's insane. Just respect yourself. What are you going to do when that white woman just wants to suck your dick because you have a football helmet on? Tell the bitch no. Wow, what are you going to do? White supremacy and the patriarchal systems of white... No. You just respect yourself. Hey, if the fucking asshole coach is yelling at you, you can tell him to fuck off and quit the team. Or talk to him, be like, hey man, I don't like the way that you're talking to me. You need me on this team. If you continue to talk to me like this, I'm gonna leave because I don't need you. And if he's irrational, you move on. It's not that hard. I know he's got me saying the N-word. I only do that when the camera's off. Oh my God, this guy sucks. This is why I said college is a scam.
Easy answer to how to make this situation better. It's just something I want you all to keep in mind as you watch the national championship game or March Madness or the NFL playoffs, that these aren't just automatons or animals moving about on your screens. These are men and boys who just happen to be born to embody this racialized conceptualization of black masculinity.
Nothing you said had anything to do with race. You just talked about athletes who were black. If they were white, the result would have been exactly the same, and you never proved that that wasn't the case. So you're a fucking clown with a victim mentality, and that's all that you preach. It's bullshit. Sorry. It's bullshit.
That these are humans who play a game and deal with the same range of challenges that we all do. And they need and deserve better than what they are getting.
Wow. Mic drop. I really do hate this guy.
So this video used clips from the docu-series Fourth and Forever Muck City. The series looks at the titular Muck City, a legendary roar.
Shut the fuck up. That was awful. That was awful. Wow, it took us 3 hours to get through that. That was honestly horrible. That was horrible. Should we watch some of the debate before I go to bed? Metal, are you still in here? What do I look up? That was horrible, dude. I don't know, man. I didn't even get anything. I'm supposed to be writing shit down. My dumbass. So, cult member Metal has been trying to send me something over the past few days, over these past few FD debates. But because YouTube is pussy, it won't let me. So I'm like, just tell me what to search. But it seems like, oh, no, he's here. Okay. Yeah, just tell me like the other person who's in it, and then I should be able to find something. Let me see. I'll just type in debate. See if I find out something. God, I fucking hate this guy. I hate his channel. Oh, look, my video pops up. Look at that. Of course, Destiny. Me, Noah Sampson. F.D Signifier visits. No, that's not it. Sitch and Adam. Okay, it's an hour. This one? You guys talking about this one? This one right here?
If 95% of...
All right. This is the one you guys are talking about, right? I think I need to turn my mic down a little bit. All right, let's do it.
Black Americans that vote Democrat. Why would the face of black political conversation on YouTube be mostly conservative? And it's
what? Because you're in a fucking bubble?
Because we are not watching them. Y'all are watching them. It's like when somebody tells you they really like rap and then they say their favorite rapper is Eminem or some or Drake. And then people that really know rap know that you don't know what you're talking about. How y'all doing?
Good. Thanks for coming on, man.
This man said because liberals are gay. Give me 1 second. 1 second, I'll be right back. I won't play it. I won't be a Hassan. But I do need something for this. I need something. Alright, I'm back. I've arrived. I had to get my milk and cookies. I should have got it for the last video. It would have calmed me down, but I know you guys like the rage. I know you do, you little perverts. Alright, let's do this. How have you all seen this already? You guys are weird. Walmart cookies? Yeah, you know it. You know it. Best cookies in America. Don't give a fuck. All right, let's do it. Let's start over, actually. Fuck it.
If 95% of black Americans that vote Democrat, why would the face of black political conversation on YouTube be mostly conservative?
Also, is that
and
even
it's because we are not watching them. Y'all are watching them. It's like when somebody tells you they really like rap and then they say their favorite rapper is Eminem or some or Drake. And then people that really know rap know that you don't know what you're talking about. How y'all doing?
Good. Thanks for coming on, man. How you doing?
Yeah, this is rare.
This is the Adam guy you were talking about. Oh, shout out to this guy.
It's for me.
Really, just jumping in?
This is not my style, but I'm having a. I'm doing new things this year.
That's good. That was your New Year's resolution, just jumping
no, not at all. But I am. This particular situation has me rethinking actually resolutions I had in mind. So here I am, and we got a little time. That call actually maybe gave us a little more time.
Okay. Well, we've gone back and forth in the comment section a little bit, but I mean, yeah, I didn't think you wanted to come on. That's why. I mean, but you're here, so awesome. What do you? What was your take on what we were saying about the video?
I haven't seen. I can't even remember now. Where did I find y'all at? You were talking about. Oh, you said there are a lot of black people that were conservatives.
Yeah,
and I found that. And then I saw suddenly I was in your chat. So that was, I guess that was the impetus of saying, let me just try. Let me just try to talk to people directly. People, I make long videos. They're not for everybody. I don't know how to.
I don't know who the fuck they're for, brother. As somebody who just watched 2 of those monstrosities, I should be 5150 for the fucking trauma that I just went through. We all saw it. It was horrible. We all went through it. It was horrible. We all feel sick. Physically sick from that bullshit you published.
And don't have a real passion for like shorts. And I'm kind of.
We go for like 10 hours. So.
There you go. Well, the point I'm making is disseminating information and making it bite size. Not bite size. I feel like maybe that can come off condescending, but making it like easy to digest and like having an ability.
Is the job of somebody who makes content. Your videos should be understandable. But you want to gatekeep with all this pussy shit because you're a loser.
Ability to actually affect someone's perception. I haven't ever been that worried about that. Like I'm not a person who like I'm going to change minds with my content, like by spelling everything out. I look at my content kind of as art at this point.
I'm sorry. Do we need to go back to yesterday's stream, bitch, where half of the fucking video was blurred out? And then right after you got on your hands and knees, please, mommy, please, daddy, watch my video. Please watch it. I worked so hard on it. Like a bitch. Instead of just making the video fucking good, you get on your hands and knees and beg like the fucking dog you are. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm really unhinged right now. After you have the gall to beg us to watch your dog shit video, you have a fucking error less than 5 seconds after the begging. And then you want to, you guys, I don't want to be condescending, but I don't really worry about people being able to digest my videos. I look at my videos as art. The gall. The gall. The gall. Wow. Some fucking people.
And so if you don't grab every reference, that's actually on purpose. Anyway, the point of me bringing that up is like, no, there's not a lot of black people in the GOP. There's not a lot of black conservatives. It's a very, it's been pretty consistent for the last 50 years. If you just look by voting records, it's all of 5% of the black population.
Well, Candace Owens has obviously talked about this in the context of voting, where she's on a quest to make more black conservatives to basically undercut the Democratic Party. So, I mean, yeah. I do get that, and we do see a skewed.
Oh man, I thought it would come up. Bro, Google, just give me the answer right here. What are we doing? I don't need an article. Fuck your articles. Ugh. Alright, Pew Research. Are you gonna give me a fucking percentage, bitch? I just want a percentage. Bruh, fuck off. Did anybody have anything? I'm trying to figure it out. Some black men lose faith in Biden. Bitch, that's not my fucking... That's not the question. Fuck, I can't type for shit. Still nothing, huh? God damn it, you bitch. I'm not gonna fucking test or listen to Cora. Okay, ABC News, maybe. 89%. Ugh, no. Fuck it, I give up.
A view of it because we see YouTube and there's like black conservatives on YouTube. So obviously they have a voice here as much as probably left-wing blacks on YouTube.
Probably more, because name some other left-wing blacks on YouTube aside from me.
Left-wing blacks?
Me!
Especially black men.
Who did we talk to? I always forget that guy's name.
Who?
Huey?
Yeah, I don't know.
Lewis? Big Lewis?
John Lewis?
John Lewis?
Yeah, we had John Lewis on.
I'm a left-leaning black guy on YouTube.
Lewis. They're around. I don't watch a lot of I watch some BreadTube stuff, but I know that there's lots of, I'm assuming, aren't there lots of black BreadTubers?
So BreadTube is a really nebulous concept. There are a decent amount of black left-wing to outright leftist women who have decent followings and are doing things, but they're not as in the BreadTube ecosystem as I am.
Not men, though, just women?
Mostly women. There's T1J, who's an OG BreadTube figure.
Because communism is gay.
There's me, and then anybody else that you would really think of is, less than a couple of years old, and have all probably been connected to me in some form or fashion. There's a bizarre map that she shows later on about the BreadTube friend. It looks like something from conspiracy theory. And she has me on it, and it's funny because she kind of has me in the wrong position. But either way, my point is there's not a lot of there's not a ton of black male BreadTubers. And to kind of respond to, so let's again be clear, the data doesn't support, like Candace Owens wouldn't be trying to create a movement of conservatives if there are a bunch already. There are very few. Right. And I don't think she's very serious because there's not really a lot that conservatives could do to pull more black people in, because conservatives tend to be racist. A lot of their policies.
Well, this is what we were talking about. This is what
I mean, I don't think that, like, well, first of all, I'm assuming that we have a very different conception of like what makes someone on the left and the right. But from my conception, I don't think that black people on average are like not in favor of what we consider right-wing moral intuitions. I think it's just because of the civil rights movement and kind of all the history associated with that. That's why most black people end up voting for Democrats.
The racism.
Probably.
Yeah, because the history of racism cemented the political positions. And I think that's going to be very difficult. I mean, I'm assuming in some point in history that will change, but.
I mean, not if we don't make actual changes to how racism is, still a problem. And I think the average black person, so you're making a good point. I think that the average black person isn't adverse to conservative ideologies, which is probably true. But there's like conservative ideologies. I say conservatism with the lowercase c, right. And then there's conservatives, which I depict as a proper noun. And conservatives who tend to vote Republican, there's a lot more racism. It's much more hewn into the politics of the Republican Party, the policies that they tend to pursue, the dog whistles. We can go back to Ronald Reagan and the welfare queen. Like these are things the Republicans.
That was like 30 years ago, though. It's a completely different political landscape,
and it's not that different.
Do you think do you think a politician, do you think Ron DeSantis could come out and make the welfare queen speech and get the same kind of response to it, though? I feel like he would just be like shunned.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it would be the exact same speech.
Look, they kicked Richard Spencer and I believe Nick Fuentes out of the Republican National Convention because they don't want anything to do with this racism stuff. Like,
that's outright white supremacy, though. Like, those are people that would zig Heil in public.
Yeah, obviously. That they don't want that associated with the Republican Party, though. But yeah, well, my point isn't that a step in the right direction?
Fair.
How big a step do you think that is to the average black person? So to put it in perspective.
Also fair.
So black people, so the conservatism that you often may see in black people is not like such a explicit like belief or value in, conservative principles, which I don't know, I may have some gaps there in my knowledge, but I know that whatever value black people have in conservatism, it's more of a survivor's instinct.
What do you mean? So, are you talking about black conservatives?
I'm talking about black lowercase c conservatism. Like, you know, I'm a, despite my radical leftist leanings, I am a cis hetero man married to a woman living in the house. We celebrated Christmas.
How dare you?
I am raising my boys as boys until further notice. I am following a very traditional map in my personal life.
You're like a tradcon here.
I guess maybe. But that is there's several things to that. Part of that is the fear of what happens to African Americans, especially black boys, who start to get outside of the status quo of what's expected for black people. And so, like, when you talk about conservatism within black people, it's kind of more like, hey, if we follow this roadmap, we're less likely to insert bad things here as black people.
Well, but isn't it all people though? I mean, is it when you're talking about the
all
roadmap?
People experience?
You're talking about a set of behaviors that you're trying to instill into your children, but you're saying that those behaviors are so that they will be accepted. You probably are thinking something like in a white culture, but isn't it the same for whites? Don't they have the same expectation of their children? Just like that's the expectation of all people.
Yeah.
So there's
in America, it's just an American thing.
Expectation, and there's the consequences for breaking the expectation.
Yeah, but in what ways are you talking about breaking the expectation though? That's
so my sons, one way in which I still managed to rebel is I gave my sons African names. And like there's data that shows that when you give children, or not children, when people grow up with names that are non-normative, especially if they're black sounding, they're less likely to get certain opportunities in work. So like we're talking about both the expectation, which I think it's fair to say everybody has an expectation, but that expectation has not following that expectation has consequences. And the consequences for black people are numerous, and maybe I say I'll have a wide variety of outcomes and challenges presented. So to put it in perspective, Adam, that's, I'm assuming, biblical for you.
Okay.
You're atheist now, but like that's biblical, right?
Adam? It's from the Bible, yeah, but
from the Bible. So like
I guess my parents, I don't know that my parents named me because they were particularly religious though. So
well, what if they were particularly religious, but their religion was Islam or something that was not part of
look at me, a black guy with an Arabic name. It's a good thing I don't have anything to say about this.
The expectation within America.
Right.
They would have to trade in.
They named me Osama.
Yeah. They would have to trade in that
uncomfortable.
Cultural signifier for passing privilege for you. Now, maybe that doesn't mean as much because that there's a lot of details there, but it's these types of macro to micro, these type of micro elements that build into macro elements that turn into a very different experience for black people. And to bring it back around to like Republicans or black conservatives, that's kind of why we recognize all the numerous like things happening there with conservatives, with Republicans. And it's funny that like y'all don't seem to know that we recognize this. Well, maybe not you all in particular, but Republicans don't seem to know that we recognize this. And they've for decades now trotted out, Candace Owens, Diamond and Soap, R.I.P. Herman Cain, R.I.P. Michael Steele, all these black
Larry
conservative
Elder,
figures, Larry Elder, etc. Those people are more for y'all than they are for us. They have no credentials, no value in our communities.
There is that argument that they're, tokenizing black people, which I'm sympathetic to. But I do, at some level, you got to admit, Larry Elder knows like the philosophy of conservatism. I think that's probably where we would have the biggest disagreement. Is just over. Like conservatism is a certain type of philosophy.
So just to be sure, these guys are conservative, Adam and Stitch here.
That they're going to look to the institutions and traditions that have served humanity well to construct a flourishing society. Like that's the bedrock of the conservative philosophy, and I would say the bedrock of the progressive philosophy is, change is good. There are these massive opportunities in the world, and getting stuck in some tradition without any logical reason for it can have an opportunity cost that we could be doing something differently and better.
But perhaps. It seems like they're not.
So there's this tension between conservatives and progressives that
so they're more
really
like
makes society function. And I like part of the problem that Sitch and I have that our show is kind of dedicated to is progressives and conservatives. Instead of being like a defense and an offense on the same team working towards forming a better society, they're often in this Manichaean sense of war with one another, that the conservatives believe that we have to get rid of the progressives, and the progressives believe we have to get rid of the conservatives. But I don't conceive of a world where that's even really possible.
I mean, so conceiving is, that's a
personal, what? Fuck Adam Friedland. Adam Friended is the real Adam. I just want that out there. Clip that.
Kind of like thing is whether or not you have the imagination that things can be different or better, and whether or not you think it's realistic, or whether or not you think struggling against the problem is a noble venture in and of itself. You made a point that I think is a really important thing. So the irony is I have a reputation for not doing what I'm doing right now on YouTube, but in my personal life, I've done this a lot. This is how I've actually sharpened my understanding of things and my ability to discuss. And so one thing, whenever I hear that statement, conservatives see a set of things for a flourishing society, and they want to preserve that. The question I always present is a flourishing society for who? Right. And so from my perspective, it's never been a flourishing society. For the people that look like me, it's never been a flourishing society. It's been a flourishing society for a handful of Black people every once in a while. And I would argue for the majority of white people. I think if you look at the crisis of men right now, what we're really talking about is society, I'm trying not to be, ultra left in the moment, but I'm going to use a term that may bother some people. Late capitalism, which is essentially the collapse of a lot of the systems that have allowed capitalism to present the veneer of working. Those systems are breaking down. And so we're seeing a mental health crisis. We're seeing an environmental crisis. We're seeing all these other things. If you look at the data on the unaliving of men, we know that the unaliving of men is a predominantly white issue, although it's rising in African-American men. The analysis, at least presented by the CDC, give them whatever credit you want, because I know that may not be a popular organization in some people's ears. They point to economic strife, and they call them deaths of despair. People losing the access to their livelihood, losing their families because of that, and then thus thinking it's best to no longer be around. And so I would say the fact that conservatives are trying to preserve anything. You may hear my kids yelling at the TV, by the way. The fact that conservatives are trying to preserve so much of the society is the main reason why they need to go. It's not working for most of the people who participate in society.
Well, I do.
So where are they going to go?
I'll say, it's interesting because now, especially with the populist right, they've kind of gone against the sort of neoliberal economic policies that was the standard for the right, with Reagan. And I think a lot of people conflate specifically laissez-faire neoliberal capitalism with just capitalism generally, which, when we talk about
I will say,
Great Compression,
Metal, this video was a great suggestion. One, because it's a lot less painful to have two people who seem to be normal functioning humans in society, but we can still get that FD bullshit. So I applaud you and I appreciate you, because holy fuck was that shit painful to go through.
Everyone kind of idealizes the post-World War II economy in America. Obviously still has segregation.
But also, you guys need to donate more like them, bro. They got 3 donations. I'm kind of jealous. I'm sure they have more people watching, but still.
For more white people. But at least from that perspective, that was still capitalism, and that was still a system that grew out the middle class. So I don't think capitalism should be lumped in with this neoliberal beast that we're kind of living under right now, and everyone just says it's the same thing. We can reform and go back to the way we were without becoming socialist.
But then we would have to be slaves.
And I would also say, can we name a place and time in society that was doing better than America right now? Besides America, a couple years ago, who are these places where everybody was just fucking killing it? I don't know. I'm not a historian. Can you tell me?
Again, Stitch.
Well, we can go back.
What is fucking God, dude? I'm trying so hard not to say anything too inappropriate, but fucking balls is it hard.
We can reform and go back to the way we were without becoming socialist.
But then we would have to be slaves again, Stitch.
Why?
Okay. We can go back economically to post-World War II economy without having slavery, I believe.
Well, it depends on how you define slavery, but then I'll start getting absurdly radical.
Well, just say what you think, bitch. Just say the point.
Well, no, the idea that you could raise a family, though, on a single income, I mean, that's what we're talking about here, right?
Right.
And you had affordable housing and you had a healthcare plan and all this kind of, those are the economic things that have kind of been stripped away. And if we could, that's what we want to.
I mean, this guy's really talking about how it's never been great for black people as he is a fucking rich YouTuber. He doesn't see any irony in that, and zero irony. Zero. All right, got it.
To get back to, I talk about affordable housing all the time because, it's the kind of things that young people are having to go through today, and especially on the right. Like they want to complain about the difficulties of family formation. Well, the affordable housing is part of a giant problem with that. We treat housing like it's some amazing work of art when we should be treating it like hamburgers. Like we should be cranking out houses and driving the price of houses down. But so many people don't want to see that happen.
The houses are being cranked out. They're just, at least in the last couple of years, I know this is happening where I live. They're being bought up by rich investors to be held as Airbnbs or rental properties, etc. And many of them are just sitting empty. There's a ton of empty housing across the nation. So that there's synergy there. And
let's look that up.
I think that the reason why.
Let's go to Google, which is owned by a white man, I think. So take the information how you want to take it, but. Empty. Get off my ass. According to the U.S., blah, 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 over 15 million American homes were vacant in 20, which is about 10%. 10%. I feel like that's not that high. What do you guys think? Do you think that's super high? I thought it would be higher. 10%?
I bothered to, it's funny. I was searching for Kidology's video and I found y'all. And as you know, I've popped up here every now and then when you all
I accused you of being a conservative and you were like, what?
How dare you?
But you just you just made my argument here. You were talking about how you're raising your family and you're making my argument.
It depends on how you define conservative.
Yeah.
Ask me how I feel about trans people. Actually, I don't want to talk about that here. That would be I'm already breaking several rules by being here.
Oh God, I'm already breaking several rules by being here. Now you guys are saying this dude is center left or in the middle. What rules are you breaking? Who's dying from you having a conversation? What are you, God? Like, do you fucking hear yourself? I'm already breaking several rules by having this conversation with you pleb fucks. Do you understand how much of a dumb cunt you sound like when you say shit like this? Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? You sound like a pretentious cunt fuck when you say shit like this unironically. Oh my God, you take yourself so fucking seriously. Now we've been sitting for hours watching your bullshit. I know my audience might be a little bit skewed. Just out of curiosity, 1 to 10, what would you rate the 2 F.D Signifier videos that we've seen? Honestly, take me out of it. Be purely honest. I want a 1 to 10 rating. 1 being the worst, obviously. I just want to get a rating. I want to see some ratings. I said 1 to 10. You can't put 0. -3. Up his own ass out of 10. I like that, Sam. That was creative. 2. Okay, thank you. I think that was a genuine one. 1. -5. 1. Rather have Logan Paul film my corpse in Japanese forest. Trigger alert said 33. Mike didn't pay attention. Well, at least you're honest, Mike. You could have just been an asshole and said 1, but you wanted to be honest. Now, again, obviously my audience doesn't fuck with him, so he could do the same thing to me. But I just don't understand how a fucking YouTuber who makes dog shit. Sorry. I am such an asshole. A YouTuber who makes dog shit, because that is what he is, could take themselves so seriously and not see the humor in it. Like, you don't see that you look like a pretentious cunt? I don't get it.
Like, the thing that
he really acts like he's like an immortal, or like I don't understand. Like, what are you? Aren't you just a guy who has bullshit takes? Isn't that just what you are? Are you anything more than that? I don't understand.
Made me bother to come on is, as I, you all will go through it, and I'm sure you'll have your things to add to the conversation.
I'm sure you'll have your things to add to the conversation. Oh my God, this guy's such a fucking pussy. Oh my God, this was the guy who just couldn't handle the microaggressions, huh? You know what? I wonder why. I wonder why you couldn't handle those microaggressions. Oh my God, he's so cunty. He's so cunty. Oh.
But I'm just realizing just how.
Look, James sees it. You all.
Give me a second to rant, if you mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time.
I have to go. So one of the things I think most people, including a lot of people on the left, don't understand is how much messaging and learning is controlled by these algorithms on YouTube and now on TikTok, and probably even like within Google.
Yes, I do understand. I made a video about it.
And so, like, you guys seem to be of like the mind that there was plenty of black leftist creators in BreadTube, and like, no, it's not a lot at all, and there's very few black male creators, and so that so you ask why that is, and you can find plenty of black male conservative creators, and then that somehow leads you to the erroneous belief that there's a lot of black conservatives, and I don't think that's accidental. I don't think it in fact, if you think about it, it makes absolutely no sense that 95%, and we're just talking about liberal Democrat, which I am not, right? If 95% of black Americans that vote Democrat, why would the face of black political conversation on YouTube be mostly conservative? That literally, from a marketing, like economic standpoint for Google, is stupid.
Maybe because they stick out. Like, when I think about black people, like, in politics, who do we really think about? Like Candace Owens, who I don't even think claims to be a Republican, right? Even though, I mean, like, come on, how could she not be? But I'm pretty sure she says she's not a Republican. I think of, like, red pill shit, but, like, that's mostly about social stuff. Jesse Lee Peterson, who's like a fucking, again, more, they seem to be more like social issues, I would say, except for Candace. But what do you guys think? I don't really see a lot of black people talking about like politics. And if I do, then they're like professional, they're like journalists, and then they do seem to be more like left leaning. But I don't see like video essayists. Like, I don't really see a lot of black people doing that at all. Like, how many black people are in, like, the commentary community? I don't fucking know. Not a lot.
And it's because we are not watching them. Y'all are watching them.
Yeah, they don't really talk about policy.
Like Thomas Sowell, I had never heard of until a couple of years ago.
His name is Thomas Sowell. Jesus. Sowell?
Because he has no sway in black spaces, but you guys love that guy, which we like black, just liberals find fucking hilarious. Mm-hmm. It's like when somebody tells you they really like rap and then they say their favorite rapper is Eminem or some shit, or Drake, and then people that really know rap know that you don't know what you're talking about. And so what I'm realizing and fighting with, as I also plan to protect my mental health better in 2023, because I worked really hard last year.
Oh God, did you? We just saw the product of your hard work.
It's better. There's what YouTube rewards from leftists is what you all see, the dunk video, the debunked video, the anti-manosphere video. My anti-manosphere video, the first one, is my best performing video from last year. But I also made 2 videos criticizing Barack Obama. Those videos not so great. You know what I'm saying? And so,
well, that's going against your audience there, but
not my audience, but yes, I agree to an extent.
Your audience doesn't like. I mean, obviously, your audience is on the left, and Barack Obama's on the left. So
Barack Obama,
the socialists don't like Obama.
Yeah,
but your audience isn't. You can't have. I don't think there's. I don't
enough
think
socialists.
Yeah, if you were
you've got broadly, your audience is on the left. You probably have plenty of people on your audience that are on the left that are not socialist. But dunking is like, that's human nature. Like people, they want the drama. They want yeah, exactly. Conflict drives the story. It's a storyline. So,
and so the point I'm getting at is, without working to install essentially to install and pill. I don't know what pill we are. Blue pill, a larger viewer base to actually understand what we're talking about. We're going to, and what the algorithm wants, and I know this from talking to people on YouTube, what the algorithm wants is for people to sit and watch content.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter the situation, it wants that. And so what the algorithm knows how to do is identify people who are amenable to certain belief systems and kind of funnel them into trajectories of content. And that means
FD, come on, no one likes Drake. That's a straw man. I mean, that's not exactly what he's saying. He's like, if you say you're really into rap and then you say Drake is your favorite rapper, you're a fake rap fan. That's what he was saying, and I'm not going to argue with that. Eminem, I was like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people consider Eminem one of the greatest. You guys know how I feel about rap music. It blows for the most part, but I get what he was saying.
And make a video. My next video is going to be super insider for BreadTube. It may do well because it's going to be, about BreadTube, but it won't do as well as like a video about, I don't know, Mr. Beast or some shit.
Yeah, because it's broad.
But the point I'm trying to get at is, what I'm realizing is, people in the center, so the people on the right who are really on the right, they know who we are. But y'all have like very little idea. Y'all are operating with such bad information. And we just have to be brave and I'm gonna try, I should say, because I don't have a lot of. I mean, I've been peeping your chat a little bit,
bro. Oh my god, he just goes fucking on and on. This guy rants like Bert fucking Kreischer. Get to the point.
I'm going to try to make some attempts to distill certain things into you all spaces to clarify.
You're gonna educate us. This is the thing. This is my problem with the Kidology video. Is I felt like she doesn't really understand the conservative perspective. She's completely strong. Like I could see, and we're in a kind of a weird space because we're both, disaffected liberals basically. Like we both would have called ourselves progressives for years, but are upset about like the speech prohibitions that a lot of progressives are propagating, a lot of the really authoritarian tendencies with deplatforming from a lot of the progressives. So
you're talking to one of them. I mean, he literally said he's breaking rules just talking to you. So sounds like he's somebody you might have a little bit of an issue with, but I'm just guessing.
Obviously, our chat, we have. You got to take a second.
1 second. I'm alive. Yep.
I
pray for his children.
Sitch, did you take off? Oh.
I can still hear you, by the way. You can keep going.
That's okay. So we have right-leaning people in our audience and we have left-leaning people in our audience. So when you're talking about your videos and building your audience and stuff like that, I mean, we've kind of given up on that, because if you're talking about politics, there's very few people that are interested in politics that aren't interested in it from a partisan perspective, where it's just like team sports. We're here for dunking on the leftists. We're here for dunking on the rightoids, whatever it is. Obviously, we dunk on the left more because it's wokeness that we really have a problem with. It's illiberalism that we really have a problem with. But we also make, anti-communist videos. And I mean, you can come on and we can talk to you about communism or socialism all day long. But I mean, we're in favor of things like universal health care and stuff like that. So we're operating kind of a weird space as it is. Sid, you want to add to that at all? Or?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you said that there's lots of things that we don't know, and I hope that you can come on later when we have more time to talk. I'd be curious as to what you think we don't know, and then I'm sure we feel like there's things that you don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Don't know off, and we can figure out what everyone knows.
I'm sure. I will not be a recurring guest, but I'm opening myself up to private
Don't
communication.
Say that. You could change your mind.
I could change my mind. Because of that same algorithmic element of like, because this is still content. Like,
yeah, but it doesn't have to be like us, ripping chefs' throats out or anything.
Well, no, but that's what our prospective audiences would prefer.
What is your point on the algorithm thing? Because I think like I'm I'm not sure that you can change people's minds. I'm very suspect of the fact that you can even really change people's minds. I think a lot of people have moral intuitions that are kind of hardwired into them from biology and experience, and it's really very hard to move people on those innate moral intuitions. So
I don't know if that's true. I think people can change. I definitely think people can change. Now, there's at least some research that implicates that there are some hard wirings on how people tend to lean. But the idea that I would say, though, many of those people are probably the people that are truly hardwired, I would say are probably in the minority.
This one is better.
And that most people, if they are operating with the best information, will be amenable to adjusting to that information, which is like when so as an example, like when I heard you say there's a lot of Black conservatives, like that's a piece of bad information, right? And so like will it be have been of some benefit for me to have like discuss this to you and your audience, so that maybe if you dispel yourself of that myth, you can start really confronting why there are so few Black conservatives, despite the tokenized pick-me's that get a spot to be talking heads on Black conservative media. Then you have to ask,
can I take a guess on why there's so few Black conservatives? I mean, I would guess because there is a stereotype that all conservatives are racist, and if I was Black, I would not want to be in the same tribe as all the racists. So
is it a stereotype? Is it policy? I don't think it's even.
But that's the thing, because you'll get racists on the right who will, they'll make this argument about Black criminality, and they'll start trotting out the crime statistics, and they'll start painting a very racist stereotype of Black people that I personally find offensive, because they'll say, "What, Adam? This is just the facts. Look at the numbers here." And I'm like, even if you can show me that 75% of whatever group it is has some characteristic that you don't like, you're still shitting on that 25% who has to live with the negative stereotype because of all of your nonsense. So how can you do that to the 25% of people who are not racist conservatives,
half of Black
or the
voters
50% of people who are not
Republican?
racist
I don't know
conservatives, or
about that,
whatever number it is? I mean, I know you want to make the argument that it's inherent to the philosophy, but like I said, I think the philosophy is hold on to the traditions. And when we're a long way from the tradition of slavery, a long way from the tradition of slavery. I think the tradition today that conservatives are hanging on to is freedom of speech, which I think is a tradition we should hang on to. I think they're hanging on to the tradition of live and let live, which I think is something that we should hang on to.
Well, for some things.
I mean, but I am against the racism. So go ahead. I'll let you respond.
Yeah, I just disagree. And it's my job to explain that, I guess, at this point. But I also don't take that job very seriously to an extent, because
oh my God, I hate this guy.
Because we're working against.
I think you're wrong. I guess it's my job to explain it. I guess, but I'm also not gonna do a good job, I guess.
There's a reason why CRT was like a huge, political football for the right last year. Like, has nothing to do with like important things that I would think, conservatives or just Americans in general care about, but it was a useful political football because CRT at its core is a very challenging, purposely designed to be challenging to the sensibilities of hegemonic thinking. And so without
CRT creates negative stereotypes about white people, though. That's, I think, why people are upset about CRT. CRT says white people are inherently racist.
It depends on how you understand racism, and I think that's like the first thing.
Okay, but so hold on.
That's the first thing you have to get.
But that's exactly that's exactly the same thing. The person who hates Black people, the right-wing racist, will tell me when he wants to talk to me about race and crime statistics. That's the exact same thing he's going to say.
What?
He's going to be like, "This isn't about race, Adam. This is about not all Black people are criminals. We're just having a conversation here."
The difference there is that there is a bevy of like social research that explains why that person like using that argument is not operating with like strong data or analysis. That is, that's just the reality of the situation. Okay. And like the funny thing is CRT was kind of built to grade against white sensibilities, which is if I'm sure if you could go back,
liberal sensibilities specifically.
Well, you know what? That's actually probably true. CRT wasn't even made in mind with the really like dyed in the wool racists. It was more so for the Adams and I guess and you two, I guess to an extent, Stitch, to kind of like shake you to the core to get you to consider racism differently, because when the average person thinks of racism, they think of what happened to George Floyd, and they think of, people saying really mean things or ugly things about Black people, or Asian hate and things that are interpersonal, which is evidentiary of racism, sure. But one of the things, for example, about police, brutality against Black people, one of the biggest predictors of police brutality against Black people is just how often they'll encounter police. Because I'm sure you both have encountered statistics that talk about how often white people are brutalized by the police. I'm sure somebody's tried to present that kind of argument, right? And so, yes, by numbers, white men are much more likely, or not, no, I'm sorry, there are many more white men who are brutalized by police than Black men in America. That's a product of numbers.
Right. Not
disproportionate.
per capita, though. Yeah.
Right.
Per capita, the reason why that happens is because of the function that police have in Black communities, which is to follow us around and harass us. And so if you, Philando Castile, are you familiar
That's one way to
with
look
him?
at it, I guess.
Are you familiar with Philando Castile?
Yeah, I know. He's a guy that had a gun and was shot by police, right? But he had a permit to carry.
Yeah, he was reaching for his permit.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that they pointed out is that he had been pulled over by police like some absurd amount of times, just riding to and from work or whatever. And so at a certain point, it becomes a probability. How many times is he going to encounter a police officer? And then out of all those times, when will he meet the jumpy, subtly having a lot of racist ideas guy that is jumpy enough to act on those racist ideas? And so then CRT explains to us, well, if we pull back the idea that, that police officer was just one of the bad apples, he's just racist, and ask the question, why was he pulled over so much? And then move that up the chain of command, so to speak. Then we start to ask real questions about what racism is. And what we find with liberals and conservatives is that when we start using the word systemic racism, it becomes a non-starter. And so when I say all white people are racist, I don't think all white people are evil. I don't think all white people are bad people. I don't think all white people hate Black people.
This is exactly what the guy who says all Blacks are criminals. That's exactly what he says.
I'm pretty sure I just explained.
Let him finish though. Let him dig his own fucking grave. What are you saying?
I don't want to get into
go ahead, continue. You were telling us how we're all racist. Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought. If I'm explaining that all white people are racist, the thing that is really deeply rooted within our culture is that I'm making a moral attack on you, Adam. If I say, Adam, you are a racist, that is offensive to you. I would imagine, because from your perspective,
it's a little offensive.
From your perspective, this is a moral attack. This is an attack on your character. And one of the things, if you get past the what's the word, the intensity of CRT, and you
boring Marxist claptrap. I'm out. Have a good night, fellas.
kind of
mystery guest, not feeling it.
Get into it as a philosophy is disabusing the moral defect from the systemic environment of how racism works. And so we start to say, well, Adam, you don't hate Black people. You don't you don't have an issue with hip hop or insert some signifier there. You just participate in a system and actively contribute to a system that leads to racist things. And so it really would be nice if we didn't call you racist at all, but that's not where we are now, because the liberal definition of racism is deeply died into the construct of the country.
So, two things. First of all, I don't know if I heard correctly. I think you're saying you're calling me Stitch instead of Sitch. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm looking right at the name.
Mistake. But no. But my problem with CRT and the way it's discussed is kind of the way that you're discussing it now, which is that CRT is given this forward-facing argument about we need to think about racism differently and system as a system, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're when I read a lot of the CRT literature that I've read, when I've read key writings that formed CRT.
Joe said calling someone a racist is always a moral claim. What a clown show this rationalizes. Yeah, exactly. It's if you want to make up some bullshit about the America is racist inherently, why don't you just call it something else? If there's no way for white people to not be racist besides living in the woods, because if you're a part of the American patriarchy, then you're contributing to a racist system that's benefited from Black slavery, blah 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 blah. Then it's if there's nothing you can do, then maybe you should call it something else. And at the very least, you shouldn't be all offended or surprised when people get upset with you. This guy is such a cunt.
Right in the beginning of the book, it's not about really what you're talking about. It's about how they disagree with the liberal notion of individualism. They disagree with the liberal notion of integration, and they want to bring back the radical leftist, kind of black nationalist, black cautious view of the race conversation. And they kind of, I mean, like right in the beginning of the book, Gary Peller is talking about how he thinks that this sort of integrationist model in America has failed, and how the liberal model has failed, and we should start thinking about, maybe white people and black people should interact as if they're like different nations. And just to me, like this is insane to me. This is never going to work.
There's a lot of, like I said, CRT is this is going to sound silly, but it's kind of punk rock in its time, which is absurd. But
I mean, it's radical. It's definitely radical. I understand that.
So there's some CRT rhetoric that if we're just going to say have policy conversations, we wouldn't entertain all that.
Yeah, but it goes deeper than that. Because even when you're talking about the foundation of CRT is the idea that, because liberalism, the idea, like the concept liberalism, John Locke liberalism, is rooted in the concept that we're all individuals and we should
the
all be treated.
whites living in the woods are probably going to be the most racist. That is fair. Amazon, maybe they moved to the Amazon and they live their life out that way, so they're not contributing to the racist American patriarchy. But the good thing is that it's not on you. If there's nothing you can do, then it's probably not that bad, then, right?
Treated as individuals and not as part of a group or collective. And CRT is saying that either A, that's not the way we should be doing it, or B, that's impossible. And so we should basically just give up and go back to this kind of race collectivist attitude, and that's the way in which we should view the world. And that to me, that's just going to bring out all the racism. That's going to make everything so much worse.
Yeah, I disagree. I think all the racism's here. That's kind of the thing that.
Oh boy.
If I cared more about teaching white people about racism, I would spend a lot of time doing that. But then that would low key be anti-CRT.
Do you live in a part of the country? Because I'm in like Southern California, so like we don't experience a lot of racism here. But I have lived in New Orleans. I lived in New Orleans back in the '90s, which people were just openly racist in New Orleans. So I don't. Maybe part of it is where you live. I don't. I don't dox yourself, obviously, but
no, I've had a pretty unique upbringing. And I've been around a multitude of people for most of my life, and also had the benefit of being immersed in black spaces for formative chunks of my life as well.
Have I told this guy sucks? Have I told you guys my my theory, my FD signifier theory? This is completely based in emotion. I have nothing to back this up. But I figure as a cult leader, I owe it to you guys to tell you what I'm thinking. I think FD Signifier was the nerdy dude who black kids called white, and they're like, you fucking talk white, you fucking nerd bitch. I think he was that guy. Probably wasn't very cool, believe it or not. Stark and I do lives sometimes. Well, a lot more often now, honestly. So I think that's what he was. And he grew up, no, he said he grew up outside of Chicago, right? So yeah. So he grew up as that, never really fit into like black culture fully. So this is his way of like having the black acceptance. You know what I mean? I think this is him like trying to like be accepted by black people in like the most cringe, pathetic way possible. This is my guess. He was that guy. So now he wants to talk about like racism as his way of like being accepted into black culture because he was the fucking nerdy loser dude playing Tekken. Like, why you like all that Asian shit, white boy, you fucking corny ass nigga? Like, they were probably talking to him like that. That's how he grew up, and it made him extremely insecure and like cringe and shit because he was cringe. So I think that's how he grew up, and this is his way of like, oh, now I'm the man. Because you see how like cunty and like condescending he is, the way he talks down to white people. He's like, I'm not gonna explain racism to white people. Yeah, like that's his way of like being black. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna give my kid African names. You know, he's like one of those. I think. That's my guess. That's what my gut says. What do you guys think? Exactly, Highwind. I agree. Tekken is good shit. The difference between me and him is when fucking black kids tell me that shit, I tell them to go fuck themselves. I tell them, oh, I talk white. What the fuck does that mean? Black people are fucking inarticulate and stupid? Fuck you. That's the difference between me and FD. You don't think I heard that shit? I was going to say one of my closest friends, but we really only talk like 4 times a year, but he's still a great friend of mine. He came to me that shit freshman year. Why you talk so white? Why you talk so white? Like, made a whole big fucking scene out of it. Now, when I say he did this, he's like, bro, I never did that. But bitch, trust me, I remember. Stream Tekken 8. You think I have Tekken 8 money? I don't have that game. I've still been playing Power World because I spent $10 on it. From the last thing from the one game I bought for you fuckers, and I'm gonna put it on me. I was terrible at the game. I'm great at it now, level 21 in this bitch. But first time it was a lot thrown at me. I just learned that you could roll, and once I learned you could roll, it was really game over. These motherfuckers can't touch me. When it comes to these boss battles, much easier. But you know what I mean?
And I've had access to a good education.
Yeah, bright fate. Yeah, exactly. Black people definitely have the talking white shit. It's so stupid.
And also an access to a radical education. So what it comes down to.
They have Baki in that bitch? That's kind of cool.
But I'll still also want to. I want to hear Sitch say something about Sidney Poitier. So we'll come back to this. What I want to kind of leave you with is the possibility.
Even saying that, what I want to leave you with is cunty.
Ability that.
Does he understand that? I wonder if he knows. Like, you sound like an asshole, right? With the way you speak English. It's just incredibly condescending. The only people that would accept this, like this little persona you like to fucking put on, is a cringy, insecure leftist. Like, most people will be like, oh, this guy's trying to talk down to me. But then his audience sees him as Uncle FD because they hate themselves. And they're like, well, I'll listen to you because you must know. But most people are like, ugh. Who the fuck are you talking to? Who are you talking to like that? Like, you're not better than us. But these people believe that he is. And I think that's the difference between you guys and a Noah Samson. Because Noah's sad. I'm sorry.
The systems that we all live under that have produced pretty much the same framework, at least for black people and for most minorities. And if you look at it at a 30,000 square foot view, the majority of white people. If we live in the
let's go back. What the majority of white people? What is he telling? What is he saying about white people now?
That
he has it all figured out.
The systems that we all live under that have produced pretty much the same framework, at least for black people and for most minorities. And if you look at it at a 30,000 square foot view, the majority of white people. If we live in a system that's produced the same results for most of this nation's existence, why would we expect many of the mainstream products produced by that system to present us with a fair understanding of the world outside of that system or beyond that system? And I say,
oh my God, the way you speak English is so annoying.
That big word salad to say. It's just
thank you. Yeah. Well, what? Say it succinctly. Can you do that to save your fucking life? My God.
Quite possible you all have very you can't even. And I know this is this is going to sound smug. I'm hearing that about myself a lot.
Holy shit.
You can't even fathom how little you all understand racism. Like it's Dunning-Kruger effect. And I say that being, I think we've been cordial despite obvious differences in a couple of moments.
Jesus,
but
take the wheel.
I'm just presenting you with that possibility.
No, they're being nice, and you've been a pussy, being like, well, I don't want to tell you what I really think because, and then you've been a condescending asshole the entire time. That's what we've all seen. Exactly. You're a passive-aggressive, condescending, smug cunt with nothing to say. The worst kind of person, within reason.
that maybe your understanding of racism is so poor that you should reconsider everything you believe and understand.
Oh my God. Wow, that was crazy. Your understanding of racism is so poor, you need to relearn everything. Do you think he's going to be able to explain it? Of course not, because that's beneath him. He's just going to say, hey, bitch, you're a dumb fuck and you don't know anything. I'm not going to teach you because fuck you. I'm not going to even argue against your points because why would I do that? That's beneath me, bitch. But you need to relearn everything. This guy is the worst. The absolute worst. Oh my God. Oh my God, he sucks. I need to timestamp that. That was horrible. I'm supposed to be, again, like, writing my fucking, like, notes and shit. I'm not doing any of that while I've been in here. Which is a problem. That was fucking disastrous. Wow, that was a lot, my friend. That was a lot. That was a lot. Wow. Whew. Wow. You just need to relearn everything, dumb fuck. You don't know nothing about nothing. Wow. You guys think he's gonna explain it? Yeah, he is being kind of racist. He's talking down to these people like they're fucking subhuman.
Otherwise, the data that I came here to like bring to your attention may be different, you know, because
what data, bitch? You ain't pulled out a fucking study. You haven't even been a man enough. You haven't even been man enough to tell us what you really think. Oh, I don't want to go too radical. All you've done is be a cunt.
That, if anything, as Jordan Peterson fans or former Jordan Peterson fans, I know one of our first introduction was like during his spiral into
the transphobia stuff. Yeah.
But as people who at least present themselves as empirically attuned to empiricism, consider why the data exists. And the data exists that way. Either
he really thinks he's like so much better than these people. Literally, he's acting like he is levitating
because
his third eye has awoken. I know that's not a word. Don't worry. Get off me. Awoken?
As your racist conservative friend would say, black people are just inherently criminal and inferior, which would, you know, be a thing. Or maybe racism works very differently than how you understand it.
So are you saying that the crime stats are cooked? I mean, I'm
the crime stats are not just cooked.
Okay.
Crime in and of itself is cooked.
Okay. Well, that's like obviously a totally different conversation.
So that's very deep, and I don't feel confident to even like there would be no F.D Signifier explaining crime,
right?
The cooking of crime statistics conversation with them, because I would fail that.
If you're saying,
why would you fail that? If you're confident enough to say it, you should at least be able to talk about why you believe that, right? I mean, I don't understand.
Also, I just want to say, because you're admitting that it's fair to call all white people racist because they participate in a system that is, you know, based on white supremacy and is inherently racist. If a white person has no ability to opt out of that system, they're being forced into it. Is it still fair to call them racist?
So the first thing to think about is taking away that as a moral attack.
Mm-hmm.
And to even consider.
So you're saying calling somebody racist is not an attack on their character?
The worst thing liberals have done is play the race card.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In that, now don't get me wrong, a lot of white people are shitty racists, right? A lot of the, you know, conservatives in media, shitty racists on YouTube, shitty racists. I've heard some of you guys, I've heard you guys not at your best. I'm not going to attribute any of those.
We might have done some microaggressions at times. Not unheard of.
Not at all.
We try to stay, you know, in all fairness to us, you know, sexism, I feel, is fair game. Like, women have us outnumbered, okay? They really do. So, I mean, I try to stay away from the racism. Racism really gets under my skin. But sexism? Come on.
Yeah. So,
well, okay. Well,
but let me just kind of finish my point. So, although racism is, especially the type of racism that is often most bombastic and visible, should be considered a moral defect. When the way to solve that, to address that, would be to like, okay, so over here we have assholes who are being racist, and then over here we have to be nice, people who are so invested in the system and oblivious to how the system really works that I'm not even going to call them assholes, but it'd be nice if they would, figure things out a little bit. And then it becomes, why do I have to be the person to do that? Which, some of us feel like they do that, and some of us don't.
Just to be clear here, you're saying the people who are overtly racist, they do have moral failings. The people who are embedded in a system that is racist, that there's no moral component to that. So you're saying there's two types of racism.
I don't want to be held to that statement, but I will say there's two types of racists.
Okay.
And one racism would be easier to engage with across ideology,
right?
If we would minimize the moral aspect of it, so that we can attack the systemic aspect of it.
Probably the one that doesn't feel black people are inferior. Obviously, that's the
that would be a nice one. That would probably be like a requirement to even start.
Obviously, yeah.
And so,
I'm in favor of people, advocating to change system. If there's things in the system that are racist or are the remnants of racism, or even things that could be well-intentioned but still seem to, create racist outcomes, or create any negative outcome. I'm all in favor of changing all those things. To me, going back to, again, the CRT thing, I think you have to be naive to kind of conceive of a world in which black people are going to be socially allowed to use their race to kind of like unify around it as a collective, and not expect
like white people have done for
exactly to not expect that white people are going to just reactively just do the exact same thing right back. And that's already, I'd say that's already happening right now to some extent.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I think that's maybe a flaw in that premise. That is already currently happening for white people. So now,
but it's definitely like, so, I mean, this is right in the CRT literature, is that they talk about how the liberals, Gary Peller says this is intentional, but whether it's intentional or not, part of what happened with the civil rights movement was that kind of white people using their race and identity to unify around politically was like demonstrated as this great evil in society. And then that was then also compared to and thrust upon black nationalists, essentially, and black people doing kind of the same thing. And he's kind of conceiving of a world, and I think CRT is conceiving of a world where somehow black people are allowed to do this, but white people aren't. And I'm saying that's ridiculous. You're going to have a universal standard where everyone plays by the same rules.
So CRT would tell you that without a radical change, there is no option like that already is happening, right? Like, can we agree that white people collectively, historically in America, if not throughout the Western world, have used race? Like, white isn't even a real thing. Have you gotten to that part of CRT? You know what I'm saying? About like so you understand that when he's talking about this, and again, I don't agree with every part of CRT. I think the precipice of like individual nations within America is not a realistic goal without some major calamity or societal collapse at the moment. But the idea that we shouldn't entertain the notion of it because it won't work, baked into that is the idea that what's happening now is working, which is already a collective, a collection of power around race for white people. So you kind of see the problem, and I'm not gonna poo-poo your analysis completely in terms of like why that's, we'll say unrealistic in the moment, but I want you to at least engage with the fact that what you're saying is unrealistic is only unrealistic if it becomes white and black. And right now, it's not only realistic for white people, it exists. You see what I'm saying?
Well, are you conceiving, because the way that I conceive of reality is that, yes, there was definitely, for most of this country's existence, and probably for most of the world's existence, there was, we're going to use some kind of identity, some kind of racial identity to gain political power. Now, what it means to be white has changed over the years. I mean, we always talk about how, the Irish were not wanted, and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, the Brits and the Germans would consider, whether they would consider each other white or the same ethnic group is, changes with time. So, but yeah, America definitely has a history of white people utilizing their ethnic identity or their racial identity to gain political power. But from my perspective of reality, even if things aren't, the utopia, we're still leagues apart now than we were, pre-civil rights or even right after the civil rights movement. And it kind of sounds like you don't think that there really has been that much movement at all.
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's the...
And that's the end of the video. This guy said there hasn't been much progress since civil rights. He's a fucking idiot. Just proves everything that I said. Fuck this guy. Nope, I'm done. I'm done. I'm out. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Appreciate you, Lobster. I'm done, bro. I'm done, guys. I give up. I'm out. I can't do it. There's no way he just said that. Jay, you still want to call in, buddy? You want to have a call-in stream? We can't. Ugh. I'll play a little Pal World. We can do a little call-in stream. It's fucking 2 in the morning, but fuck it, who cares? Golly gee shucks. That was horrible. Wow. That was terrible. Alright. Is my Discord open? Alright, Jay, come on in here, buddy. Go into the free talk. You did. You did, Delon. Well, I mean, you can go back. You can rewind it. It'll be up there. I've always put the replays in the membership. Some I keep for free, but a lot of them are in the membership. Dang. Yeah, Twitch is up. Did it get shut down? It should be live. Guys, is the Twitch working? I don't know. I could go check. It might have been all the slurs. Wait, did I say any slurs? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm live on Twitch right now. We're good. Oh, are you in here? Are you in there, Jay? Speaking of Twitch. Wait, 1 second, Jay. Did it work? Go ahead and join that bitch. If you're a real one. Wait, I don't see you in here, dude. You're not in here. Alright, cool. Twitch is working. Okay, can you hear me, buddy? Oh, wait, you're muted. My bad. No, you're not muted. Wait, let me see. Are you?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah,
How you doing, man?
good. Can you understand me?
Yeah, I can understand you.
Okay, okay.
It's good to talk to you. I know you've been in the cult for a while. I appreciate you always tuning in to
Yeah.
the streams, always watching the videos.
Yeah.
Thank you. How's the puppet making going, my friend?
Good. I might need a fat one.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold up. I need to show you something.
Okay. He said, I
Yeah.
recommend not reading. Yeah, what are you guys doing in the Discord, man? I'm fucking nervous. I need to
Yeah.
do like a revamp because I'm not
You need to get
moderating it.
mods.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems like it's a problem, right, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get on that
Look.
eventually.
Look in your DMs.
Huh?
Look. DMs.
Okay, I'll check right now. I'm nervous. The picture?
No, the chats. Huh.
Oh, when you said good boy?
Yeah, yeah.
What did you
That's
say
weird.
you'll
Post a drawing? Wait, what the? Hold on. Yeah, this one. But, what's your plans for the channel?
Well, buddy, the plans are really just to grow this one as much as I can. Keep making, like, videos similar to the ones that I've posted the past couple times. Then eventually, like I told you guys, I'm going to make a second channel. The Discord should be in the link of this stream. If it doesn't work, then I'll post another link. Sorry, I'm talking to Star King here. But, yeah, I'm going to make, like, a movie channel where I make, like, it'll be more, like, laid back, more comedy.
Yeah.
More, less, stress, less political stuff. So And then after that, then I want to start making short films, and then eventually like low budget feature films. That's really the goal. That's the goal. That's the long-term goal.
Is Chobo in here?
Chobo, are you in here? I don't think so. Yeah, I think the movie channel is gonna be a lot more fun. It's gonna be a lot more lighthearted. It'll be like our Twitch streams where it's just like jokes or just watching TLC. You know, I'm not like going off. But I do think it's kind of important for you guys to know like my mental framework and like, you know, somewhat of my political beliefs. I feel like this channel is a lot more personal. That's why I just gave it my name. You guys can come more like see where I stand on like moral things and, you know, shit like that. Talk about politics a little bit. You know, I'm not like I'm not Destiny. I'm not here to talk about, you know, policy, fucking Israel, Palestine. But I do think it's important to like look at how we look at politics throughout the world, or not how we look at politics in this country. I think that's important. Something that's like genuinely interesting to me. So, you know, that's what I talk about. And yeah, I mean, even when I talk about like political commentators and shit, I try to keep it on like moral stuff, not really policy stuff. So, you know.
Yeah.
What Damn. Movies do I like? You okay there, buddy? What was that? You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chobo, you like tomboys?
What?
Chobo, yeah, he's a goofy one.
Yeah, definitely. Chobo's very he's got a lot of problems. Yeah. Oh, Toby. Oh. Okay.
Who's the guy in here?
I don't know.
Toby? No. Sorry. No.
I don't know. But yeah. All right, Jay, you got anything you want to ask before we wrap up the night, my friend?
Hold on. Sorry. What type of vibe do I give off to you?
What type of vibe do you give off? I mean, you've kind of told me a lot about yourself. You mean like while I'm speaking to you?
Yeah, like voice. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it matches the things that you said. You know, you said like you're more like you kind of like to be to yourself. You're not like a super social guy. You're not like loving.
What do you mean by that?
No, not loving. I just mean like you're not loving like the high school situation right now, like all that stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a weird way. That was a weird place to end, to like take a pause. But yeah, that's not what I meant. But yeah, I think I could see that from talking to you. But I think you just gotta remember, man. One, I'm glad that you changed your name, because it seems like you're being negative on yourself, and I know I've been there when I was a kid. And like high school, dude, it sucks for most of us. I think a lot of people, while you're in high school, you kind of feel like that's who you are, you know? And you just have to remember, and this might sound corny, but like you're on your journey to like figuring who you're gonna be, you know what I mean? So you're going to be constantly growing. Any insecurities that you have that feel like they're never going to go away, I promise you, they're going to go away. You're in it. Like, high school sucks. Like, you're awkward. Your fucking hormones are all over the place. You don't have any fucking money. You don't have, like, social skills like that. Like, this is your time to, like, grow and make mistakes. So, just, like I'm so different than I was in high school. It's fucking insane. Like, my core is the same, but like all like the weird little insecurities I had and social hookups that I had and all that shit, or not hookups, social hangups that I had, or the way that I viewed myself, all that stuff is totally different now. And I think you just need to give yourself the time to work through that and just realize that, you know, who you are now isn't who you're gonna be in like when you're 22. Your brain is gonna be different. The way you're gonna view things is gonna be different. So I think you should always just kind of keep that in the back of the head, in the back of your mind. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Like, you shouldn't even be worried about what I think of you, you know, because like I don't know you. Eventually you'll get there. You'll be like, fuck that. I don't give a fuck what he thinks about me. He doesn't know me. He doesn't have the context to know who I am. So why would I even ask him for his opinion of me? And when I was in high school, that felt like an impossible feat. But that's where you will get to, if you want, which you can.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been doing a lot of talking. My bad. Any other questions?
I think Toby said something.
Well, everybody else is muted, Jay. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, this is the anime guy. You got the anime.
Well, no, I'm saying I just did this call-in stream for you. I don't want to talk to anybody else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think you can hear them, but I can't, and nobody else watching can.
Oh, okay.
Metal, I promise you can come on the next time. But yeah, I just wanted, because I told you that we would do it at the end, so that's why I'm talking to you. I don't want to talk to anybody else. I'm gonna go to bed soon. It's 2 a.m. My friend and I got work in the morning, so. But, you know, Jay, I wanted to take the time. So, any other questions, my friend? Feel free to ask anything, you know, within reason.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I could see that. How's high school?
What's the
going?
chat? Mid, like a 5 out of 10.
That's not that bad.
Yeah.
It could be worse. 5 out of 10. This motherfucker's name is George Zimmerman. I will ban your ass.
Who? In
the Discord. His name is George Zimmerman.
Yeah, why you gotta ban me?
If that's your real name, I'll let it slide.
Okay, it's not my real name, but George Zimmerman was an innocent man. He did nothing wrong. Chill.
Yeah.
So.
Got it. He's muted. Okay, go ahead, Jay. He's banned for a day, just for the name alone. We can't have any George Zimmermans.
Okay. God.
Ain't no way I just instigated and vibe, bro.
Was this you that was doing all this bullshit? Okay, everyone else is fucking muted. This is a conversation between me and Jay, alright? Fuck off. Everybody else, fuck off. I'm not here for you.
Alright.
Jay,
do you have any...
Good. Also, I would say this is a step in the right direction. I feel like I'd be too afraid to call in to somebody I would be watching and talk to them live while people listening to me. That's kind of scary, man. It's pretty brave of you to do that, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know how my voice sounds because I have a speech impairment with a and I got Tism. I got Tism, man.
You got that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Well,
I
look,
haven't been tested.
Well, look, man. I just wouldn't be concerned about how other people feel about your voice. You know what I mean? Look, the chat's saying take your time. They're saying you're a real one, and they're saying you sound fine. So don't worry about it.
Thanks.
Yeah. So what else you got for me? What else you got? Damn, I missed that fight. We're gonna have to replay that. I completely.
This is. What do you think about the loneliness men thing and iPad kids? I don't know how that correlates, but.
Well, I would say this is just me guessing, right? I'm no fucking genius, but I would say if you're an iPad kid, right, you're probably gonna have like less social skills. You're always online, so it's harder for you, at least at that point, to connect with people because you're really good at isolating yourself. When you're isolated, like I said, you're not going to be great at connecting with people because you're by yourself. So when it comes to women, I mean, you can have loneliness from women, friends, blah, 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 but it all kind of comes down to the same thing, like being able to socialize. You're not going to have that skill because it's like a muscle. And when you don't work out that muscle, it's going to atrophy and you're going to be weak. So when you're constantly online and you're not working that muscle out, then it's just not going to be good. And the downfall of having that muscle be weak is like you said, like kind of being alone. If you're not out there socializing, trying to make friends, then you're not going to have friends, or you're not going to have a girlfriend or a wife or whatever. But I think that's something that we're all kind of going through right now. I think COVID had a lot to do with that as well. Social media, I think, is going to have a lot to do with that. But I think my thing is, once somebody realizes that there's a problem, I think I know that the solution is quite simple. It's not going to be easy, but it is going to be simple. Like for me, I was always funny, right? But I used to be incredibly shy. If I was sitting next to somebody, I wouldn't talk to them. I would be petrified to start the conversation. Now, once the conversation started, I was pretty much fine. But I had very low self-esteem. I had a very low self-image. So yeah, the thought of talking to somebody next to me, I thought I would be like bothering them, because I viewed myself so low. But eventually, I got a job and I worked with a bunch of girls, and I just got I just got good at talking to them, and I just learned to kind of get over things. And I kind of viewed that people viewed me a lot more favorably than I viewed myself. So I eventually just stopped looking so down on myself. And and then also I got older, and I think I just got a little bit out of my ugly, awkward phase too, as we all do as we get older. So yeah, I don't know. Did I answer your question? I feel like I went on a bit of a tangent. I do think it's real, but I think every man going through that has the keys to get out of it. And I think those keys are different, but I think I've told you some general things that I thought would help you a lot, like joining some sort of club. But did you get any update on that? Is there a club? I know you said you weren't sure if your school had clubs or not. Did you figure that out yet or no?
My sister told me to go to the drama class or the prop making class.
Okay.
To make the plays. I'll check that out.
Yeah, go ahead. Just
yeah.
And it's probably gonna feel weird, right? Like you probably have some anxiety about it, you're probably a little bit nervous. But I promise you that in 6 months, and I know that sounds like forever, but you're gonna be glad you did it.
Yeah.
You have to. Another thing that I've learned, and I feel so cunty giving anybody advice because I'm just trying to figure it out too. But I mean, I do remember high school. I think I give high schoolers advice now. Other people around my age, not so much. But
yeah.
Another thing that I've learned is to chase things that kind of make you uncomfortable. If
yeah.
I heard a very successful guy say if it's a problem. If it's not going to be a problem in, I think he said 90 days or 6 months, then it's not a real problem. So just think of it in terms of that. It makes you a little bit uncomfortable, but think about why it makes you uncomfortable. And as long as it's a bullshit reason, oh, I'm afraid, blah, 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 Susie's going to think I look stupid. As long as it's some bullshit like that, then, then it's not real, and it's not a real thing you have to worry about, So just keep that in mind. Weedy said get a guitar. I would say that is good, but guitar, you're still by yourself.
Yeah.
You want to do something where you have to interact with people, I think.
I don't this people, I don't know.
No, go ahead.
I get I don't like to be around a big group, to be honest.
Yeah.
Today, I was in the car with my mom, sisters, and I couldn't really handle it. It was too loud. I don't know. And
what do you feel when it's loud? Do you get angry? Do you get anxious?
Yeah.
You get angry?
Angry, anxious, kind of sad.
You get
Like
sad. That's interesting.
I can't get out of there.
Okay.
And
do you have like a school counselor or no?
I don't. With
you
counselors
have to, right?
with me. Yeah, I do.
I'm not saying you need to talk to her. I would just ask her if there's like, or ask somebody who would know. I'm assuming a counselor would know. Like if there's like some sort of small group that you could kind of start with where it's like not as fucking like, I feel like drama. If you don't want to deal with like your sister and mom in the car, I feel like throwing yourself into like the drama club where they're gonna like make you fucking act and sing in front of a stage. I don't know if that's what they do. That might be a lot. But maybe that wouldn't bother you. I don't know. You know, it's so circumstantial. Like, would that freak you out?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you to like go through something that's like too much too fast, and then you're like, "Fuck this! I don't want to do any of it." So I think it's a good idea to start in like smaller increments. You don't have to go from 0 to 100.
And on today in the car, we went to Michael's, the art store.
Sure, yeah.
And yeah, just my sister said something stupid, and it made me scared and mad.
It made you mad? Okay.
Yeah. I'm not really good at expressing myself. To people.
One thing I'll say you're doing great right now. Like I said, it takes a lot of bravery for you to come on here and put yourself out there like that. So give yourself some credit, because genuinely, look, I'm a fucking YouTuber, right? That's like what I want to do. I don't think I would be doing this at your age. I really don't. I think I'd be too scared. I'm thinking about the people that I would watch, and I was like, if I could call them and talk to them, I genuinely think it would be too much for me. So you have to give yourself credit, because that takes a lot of bravery. Another thing I've talked to you about before is like claiming who you are. You say, I'm not good at expressing myself. I don't think you should talk to yourself like that. You gotta talk like, I know like the manifest stuff is kind of corny, but when you say I'm not good at this, I'm not good at this, it's not gonna help you. And you only want to talk in ways that help you, right? Because you want to be good at expressing yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you're good now. So yeah, don't say you're not good at it. You gotta take it a little bit easier on yourself, and I have that problem too, so I get it.
Yeah,
Bright. I think I just told this to somebody on Instagram.
What's the chat?
Yeah, this is what the chat is saying there right now. They said the one thing that got me out of my bubble was don't take yourself seriously. Everyone is thinking about themselves, not me. That helped me out a lot too, Bright. That's a great point. I used to think, especially in high school, like everybody's on your ass. You wear an orange sweater. Everybody's fucking calling you gay. You know what I mean? Like everything's the biggest deal in the world. I don't know if that's how it is for you, but I know that's how it was for me. I remember literally like I got a haircut. People are stopping me. Oh my God. Yeah. Even in high school, nobody gives a shit. But when you're like an adult, nobody gives a fuck about what you're doing. So you might as well act accordingly now. You know, because the one thing you have that you have more than probably everybody else in this chat is you have time on your side, my friend. So you get to try and you get to fuck up and you get to try and you get to fuck up, and you could fuck up 10 times in a row and you'll still be in a better position than most of us just because you're so young. So remember that. Like, your brain's not even going to be developed for another 12 years.
Like 26, I think.
Yeah, some of us 30.
Yeah, yeah.
Literally 30.
Yeah.
So you may have another, 15 years of brain development. So, like, don't be so hard on yourself, man. Exactly. It'll come eventually.
Next month, sorry. Next month, I'm turning 16.
Yeah, you're 15 years old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You got plenty of time, my friend.
Yeah.
You got plenty of time. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be so hard on yourself. But Jay,
yeah,
I wanted to definitely have you back on. You have any other questions before we end it?
Yes.
Okay, what's the last one?
Oh. What's he talking about? Huh. Sorry,
Don't apologize. Take your time. It's okay. I'll read some stuff from the chat. Consider also seeing if it's an anxiety disorder because those things can hide deep. Yeah, it's probably a good idea, Grady.
I take medicine for that, but I hate medicine. I hate it.
I get that.
I don't hate it a lot of days. I don't know if I'm gonna be half joking here, but I think I got that autism. Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like you said, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor.
You don't know me personally.
I definitely do
too.
not. I definitely do not. But either way, whether you do or you don't, we'll be fine, right?
Yeah.
You're still gonna have a baller ass life, right?
Yeah. I don't know about the learning part of that.
The what part?
Learning.
Learning?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What learning part?
Like, learning disabilities.
Oh, you're saying you're not sure if you have a learning disability?
Yeah. I'm in what do you call those classes for special needs?
Mm-hmm.
Not special needs. Dumb kids. Whatever.
You say dumb kids?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay. Again, this is the stuff I'm talking about. And Casey, I mean not Casey, Classy. I'm just responding to a comment. I get what you're saying in saying that you see something in yourself you need to change. I'm just talking about like constantly calling yourself a thing. I think that's bad. And that's what Jay is doing here again. It's like he's just being down on himself. He's calling himself dumb. He's saying he has this. He's saying he has that. He's saying he can't do this. He can't do that. Like, you have to be careful with your words.
Yeah.
Because you're not dumb.
Okay.
So, and if you want to go like radical on some Kanye shit, like, even if you fail every single class, okay, Kanye, like before the anti-Semite stuff.
I'm not bipolar, man. I'm not him.
No. I just mean like his way of thinking in terms of like fuck the system type stuff. I can't use Kanye as an example anymore. He's really been on some shit lately, obviously.
He
The Kanye I grew up with is a lot different than the guy we see now. But
I miss the old Kanye. I miss the old
Kanye. Exactly. But like, don't let the education system tell you what you are, you know? And eventually, like, you knowing who you are is gonna come with time. So again, don't be too hard on yourself
with experiences with people.
Exactly.
Doing jobs, whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, you'll grow and you'll kind of figure out who you are. We're all always kind of figuring it out, but
yeah, the brain is weird in that way.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. I think you meant Kanye metal. I'm like, Kenya? What?
Kenya? Like the mountain?
Like the country. He just he meant Kanye, but he just misspelled it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's okay, but I knew what you meant.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay. Again, don't apologize.
Yeah. I used to say sorry a lot.
Yeah.
I kind of grew out of that.
Right. Yeah, and you won't.
Yeah.
So how do you feel? You've been talking for
how long?
I don't know. I mean, I can only see the total time, but I think like 20 minutes. How do you feel?
Wow.
Not too bad, right? I remember you were really nervous at first. You didn't want to
Yeah.
do it, but you again, look
No,
at you.
I wanted to. I wanted to.
No, like months and months ago. But remember,
Oh,
you
yeah,
wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, you conquered your fear. How do you feel?
I showed you that character in the Rishi.
But
You
seriously
remember
though,
that?
you
And that drawing I did. That's funny.
How do you feel? You used to be afraid of something, and then you stop letting the fear control you, and you move past it. So how does it feel? Do you feel like you accomplished something, or you grew in any way? You can say no.
Yeah.
You do? Okay, good. Because I think you did.
Yeah.
I think you did. I think you should be proud of yourself.
One last question.
Sure.
How do you be a habit? I told you this in that call we did.
Yeah, I remember you talking.
I still do it. Yeah. How long was that?
Ago?
A year ago?
Probably something like that. Yeah.
Wow. And I'm still doing that. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
I do. I'm guessing you don't want me to say, right?
If it's against the TOS.
I don't think so. I don't know. We won. You guys can probably figure it out from context.
Yeah.
So maybe you guys will have solutions. So we've actually talked about this in here before, so we should be fine. Do you guys have any? No, go
ahead. If YouTube, listen. Calm down. Don't. I don't know. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just gonna ask because I don't really have any solutions. I know we've talked about like porn addictions and stuff on here before. And I know some people gave some solutions that I thought were pretty solid. I don't know if you guys have any. But also, like, we had... No, you go ahead.
Do you think... sorry.
No, again, it's okay.
I think some of the reasons why I do it is one, loneliness. Yeah. Boredom. But it's more sad boredom and not talking to people and not feeling love and touch, not in that way, you know.
Yeah, I get
Like a
what you're
hug or
saying.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from. I do.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. And again, it's really brave of you to talk about this. And it breaks my heart you're going through that, man. You know, it sucks. I'm sorry. I know it sucks. Okay, I think I have some suggestions. One,
I mean,
no, okay. One, I think. Jay, do you read? Like, how do you feel about reading? Do you hate it? Because I know I did when I was in high school.
I should say that joke, but no, I don't.
You don't hate
For
it, or you
fun?
don't read?
I don't read for fun.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I'm gonna send you this video then on Atomic Habits. They kind of summarize the book. I think it's probably the best book I've ever read.
Jeez.
So we're gonna have you read that or watch
All
that
these
video.
people-
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
No, not you. They're just spoiling this fucking the fight shit. I almost saw a spoiler.
Uh-oh.
We don't want that. Okay, where's your
Ban them.
Well, no, it wasn't them. It was just like the YouTube thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna send this to you right now.
DMs.
Yeah, exactly. I'll DM you on
Yeah.
Discord the link and shit. Yeah. But yeah, definitely watch that. That'll teach you how to break habits and how to build strong ones, like scientifically. I think that'll help you out a lot, you know? But yeah, I would suggest reading the book. I actually have the book right behind me. But start with the video. I think it'll give you some good key insights, and if you want to read the book, you definitely should. So I would start there. And I think, again, Jay, you just have to realize my fucking voice is cracking like I'm 12 years old. You have to realize that you are in control of this, you know? And that's kind of scary, but it's also kind of great because, like, you get to fix it. You get to fix it, and you get to build this fucking dope-ass life where you don't have to depend on this stuff. You're not going to feel lonely anymore. You're going to have that like, you know, the things that you want. But it's going to take a little bit of work, but I know you can do it. So, you know, that's how I view things, and it's helped me out a lot. But definitely start with that video. That video is better than any video I've ever made, and it'll help you. I promise you. I promise.
Yeah.
Okay? And we'll talk again, my friend, like soon. I know you're always in here, so we'll have another check-in, see how you're doing.
Sorry. I don't know what time is it for you. It's
2:24.
1. Yeah, it's late.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm happy to talk with you. I am.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Just a worry that I have with that is, how would I treat people? I don't know.
What did you say? Meet people? You kind of broke up a little bit.
No, treat and meet.
What do you mean? How would you treat people?
Like
strangers that you meet? Like, how would you treat them initially?
No, like, I don't know. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand the question so I can answer it the best that I can.
I don't.
Bright says he thinks you mean women. Do you mean women?
Yeah. I feel awkward talking about this.
I get it. Okay, well, I mean, don't feel. We all want to meet women, Jay. So it's okay. And
I don't know if it what do you call it? Like that in my mind changed how I view them.
Yeah, I mean, it probably does, watching it constantly. But again, like, I think it'll do more good just like being around women. And again, like, you starting now isn't starting late. Just realize that too. Like, you're still, just because you're so young, you're still way, 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 way ahead of the curve. I promise you. Do you feel like you're late? Like everybody else is good and they know how to talk to women and they're not nervous too?
Yeah, I do.
I promise you that's not true. That's not true. You're not late on anything. Anything. You're not late. So you starting now, you're still way, way, way ahead of the curve. Like, I was awkward and nervous when I told you about I couldn't talk to girls and all that shit. I didn't start doing that till I was like 22, where I was like really felt like comfortable talking to them. So look, you got 7 years on me, and I'm above average when it comes to like flirting and talk. I'm pretty good at it. I'm sorry to be like all cocky, but I am. So if you got 7 years on me, you're doing pretty good. So don't beat yourself up on the time thing, because I used to have that problem too. I always thought I was behind on everything. But I think it's just going to come with practice, you know? Like, honestly, talk to them like you're talking to a guy. Just talk to them, just pretend it's your regular friend. There's nothing normal. You don't want anything extra from them. Just talk to them like you're talking to me.
Yeah.
And that's how you do it. And eventually you'll try this here, you'll try that, you know, this didn't work, that worked good, you know, and you'll tweak things, but always just start normal. Don't try to do anything extra. If you find something interesting, ask about that. That's a really good thing for like conversations. You don't want to just ask question after question after question. You just want to, you know,
talk.
Yeah, like genuinely be interested in what they're saying. And then you can't really go wrong. And if the fucking conversation's boring, you got some practice in. And then you'll just, over time, you just won't care. You know, it's like anything. It feels weird at first, and then after you do it for a while, you get used to it, and it's not a big deal. And I promise you that if you do that, and you read that book, you'll get there. Because it's not hard. It's really not.
Yeah.
Most people are so shit at talking to women, Jay. The bar is so low. I promise you're going to be killing it in no time.
You see those videos of guys going out to girls and
yeah, exactly.
The podcast videos like Sneeko.
Exactly. Remember, Jay, Sneeko is doing well, and he's your competition. That guy fucking sucks. So just remember that. Like, this is what women are used to dealing with. Complete dickheads. So when they meet like a nice, genuine person like you, they're gonna lose their shit.
I don't want to be a weirdo to them.
Again,
just
you can't worry about that. I mean, look, you're not a weirdo. So if they don't get you, then fuck them. Look, not everybody's gonna understand you. Not everybody's gonna be for you. But you know, you didn't lose anything. If they don't like you, then that's their fucking loss.
Sure.
And I know that's easy to say, but eventually you're really going to get to the point where you genuinely believe that. You're like, well, fuck it. Or you just, you know, like, you won't care. Like, maybe one thing that I learned is that, like, people aren't rejecting you. They're rejecting your offer. That kind of helped me too. Because, like, let's say you go up to a girl, right, and you start talking to her. And she's just like, what the fuck? Fuck this guy, right? She doesn't know anything about you. She doesn't know who you actually are. So it's basically impossible for her to reject you as a person. She just rejected something that she saw. a little snippet of an interaction that she had that she didn't love. That's it.
Yeah.
And that doesn't really have that much to do with you. Exactly. That's okay.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul. Or you could look at it, I mean, that's worst case scenario. Or you could look at it from what's more than likely going to happen. Oh my God, you met this super cool, nice girl who shares interests with you and likes to hang out, and she's funny and she fucking smells like cinnamon or whatever, you know? And now you're not thinking about the bullshit on your computer. You're going to hang out with her because you talked to her, because you had the courage to talk to her, just like you had the courage to get on this stream, which you didn't want to do a couple months back. But you broke that fear, and you're going to break the next one.
I want to be in the community.
Take your time.
Sorry. I don't really talk to people, and I want to feel belong to a group.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But again, you're doing the thing again, right? Where you say, I don't really talk to people. Now, if you're saying that you're somebody who doesn't talk to, it's good that you know that about yourself and that you want to change it, right?
Yeah.
But you know what it's going to take to be a part of that group, right? What is it going to take?
Talking, I guess.
Exactly. So that means you got to talk to people. You don't have to talk to every single person you walk by, but
yeah.
If somebody says something like, this used to be a thing I did too, like, people will talk about things I was really interested in, and I would just listen like a fucking weirdo. I wouldn't engage, even if they were right next to me. Just be like, oh, that's interesting. Or, oh, I like this thing. Or, how do you feel about this? Or, you know, when you're in a group with somebody in a class, you could talk about other subjects that are interesting to you. And then next thing you know, you're hanging out with them. And then, you know, these things kind of form. But that's like how they can form organically. If you want to talk about how to find these groups, again, like, that's why I would just join a group. Like, putting yourself into a situation where you have to talk to people is what worked best for me. And I could see that working for you too. I don't know. I think it's definitely worth a shot. That's why I said, like, join a club at your school, or join like some sort of martial art or something where you have to like spar with somebody and you have to talk with them. Like, you know, like jiu-jitsu or something would be good. I think it'll give you like more like physical confidence. It's just something interesting to learn. And like, you'll have to grapple with people. Like, you'll have a partner, so you'll have to talk with them and you know, shit like that. So I think those would be good starts. But yeah, we're gonna figure it out for you, buddy. I promise.
Yeah. Thanks.
Of course.
Sorry. I need to quit saying that.
Oh yeah. Do you play D&D?
Oh, there's a place, a town next to me, 2 towns next to me.
Honestly, I feel like that would be a
40.
great start for you.
But I don't know if they let
how you would get there though.
14-year-olds, no, like you know.
Yeah, like teenagers.
Underage. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You can call them and ask, right? Like, do they have like a kids' night or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to be around like kids, I would say.
Yeah.
But if you get around kids that are slightly older, then you'll really be ahead of the game. If you have older friends, that's how you become cool. I'm just letting you know. The next thing you know, you're gonna be fucking popular.
I don't know if I want to be popular.
Uh-oh.
I just want a
Now you're
group.
thinking like a real one. No,
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you. But yeah, I think
I
the
just want a
D&D
group.
suggestion was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
And
I get that. Well, okay. This is what I would say. Also, if you guys have suggestions for Jay here, please feel free to drop them in the comments. But
just tell me them. Come on.
Okay,
I can't see the chat.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna read them off for you.
Yeah.
But for me, I think the D&D thing is a good. You should at least call and see if they have one for kids. If not, maybe even start that club. Like, find a teacher, tell them you want to start a club. I think telling, like, do you have any teachers that you trust? Like, if you tell a teacher what you're telling me, they should be able to like help you better than I can, because
Yeah.
They know what's available there. I don't. But yeah, have you ever told your parents about this stuff?
About
just like the feeling alone thing, because I think that's really important. That's something that one time. What did they say?
Because of my sister telling me that she texted me that I'm a furry and I'm autistic.
How old is your
And
sister?
I got really mad. She's, I think, 17 now.
Oh, she's older than
17.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking. Okay, well, fuck that. Oh shit, left my headphones. Yeah, I think if you have a teacher that you really trust, yeah, I said guidance counselor. I would come to them with that and tell them like, this is how I'm feeling and I want to fix it. And they should be able and be like, can I start a club? If you start a D&D club, I think that would help. That way you have people that come in and you talk to them regularly. It's a small group. You guys could find like a classroom that's like, not loud. You can control the environment. So I think that's like a really good start. Drama, Jair said that really helped him. My only thing was that is it might be too much too soon. And you said like the loud noises bothered you. So I feel like that might, not, that might hurt in that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the D&D, if D&D is your thing, or if you want to start with like...
I never tried it, so...
Okay, so it's not really your thing yet. But yeah, maybe if they have a group, try it. If you want to try it, give it a shot. Or you could do like, if there's some sort of like craftsmanship or like arts and crafts club, I would join that because you're making your puppets and all that stuff.
Yeah. I go to the group on Wednesdays.
Okay, what kind of group is
it's like a art therapy thing.
Oh, it's a therapy. Okay, so this isn't like a group with like friends and stuff. It's not like that kind of like a club.
I mean, kind of. We play games, make stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would still try to join the other ones. Yeah. So that, and then I'm gonna send you the Atomic Habits video. I'm gonna send you that right now. Start with that, and I think we'll. Oh yeah, people are also saying like Magic the Gathering, that type of stuff could be. Yeah, there has to be like some sort of club like that.
Yeah.
Though. I would join that if that stuff is interesting to you.
Whoa.
I don't know how interesting it is, but I would start with things like that. Like try to find a club with the interest that you have. And if you can't, then if they don't have one, then I would start one and just put up fucking flyers and stuff and try to get people in your club. And the next thing you know, you'll have a club and you'll be hanging out with them after school. You'll be chilling and you'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The good thing is like you're actively seeking to fix this issue and you realize you're like, this is how I feel. I don't like feeling like this and I want to change it. And honestly, Jay, I'm not bullshitting you. Having that realization this young is incredibly mature. So that's a really good sign. There's a lot of fucking adults who don't even do that. So I genuinely believe you're going to be able to fix this. And I wouldn't lie to you and say that. So you're going to be okay. And I'm happy that you're going to fix this problem because I know how that shit feels and I know it sucks. And I'm sorry that you're going through this. I know it sucks. And I'm really proud of you for coming on here and talking about it. It was incredibly brave. And man, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the fact that you're gonna change this.
Yeah.
And it takes a lot, especially at 15. 15, really young. All right, Jay, how are we feeling? You feeling any better?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. But you gotta promise you're gonna actually do this shit, though. You can't just talk about it.
Yeah.
You gotta put in the work. You gotta watch the video. You gotta talk to your counselor. That shit's not gonna be fun. You gotta fucking you're gonna take a little bit of rejection with not joining club, but if you make one and then people are gonna tell you to fuck off, it's okay. Don't let it get to you. Just remember your goal at the end.
Did anyone have any tips to
Bryce said you're a
stop
goat.
the habit?
Honestly, I think just like, well, one, you said you were only at like one a day. One a day at 15, bro.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you did not? I thought you said that.
No, I didn't say how much I do it, man. You didn't ask. I don't know where you got that from.
I feel like you said that. All right, well, maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe in the old BC.
Okay. Well, yeah, this was like a year ago, so. But I was gonna say, like, that's not that bad for 15. That's not that bad. People were doing like 6 a day. My friends, they were going crazy.
Oh, that doesn't sound fun.
I know. Well, not every day, but I'm just saying they had bad days.
Do something, man. Down there. Do something.
He drew the line. He did.
And I don't know how you get anything out of that point.
Hey,
just
man.
Dust.
Sometimes it's not about that.
Yeah. It's just about the dopamine. I don't know.
Exactly.
Feeling like you have someone there, even though they're not real, or they'll know your ass.
Yeah, Highwind said he did 8 in a day when he was 16. So you're doing better than him. Just remember that.
At most, 3.
That's fair. I'm just saying, well, I had friends who had bad days. That's what I'm saying. I'm never going to take accountability. Wow, leak. That's a lot. But okay.
What happened?
No, he's writing some bullshit.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. Trust me.
What happened to the Sonnet guy?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think I saw his live stream on YouTube. It was weird.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, my friend.
Yeah.
That does not surprise me.
I hate when people in the chat spam. I hate spammers.
I need to get Discord mods, dude. I don't know where do I get them from. I'm not making money on the channel like that. I don't even use the Discord really, but I need to because this is a fucking mess. Once we start doing like movie nights and things, like I'm really gonna be paying a lot more attention to.
What about the anime night?
Yeah, exactly. Anime night, movie night, something. We need to schedule that. If you're on the next live stream, remind me, and we'll schedule a day and a time, because I do think that'll be a lot of fun. So we will start doing that.
When are you free?
I don't know. My schedule's so different with this job. It's always fucked.
But do you have weekends off or on?
Nope.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, there's no consistent day I always have off.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll have off is like times, but the times are like really early or really late. So it's like I hear the Vibe channel in the Discord is a fucking mess right now. And he said,
"Oh yeah,
avert your eyes."
I had left here because of that. I didn't.
Is it that bad?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I can't say, but it's a shit job. Oh, Bearman, what's up? I'll tell you guys everything when I'm done. Once I quit, which I don't want to say how soon it'll be, but hopefully relatively soon. Once this is the full-time thing, I'll tell you guys everything. I just don't like to chance shit. Where is this fucking vibe? You guys can get my Greenie.
Yeah.
Why do I see you? Why are you the first thing I see?
Who, me?
No. Greenie and this fucking guy George Zimmerman.
Oh yeah, George Zimmerman. He was being extremist.
I knew with that name, I knew he was on some bullshit.
Yeah. I think there was one in the anime chat.
Queer.
No.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is a mess. I'm not a
Oh, in the
trying to tell your country, but okay. Well, we're not gonna get into that. All right, guys. It is 3 a.m, and I have work in the morning. So, Jay,
it's only 1.
Well, I'm on the East Coast. Unfortunately, that's not how time works.
Oh no!
You said no? I'm like, what do you mean no? I'm on the East Coast. We're in different time zones, my friend.
Yeah, it is 1:47 for me.
Yes, and it is 2:47 for me. You guys are gonna have a fucking argument? Google New York time and tell me what it says.
Hey, you're a New Yorker?
No, but I'm just saying I have the same I have the same time zone as New York.
Hello?
Let me guess. You're black, so you're from like Philly or something.
What the fuck? What is this? What the fuck?
What happened? What happened?
Okay, Bearman, you're fucking muted. Fuck off.
What happened?
Don't even it doesn't matter, Jay. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah. What happened? And I'm not from Atlanta, but I do live in Atlanta at the moment.
Oh. Okay.
I know. Always a great. Let me guess. You're black, so oh Jesus, they already think I'm racist. But now you're not helping the cause, Mr. George Zimmerman and Bearman. Not helping. Goodbye, both of you. Goodbye. But Jay, like I said, I just sent you the thing on Discord, so go watch that.
Yeah, I saw. My iPad is at 7.
Yeah, I mean you don't have to watch it right now. I'm just saying eventually.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
But
today.
Thank you for calling in. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think we had a great conversation. We're gonna do this again soon. I promise you, buddy. And do the things we talked about, okay? Like seriously, because you can fix this shit pretty quick. Okay?
Yeah.
I know you probably don't believe me right now. I get it, but it is the truth. Like you can fix this. It's not. You're not doomed to this.
Yeah.
This is just where you're at right now, but you have more than enough skill to get out of this little hole you're in. So I wouldn't even call it a hole. I mean, everybody's kind of like this at that age. So, but you'll be
I
fine.
want to be in that hole. Nothing.
Wow.
Sorry.
Okay, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I see what you did there, buddy. All right. Well, on that note, thank you, Jay.
Chobo.
Is fucking Chobo in there? No, he's not. He's
No.
probably
man.
Chobo's in the military. We can get him on a call next time, maybe if he
Yeah,
wants to.
me
not
and
be a
him.
coward.
That would be so funny.
I could see that. I could see that synergy working. But all right, man.
He's talking about tomboys or whatever.
Yeah, he talks about a lot of bullshit. He was in here earlier today, but like I said, it's late. I'm pretty sure he's in the same time zone as me, and he's in the military, so he's probably asleep. But
should I promo myself or no?
Yeah, shout yourself out.
Can you put the links in chat?
Yeah. Put it in the DM and I'll link it right now.
Okay. Bet. Sorry.
It's okay. Fuck, I gotta find your thing. Where did it go? You know I'm not good at Discord. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here it is. I found it.
And I got a TikTok too.
Okay. Here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna link Jay's YouTube right now.
How you link a TikTok? How you do this stuff? I'm an old man.
I would just stick to, well, Jay, this is a little marketing thing. When you want to send people to something, you just want to give them one thing, so that way they know where to go. If you give them 2 options, they won't take any of them. So you just want to give them one. So we're just gonna do the YouTube.
Yeah. I sent you my YouTube link.
Yeah, I got it. I just put it in. So that's Jay's YouTube link. You guys go check out his stuff. Be a real one. Subscribe to his channel. All right.
I make my plan with my channel is to make puppets and maybe make music.
Okay.
And,
I've heard Jay's music. It's actually
good. Animations.
Well, okay, look, buddy. You're at 41. Oh, wait, no, you're at 54. My bad. That was the number of videos.
Yeah, I didn't stream on there. I did a stream.
I just subscribed.
Let me show you. Let me show you something.
Okay. You know I'm leaving, right? You do realize this.
No. Yeah.
He's like,
one more thing.
Fine. That's okay.
Yeah. The thumbnail I did. Hold on. I love this thumbnail.
Got a comment from somebody named Leor Alexandra. She said, "I giggled so much at your little commentary." I don't fucking like that. No, not you. Oh. Some YouTuber named Leor. Let me show you.
I sent it.
Is this shade? Colt, is this shade? She said, "I giggled so much at your little comments."
Is she talking about me or you?
No, she's talking about me.
Oh.
She definitely looks like a Hassan fan. Is this shade, Colt? That seems like a microaggression to me. Wow. Okay, we will watch this at a later date. I promise.
What's your opinion about that thumbnail?
About the
I sent you. The thumbnail of the live stream.
Oh wait, let me answer this.
I love this one. It's so stupid.
The autism mode activated?
Yeah, that's so stupid.
It's pretty solid. I think it's good.
Yeah.
All right, Jay. I'm calling it. I'm going to bed. Fuck.
All right.
All right. I appreciate you, and we will talk again soon. Do the things we talked about, though, for real, though, okay?
Yeah, for real.
All right, buddy.
I'm down. Breathe. Sorry.
That's okay. All right, man. I'll talk to you soon.
At 3 a.m.
I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Bye.
All right. Bye. Damn, I'm fucking tired. Yeah, that was definitely fucking shade, right? Fuck this. You know, I was gonna say F this B, but let me relax. I giggled so much at your little comments. What? What? I'm just kidding. I don't actually give a fuck. I was just dicking around. I was just surprised. I'm like, oh shit, she has a lot of subscribers. Wasn't expecting that. Yo, welcome back, Jay. Is she trying me? She trying to start some beef? I'm just fucking around. Alright guys, I appreciate everybody. Holy shit, we've been streaming for 5 hours. Is this the longest one we've done? It might be. 5 hours is a long time. 5 hours and 22 minutes. Yes, you are quite the character, my friend. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be absolutely fucked. But you know, sometimes you just need days like that. It's what it is. Sometimes you just need to have a shit day and you'll recover. Is what it is. Thank you, Jair. I'm gonna rest up. Just for you. Alright, guys, but seriously though, I appreciate you. Go follow Jay's YouTube channel. Don't be a hoe. Make sure you go follow him. Give him a subscribes. Smash that like button. Not on mine, but his. And I'll see you guys soon. Alright? I still gotta work on this video and fucking do the ad and all that shit. Alright, I'm gonna fucking go and go to bed. You guys, I suggest you do the same. Great stream. High win subscribed. Hell yeah. We got some subs for you, buddy. This was a long one. FD Signifier's videos blow ass. We're going to be doing more research streams soon. Some we'll have to do just on Twitch because you saw the shit got shut down. We can't be getting strikes this close to upload date, so fuck that. But yeah, I'll see you guys soon. I appreciate everybody for coming on. And you're definitely funnier than FD. Yes. Definitely. And I'll see you guys soon, alright? Alright, dude? Alright?